Part 3 Consciousness and Multiple Personality by Boris Sidis. Part 3 Consciousness and Multiple Personality by Boris Sims. Chapter I. The moment consciousness. Moments of consciousness are not all of the same type. The moment consciousness of the infant differs from that of the adult, and the moment consciousness of the brute differs from that of man, and still they are all of the genus consciousness. Consciousness, therefore, must be assumed as not being uniform, as not representing one and the same type, but as having different stages, different types. Very frequently we find a confusion in psychology, a confusion which must by all means be avoided. In fact, it may even be termed the psychologist's fallacy. Whenever consciousness is spoken of, it is tacitly assumed as being that of the fully developed, adult human mind. Lower types of consciousness are left out of account. Comparative psychology and the science of psychopathology have opened before us new regions of consciousness. We can no longer affirm with Descartes that consciousness is the privilege of human beings only and that all other animals are reflex machines, with no conscious accompaniment. We must also take into account our companions who stand lower in the stage of evolution. We must allow for the existence of animal consciousness, and once this is add 229 multiple personality 230 the dog, the cat, the mitted, where is the boundary line? Bird, the serpent, the fish, the worm, the bee, the ant, all have psychic life, all possess some form of consciousness. And where in the descending series of animal life can we possibly put a dividing line and say here consciousness ends? Mental life fades away in the animal series by slow degrees, and in the most humble living representative some elementary form of consciousness must be present. Psychiatry again shows us forms of abnormal mental life, forms of dissolving consciousness, such as idiocy, dementia, general and other forms of insanity. In short, the normal adult human mind is certainly not the only form of mental life, and different types and stages of consciousness must be taken into consideration by the psychologist. The fact that the different types and stages of consciousness are not clearly formulated and not always kept in view by the psychologist causes much confusion in psychological discussion. Thus, as we have just pointed out, whenever paralysis, consciousness is tacitly assumed. Spoken of, self-consciousness whenever, therefore, is this last always form of psychic activity is absent, consciousness itself is said to be, and if any act is the result, it is said to be a case lacking of pure automatism, the effect of unconscious physiological processes, with no conscious concomitant whatever. Great, in fact, is so this confusion that a certain psychologist in discussing animal consciousness and its sleeping states, speaks of the self-consciousness of the dove. Evidently the psychologist is under the impression that consciousness and self-consciousness are identical. But if, on the one hand, instead of mere consciousness, self-consciousness or consciousness of a personality is substituted, we meet, on the other hand, with an opposite fallacy due to the same confusion, namely, that whenever self-consciousness, or personality, is discussed, mere consciousness is substituted. The different types of consciousness are not recognized, and the whole field of psychological facts is, on account of the moment consciousness it. 231 What would we say of the biolo in hopeless confusion? Who, in describing organic life in general, would substitute human life, and in describing the human organism, just would give a description of ants and cockroaches. We must try to realize clearer the precise meaning of moment consciousness, as a clear comprehension of it is of the utmost importance to psychology in general and to psychopathology in particular. Psychic contents or states of consciousness are always found in connection with some individuality. That piece of bread lying yonder may awaken hundreds of mental states under different conditions and in various organizations. My friend sitting by my side sees it, so do I, and so does the child, so does the bird in the cage, so does the dog, and so possibly does the fly flitting around the table. The states awakened are no doubt different, but they are of a psychic character nonetheless. My friend and I may be conscious of the personal element along with it. The form of ownership, we may think it in it is we who think, we who have the thought of the bread, but this is only one of the many forms under which the perception or thought of the bread may appear. One thing, however, is essential to all the various states, different as they may be in their content, and that is the fact that they belong to some one individuality which under certain special conditions may also be of the nature of a personality. The individuality may be of a high or of a very low type, it may be that of a man or it may be that of a fly, but it must be some one consciousness that synthesizes the psychic state. It is this one synthesizing consciousness that constitutes the essence of what we term moment consciousness. The moment consciousness is the subject, the psychobiological individuality, requisite in all psychic activity. The psychic individuality cannot be regarded as a series of independent physical events. For it may be asked, for whom does that series exist and to whom is it presented? Multiple personality 232. A synthesizing moment consciousness, both subject and content, is a fundamental assumption of psychology, just as space is that of geometry, and matter and force that of physics and chemistry. This necessity of assuming a synthesizing moment consciousness becomes clearly maniform of psychic activity, such as if self-consciousness be reduced for self-consciousness. It pertinently may be asked with John Stewart to a series, fested in the highest mill, how can a series be aware of itself as a series? Now a moment consciousness must not be considered as something apart from its content, it does not exist by itself, it exists wherever and whenever psychic states are synthesized, it is the synthesized psychic material, mere synthesis without material is meaningless. On the whole, we may say that the moment consciousness is like an organism, it forms a whole of many constituent parts. In the moment consciousness we find psychic material synthesized round one inmost central event which in its turn may have a central point. It reminds one strongly of the cell, although it branches out in all directions, it has always its inmost central point, its nucleus, nucleolus and nucleolinus. Many while I am sitting here writing, I take in the impressions coming to me pouring through the window, the table, the ticking of the clock, the sunshine chair, the bookcase, and many other things in the room, all of them are formed and synthesized into one, and as such they form a moment consciousness. They are not, however, indifferently grouped, their unity is an organized whole with a center, with a vital point, so to say. At the heart of that synthesized whole there is a central point, the grouping around which constitutes the individuality of the partic. In my own case, the central interesting point is the paper on which I write the sentence just formulated, and the inmost point, the principal idea under discussion which forms the nucleolinus, so to say, of the whole moment consciousness. The most interesting or Euler moment consciousness. The moment consciousness 233. The most important experience forms the center of the moment. The same object which seemingly gives the same experience assumes different meanings and is therefore really quite a different experience, according to the moment consciousness in which the perception or knowledge of that object is synthesized. These presently experienced states, synthesized within the moment, form the matter, or what we may term the content of the moment consciousness. The moment of consciousness will change with the changes of the synthesized content. As an official, I am now in my office doing my work, and the different experiences form one whole, an association of experiences, systematized and seen as a family man. I am at home enjoying the company of wife, children and friends, and once more the experiences are organized into the unity of a moment consciousness. Now I am climbing mountains and stand on the slippery edge of a precipice. Now I enjoy a conversation with the maiden I love. Now I take part in the excitement of the political arena. Now I sit on the bench that is into an organic unity of the jury listening gravely to the cross-examination of witnesses in a murder case. All these form nuclei for the formation of different moments consciousness. All of these depend on the different central experiences that form the kernel for the moment consciousness. The central experience, round which all other experiences are grouped and synthesized, forms, so to say, the very essence of the given moment consciousness, and as long as this central experience remains unchanged in its central position, the new experiences are assimilated within the same moment consciousness. The moment consciousness, therefore, does not vary with the change of the content, if only the assimilating nucleus remains invariable. Should, however, the content vary so that the central experience is transposed and some other one occupies its place, then the moment consciousness itself is changed. In fact, we may have the multiple personality 234 of the moment consciousness entirely unchanged, but if the central experience alone is displaced from its position, then the moment consciousness itself becomes changed in thus, if as a traveler I climb the mountains its nature, chiefly for the sake of pleasure, and keep the scientific and aesthetic aspects in the background, the moment consciousness will be entirely different from the one where the scientific or aesthetic aspects are in the foreground, and other considerations in the background. All the moment consciousness, we may say, is entirely determined by the leading central experience. The content of the moment consciousness, however, is not confined to the presently experienced psychic states only. It also embraces the past. It includes memory, that is, synthesizes also outlived moments. In my present capacity of physician and working in the office, I may also include the experiences as traveler, as juror, as teacher, as companion and as particular lover, but still the tone of this moment consciousness is given by the official duties of my present occupation. The most vivid, interesting and leading experiences form in this synthesis the nucleus round which all other experiences are crystallized and synthesized into one organic whole. We have here a series of moments, all of them being coordinated and contained in one synthesis of one moment consciousness. The members of this synthesized series are not of equal value nor are they qualitatively the same. The leading experience that constitutes the assimilating element of the given moment has reality, interest and value, while others are only so much food, support for the principal central experience. This central experience differs also from the other experiences synthesized in the moment consciousness by the fact that it alone, that is, the nucleus only, has the most vivid psychic states, sensational and perceptual elements, while the others may totally lack them. Other subsidiary synthesized moments are rather of an ideational character. The moment consciousness 235 they are what is called reproductions, ideal representatives of formerly experienced outlived moments. The moment consciousness may contain moments that happen to emerge by the dynamic processes of association, such as contiguity, similarity or contrast. Each moment consciousness may become content for the next. Each successive moment consciousness may synthesize the preceding ones, contain them in an abridged ideational form and may moreover recognize and claim them as belonging to itself, and as being one with them. There may, in short, be various forms of mental unification, but one thing stands out clear and that is the nature of the moment consciousness. The essence of the moment consciousness is mental synthesis. If we take a cross-section of the moment consciousness and try to fixate it with our mental eye, we find a central psychic element round which other psychic elements are crystallized. This central psychic element is prominent, vivid, it forms, so to say, the vital point of all the states, and gives the tone to the rest, forming a whole, one organized experience. The psychic matter that surrounds the luminous central point does not stand in a free, more or less disconnected relation to the latter. It is intimately related to the center, and cannot be separated without destroying the moment as a whole and even the life existence of each particular constituent. The whole moment seems to form an organic network in which the other elements take their place, according to a plan. The structure of the moment may in this respect be compared to that of the cell. In the we discriminate the nucleus round which the protoplasm is connected with the nucleus by a network, a cytoreticulum. The destruction of the nucleus affects the protoplasm and the destruction of the protoplasm affects the nucleus. The two are intimately, organically interrelated by the common network. The gensel plasm is grouped. Hieral plan of their organization. 236 Multiple personality. A concrete example will perhaps best answer our purpose. Suppose the moment is perceptual and consists only of one percept. Now in the percept we find a central sensory element surrounded by other elements. This central element stands out prominently in the given psychic state, while the not that those other elements are subordinate, are unimportant for the precept of the highest consequence, of the total psychic state. On the contrary, they only lie outside the focus. Along with the focus the intensity of the elements form one organized whole. Psychic state proceeds from the periphery to the center. The elements can as little be separated from the central element as the area of the circle from its center. By removing the center the circle will be destroyed and the center will cease to be what it is. All the elements of the percept form one vital texture having the central sensory element as its nucleus. Integrated as all those elements are, they are not, how and importance for the life existence. The central sensory element is of the utmost ever, of equal value of the whole. Consequence, it is the vital point of the whole experience. While the change or destruction of one or of some of the subordinate elements may still leave the total percept unchanged, or but slightly modified, a change of the central sensory element, of the nucleus, will profoundly modify all the other elements and their interrelation. A destruction of the nucleus will destroy the percept, the total moment. Chapter 2 Mental organization. Moments of the same type form aggregations in an ascending series of complexity, groups, systems, communities, clusters and constellations. Isolated moments are organized into groups, groups into systems, systems into communities and communities into constellations. Groups are the most simple, while constellations are the highest and most common. The firmness, the stability of organism more complex an aggregation the less stable it is. The order of plex of the aggregates. Zation stands in direct relation to the complexity. Complexity also represents the order of development, so that the more complex is also the latest to appear in the course of evolution. Relation. Evolution and stability stand thus in inverse. What appears early in the course of development more firmly organized than what appears later on. The whole tendency of evolution is from stability to instability. The order of growth and instability is in the ascending scale from groups, through systems, communities, to clusters and constellations. The simpler sensory-motor reactions are both ontogenetically and phylogenetically first to appear in the course of evolution, and they are also more stable than the more complex sensory-motor reactions. We can possibly best realize the relation of instability to complexity of structure if we regard life, including both physiological and psychic processes, as an ascending organization of sensory-motor reactions to the influences of external environment. The sensory-motor reactions represent a hierarchy of organized aggregations, beginning in the lowest reflexes 237-238 multiple personality and organic automatisms and culminating in the highest activity. As illustrations of the lower processes we may take the knee-jerk, the action of the bladder, peristaltic movement of the intestines, respiratory movements, heartbeats and other organic activities. Associations among these various processes form higher aggregates. The complex coordination of orientation and space adjustments, such as the maintenance of equilibrium, walking, running, jumping, flying, swimming, and so on, represent more complex activities. A still higher aggregate is to be found in the association of groups and systems of sensory-motor reactions of a sensory organ with the complex coordination of motor adjustments of the whole body. The highest aggregates are to be found in the association of all the motor reactions organized within the different spheres of sense organs with the complex motor coordinations of body adjustments. Simple sensory-motor reflexes, complex reflexes, sensory-motor coordinations, instinctive adaptations and intelligent adjustments, statically regarded, correspond to the classification of psychomotor aggregates into groups, systems, communities, clusters and constellations. In other words, the analysis of the sensorimotor constitution of the higher organized beings in their adult stages reveals the presence and interrelation of those various sensory-motor aggregates. Genetically regarded, we find that the history of the use and growth of the aggregates is in the order of their in ontogenesis. We find that the simple reflexes appear first, then the more complex sensory-motor coordinations, later on the so-called instinctive adaptations begin complexity to appear, while the intelligent and controlling adaptations are the latest to appear. The child at its birth is a purely reflex being. The different reflexes are not even associated. It is the medulla and the spinal cord that are principally active. The pupils react to light. The legs and hands react to more or less intense sensory stimuli, such mental organization as and sensory-motor tickling. Reflexes to 239 taste. All of these reactions are isolated are present. Many simple groups of sensory-motor reflexes, stimuli they are so even the sucking activity of the infant is largely of the reflex type. In short, the child at its birth is a spinal being, and its moment consciousness is desultory, consisting of the desultory activities of isolated functioning sensory-motor groups. Later on, the reflex activities become associated through the development of sight and kinesthetic sensations. The eyes can follow an object, the hands become adapted to the seizing movements of body coordination then begin to appear, such as turning the body to right or left, then sit movements. Ting up, then creeping, standing, walking, talking, all involving greater and greater coordination of muscles and kinesthetic sensations, aided by the association of sensations and sensory-motor reactions from different sense organs. It is only very late in its history of development that the child begins to gain full control of its actions and adjustments to the stimuli coming from the external environment. The history of phylogenesis runs a parallel course. The lower organisms are purely reflex in their sensory-motor reactions, and as such they belong to the type of the desultory moment consciousness. Instances may be found in the lower forms of the mollusca. In the higher forms of mollusca reflexes begin to appear. Associations of sensory-motor. These associations become more and more complex with the rise and growth of differentiation of sense organs in the higher forms of mollusca and the lower arthropods, giving rise to groups, systems, communities, reaching the and the lower mammalia, finally culminating in the high complex functions characteristic of the constellation stage, such as found cluster stage in the higher arthropods in the sensory-motor reactions of to physical man in his adaptations and social surroundings. Chapter 3: The Conscious and the Subconscious. If we turn now to the constitution of the moment consciousness, we find that each moment as it takes its place in the scale of evolution can both statically and ontogenetically be regarded as a summary, as an epitome of phylogenetic. Each moment represents at the same time a hierarchy of many moments, but of lower types. The highest constellation has at its command lower types of psychic aggregates, and had it not been for these lower moments, history, the higher type would have lacked matter and activity for carrying on its own work. The lower forms of moments, however, are subordinate to the higher type, which constitutes the center, the nucleus of the total psychic state. The other constituent moments, from the simplest to the most complex, are in the service of the highest type of moment and lie outside the central focus of the principle controlling moment consciousness. These lower forms are, however, by no means to be ignored, since they form the main sum of factors that determine indirectly the total psychic activity. They constitute the storehouse from which the central moment draws its material. Without the lower moments, the principle controlling moment could not have received stimulations from the external environment, nor would it have been enabled to make proper motor. In fact, we may say that without the lower forms of moments, the moment nucleus would have lost its vitality and even its meaning. The perception of an object responses. 240/conscious and subconscious. 241 And the proper adjustments to it depend not so much on what is directly present in the focus of consciousness, but on the wealth of accumulated material lying outside the focus. In reading a book, for instance, the handling of it, the motor adjustments in keeping it, the perception of the letters, of the words, of the phrases, lie outside the focus of the principal interesting thought that guides the growth of moment, and still it is this mass of perceptions that forms the matter, the food supply of the controlling moment. The inventor, in working on his particular invention, has a mass of accumulated material and experience, indispensable for the development of the invention, but which is in the background of his consciousness. Similarly, the mathematician, in solving his problem, which forms the focus of his consciousness, possesses a body of knowledge or a mass of material which, though it lies in the periphery of his consciousness, still forms the mainstay of his particular investigation. There is more in consciousness than is actuality moment. While I am writing these last phrases, my consciousness is only occupied with them, but they are supported by a body of thought that lies in the background. All our perception is largely determined by the results of our previous experience, which as such falls outside the central point of ally directly present in the focus of the consciousness. Many of the perceptual illusions find their explanation in habit. An otherwise novel experience surrounds itself with familiar experiences, which disguises the novelty and transforms the percept by substituting what is otherwise habitual. Whence is this mass of familiar exp not present in the focus of the isciousness? It lies outside the center, and moment con is very often submerged in regard to the direct introspective scrutiny, and yet it has a powerful influence on the total activity in general and on that of the nucleus in particular. The submerged moments, though lying outside of the main focus, still exercise a great influence on the course 17/242 multiple personality, the con moment's growth and development. By the subconscious, while the subconscious by its nature, by the quantity and quality of its material, in its turn, modifies and determines the course and direction of conscious activity. Of the science controls the material supplied. Chapter 4 Automatism. Different as the active nucleus and the relatively pars mass are, no hard and fast line can be drawn between the two. They are constantly in the most sieve protoplasmic intimate intercommunication, one passes into the other. With the formation of a new center of activity, the old nucleus may pass into the general protoplasmic mass of the lower moments. Here all this passing of the nucleus into the gen protoplasm of the moment is a process that is constantly going on in the life history of the total consciousness. As a new nucleus is taking the place of the old one, the latter retreats in the background and exercises its influence on the course of the psychic activity from behind the scenes. The potency of this influence is in proportion to the duration and intensity of the activity manifested by the, so to say, old nucleus. We are all well acquainted with the commonplace fact that an action requiring at first great stress of attention, finally, with its repetition, drops out of the focus and becomes, as it is called, automatic. They who have observed a child striving to stand by him of consciousness self or beginning to walk realize how such seemingly automatic acts as standing or walking are at first accompanied with intense attention. The child, when standing up all by himself, does it hesitatingly, he shakes and trembles, as if occupying unsafe ground, or doing a difficult act he looks around for support, stretches out his hands, asking the help of his parents or nurse, and if he does not get aid in time, begins to cry from sheer fear and drops on all fours. 244 Multiple personality during the whole process of standing, simple as it appears to us, and lying as it does with us outside of the field of attention, the baby's mind is fully engrossed with the act of maintaining his equilibrium. It is a difficult feat for him. Withdraw his attention from his performance, and in the first stages of his series of trials he simply drops helplessly to the ground. The same holds true in the case of walking. Child in beginning to walk, does and fear. It can only be it with great hesitation compared to the attempt of an adult in walking on a narrow board over a precipice, or each step as it is made the least distraction of attention and the baby falls down in a heap. The least change in the touch, muscular and kinesthetic sensations coming from leg and foot will interfere with the successful attempt at standing or walking. Thus in the baby under my observation, after the first 2 days of more or less successful trials at walking, a new pair of shoes were put on him. The new peripheral stimuli and the strange learning to walk on a rope requires full attention. Each advance is a victory. Sensations experienced at once told on the successful issue of his walking activity. The number of failures became so great that they finally arrested further attempts at walking. Only when the baby became accustomed to the new shoes and the sensations they gave rise to became so habitual that they fell in the background of his consciousness and no longer distracted his attention, it was only then that the baby once more started a series of trials, and with such success that after 2 days' practice he walked almost a whole mile. After a period of long practice, the complex muscular adjustments required in the acts of standing and walking gradually retreat to the background of consciousness and become automatic. Not that consciousness in those acts is lost, it has simply reached its necessary minimum, leaving the focus of consciousness free for other new and unaccustomed adjustments, which in their turn fall out of automatism. 245 The center into the periphery, giving place to new experiences. To minimize the expenditure of neuron energy and reach the minimum of consciousness constitutes the tendency of psychomotor life. We can fully realize the importance of this tendency, if we regard it from a teleological point of view. In the struggle for existence or in the economical system of competition of modern life, the saving of unnecessary expendi where only possible, is of the highest consequence. Those organisms that will best effect such an economy of pure energy will be the fittest to survive. Those organisms that are enabled to reduce to its minimum the friction and loss of neuron energy have the great advantage of possessing at their disposal a greater amount of energy to cope with new circumstances, with novel conditions and react better and in a more favorable way, when confronted with changes in this environment. This economizing becomes absolutely indispensable to the life existence of higher organisms, the environment of which is always highly complex. The reduction of psychomotor activity to the least amount of psychophysiological energy expenditure, in other words, to the minimum of consciousness, is the law of psychomotor life in general and of the highest representation of that particular life in Chapter V. The psychic minimum. This economizing is by no means an endless process. There is a certain minimum of consciousness beyond which the psychic states cannot pass. This minimum of consciousness once reached, must remain stationary, for a fall below it is the arrest of the activity of that aggregate. In other words, there is a certain minimum below which consciousness reduce the conscious be lowering the sensibility cannot be reduced with impunity. Ness of the total psychic state. By raising the threshold of Conant the whole aggregate will cease to function. Diminution of the stimulus to which the aggregate has of its constituents or sciences adapted itself in the course of its growth, both phylogenetic and ontogenetic, gives the same results. The aggregate does not respond. Either a summation of successive small stimuli, or an intense stimulus that should reach the threshold is, in short, a minual was required for the proper requisite to set the aggregate into activity. Of consciousness is functioning of mental aggregates. This condition of minimum of consciousness requisite for the proper function of lower mental aggregates is clearly seen in different forms of pathological cases. In the initial stages of TABS, when the kinesthetic sensations of the feet and legs become hypoesthetic, the patient is unable to walk well and must be guided by visual sensations, so that when his eyes are closed, he stumbles. Although he may feel that his limbs were moved, if the passive movement is quick and through a considerable angle, so that the stimulus is intense, he still does not know the direct 246 the psychic minimum 247 of the movement, nor is he aware of the position of the limb when left to itself. Similarly, in cases of onset or slowly recovering hemiplegia, the sensibility falling below the requisite minimum produces a total failure in the sensory motor adjustments. The patient has to learn to make his adjustments by means of content coming from the visual sense. As a good illustration of the point in question, I may mention a very interesting case of my own now under investigation. The patient suffers from tactile anesthesia all over the trunk, with the exception of neck and face and lower extremities. The other sensations, such as those of temperature, pain, pressure, muscular sense and kinesthesis, are greatly diminished. The patient does not feel one short, sudden stimulus, such as a prick, pinch, burn, but only a long continuous stimulus, or a quick succession of more or less intense stimuli. The patient is unable to adapt and often hurts herself, before she becomes aware of danger and is enabled to react and ward off the harmful stimulus. The herself to the changes of external environment aggregates with a reduced minimum of consciousness fail in their function and are unable to adjust themselves to the external environment. This failure to function in case of fall below the standard minimum is still further illustrated in the diminution of the patient's muscular sensibility. If she is told to close her eyes, and her arm is taken roughly and given a quick and sharp wrench, she is aware of the movement and also of its direction. If, however, the same passive movement is produced slowly, gently, by degrees, then the patient is unaware both of the movement and direction, even if the hand has been rotated in a circle, or raised in a horizontal position from a position of repose close to the body. The patient thinks that the hand has not moved and is still in the same place. If now the patient is told to touch a part of her body, such, for instance, as the nose, eye, or multiple personality 248 attempt is often a failure, on account of the unnecessary extra amount of energy put forth in the muscular effort of bringing the hand in the required position. This year, the extra amount of effort put forth is determined by the extent of hypoesthesia and the false notion of the position of the arm. If the experiment is somewhat modified and the arm is raised a little faster, so that the patient becomes aware of the changed position, of the movement, but not of the direction, the results are no less interesting. If under such conditions the patient is asked to put the hand to the nose, eye, or ear, the answer is uniformly the same: do not know where the hand is. I cannot. Once more the sensory motor aggregate, with its lowered minimum of consciousness, fails to act and carry out its adjustments to its surroundings. A variation of the experiments leads again to the same hand at rest, is told, and when she starts the movement the hand is seized and kept forcibly. The patient, after making strained efforts, finally declares that the hand is raised. The sensorimotor aggregate fails to act and make the proper adapt conclusion. To raise if the patient, with the tations. A further variation of the experiment reveals still clearer the tiant of an aggregate with a lowered if the arm is half raised and the paralysis psychic minimum. With the eyes closed, is told to raise it still higher, and as soon as the patient starts the movement the hand is seized and moved in a different direction. After some time she declares that the hand is raised, although the hand is in a much lower position than the original one. Once more we find that a lowering of the minimum of consciousness of a psychic aggregate brings about a complete failure of adjustment its function, and is equivalent to a paralysis of a definite minimum of consciousness is the sine qua non of psychic aggregates. Chapter 6: The Fading Moments. The hierarchy of moments, from the lowest to the highest, belonging to one organized constellation of moments, may be arranged in a series as to intensity and vividness of consciousness, ranging from minimum to maximum through the maximum of all degrees of intensity and vividness. Intensity is in the focus, in the nucleus of the moment, the minimum is at the periphery. Now a moment through frequent functioning gradually loses intensity and vividness and passes by degrees through all the intermediary stages from maximum to minimum. The fading moment passes by degrees from the center to the periphery of consciousness. Trance, the under other conditions, such as the hypnotic moment, may become suddenly submerged. As a case in point I bring the following experiment, made by me in the presence of Dr. Van Gissen, former director of the Pathological Institute of the New York State Hospitals. I hypnotized Mr. V.F., and suggested to him that on awakening he should not recognize any of the people present, and that 2 or 3 minutes later he should throw out of the chair the gentleman whom he found sitting near. That gentleman was Dr. Van Gissen, for whom the subject had the highest respect, and whom he would not have touched in his normal waking state. Before arousing the subject from the trance I took good care to dissociate the memories by suggesting amnesia. 249 250 Multiple personality. The subject was then awakened. He looked round in a dazed way, as one who found himself in the company of utter strangers. He did not recognize any of his acquaintances, nor did he manifest the least sign of recognition of a near friend of his who was present at the experiments. About 2 minutes after awakening he suddenly turned Van Gissen, who was at that time sitting reading, and exclaimed gruffly, "I want that seat." Without waiting for a reply, V.F. made a sudden onset, vehemently attacked the struggling doctor, seized him by the shoulders, pulled him out of the chair, and gave him a violent push. All this transpired in the twinkling of an eye, so that Dr. Van Gissen had no time to collect himself and show resistance. To Dr. When Dr. Van Gissen asked V.F. why the latter offended him without provocation, the subject answered, because he wanted the seat. When Dr. Van Gissen pressed him further to give his reasons why he did not ask for the seat in a polite way, and, besides, what right he had to throw a strange gentleman out of a seat while there were so many others which he could occupy as comfortably, The subject's argument was that in this world the mere desire of having a thing is a sufficient reason and a good right. When it was still insisted on his giving a better reason than that, the subject became angry and snappishly replied he wished Dr. Van Gissen would shut up, and said he was sorry he had not made him shut up before, as the gentleman seemed to be very loquacious. A quarter of an hour later the subject was brought into a passive state. Amnesia of the incident was enforced, and the subject was then awakened. Mr. V.F. woke up oblivious of the whole affair. Only when I inquired of him, he told me he had a vague dream that he quarreled with someone, but he did not know the person, nor did he remember the circumstances. The subject regarded it as a mere idle dream, and gave no further attention to it. Mr. The fading moments 251 VF is until now in complete ignorance of the whole affair. The whole incident faded from his conscious memory. If, however, the intensity and vividness of consciousness decrease from the center to the periphery, the extent of content increases. The further away from the center the greater is the number of the fading moments. At the periphery the number of moments is also the greatest. The immense number of outlived moments gradually fades away with the lapse of time and tends to pass to the periphery of consciousness. It is clear, then, that as we pass from the center to the periphery the number of outlived moments increases proportionately. The deeper the regions of the subconscious the wider the extent of its contents. In hypnosis the intensity of consciousness becomes diffused over lower and lower moments, liberating their pent-up energy, and as with the depth of hypnosis the obscure regions of the subconscious come to light, their immense extent stands revealed before the astonished and bewildered eye of the observing self-consciousness. A lighting up of the subconscious regions can also be brought about by the use of toxic drugs. The pent-up neuron energy becomes liberated from lower and lowermost moment. Consciousness becomes concomitantly manifested and long-forgotten experiences well up to the center of consciousness. Outlived moments become resurrected and rise to the surface of full consciousness with all the vividness of a present reality. Thus De Quincey, in his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, tells us that the minutest incidents of childhood or forgotten scenes of later years were often revived. I could not be said to recollect them, for if I had been told of them when waking, I should not have been able to acknowledge them as my past expery, but placed as they were before me in dreams like and clothed in all their evanescent circumstances, and accompanying feelings, I recognized the men's intuitions instantaneously. Multiple personality 252 hypnoid states such as described by me in previous works 1 also reveal the wealth and extent of psychic glimpses present in the lower subconscious regions. Into the subconscious are also given in hypnoidal states which are induced by the process of hypnoidization. The patient is asked to close his eyes and keep as quiet as possible without, however, making any special effort to put himself into such a state. He is then asked to tell any the patient may also be thing that comes into his mind. Asked to attend to some stimuli, such as reading or writing or the buzzing of an electrical current, and he is then no matter how through his mind. This same condition of hypnoidization is sometimes better accomplished through mental strain. The patient is put into a quiet condition, and with his eyes closed and the experimenter's hand on the patient's forehead, the latter is urged to mental effort and strain, and, if necessary, given some hints. Experiences seemingly inaccessible flash lightning like on the upper regions of self-consciousness, revealing the depths below. To tell the ideas, thoughts, images, phrases, disconnected, one that happened to flitter. C. Sidis, Psychology of Suggestion and Psychopathological Researches. Chapter 7. The brightened moments. We have until now mainly viewed psychic or moment content as passing from the center to the periphery of consciousness through varying degrees of intensity, from maximum to minimum, the movement being from the conscious. There is no need, however, that this should always be the case. Experiences may first be perceived by the subconscious regions and then only to the subconscious. Mitted to the conscious regions, the movement thus occurring in the opposite direction, from the subconscious to the conscious. Experiences, for instance, lived through in dreams, which belong to the subconscious states, may come to the surface as hypnoidal states and then become synthesized in the upper waking consciousness, or they may be lighted up in hypnosis and then permanently synthesized in the center of consciousness. The following case, which I quote from my notes, may serve as an illustration. The patient suffers from headaches, which are some feels pain on concentration of the mind. She often reads a page over and over again and is entirely unable to make out the meaning. She feels completely paralyzed in her will, and whatever she does is more of a mechanical affair to her. She has not the slightest interest in anything. When young, patient was very musical, but times very severe. Since her 24th year she lost her musical talent at least. She feels she has not the power she possessed once. Her memory is growing worse since then, until she is now unable to remember anything. She can now read and play. 253, multiple personality 254, but it is mechanical, without the power and feeling she possessed once. Her headaches are severe, dull, but rather irregular as to their onset. Patient is very restless in her moans, wakes up as if in a great fright, but does not remember the dreams. Sometimes she moans and cries in her sleep and has to be awakened by her husband. Because she is a very active dreamer, the dream life has become predominant and has absorbed and sucked down, so to say, the content of her waking consciousness. She went into a deep hypnotic state, and gradually the dream of the night before unfolded itself before the patient as if she were living the same experiences over again. I see a very high tower. I am there. Something I don't like. The window. I feel. Patient became very agitated. She was quieted, and she went on. I am in space. I am falling. I don't know where I am. I can't get down. I don't know what keeps me there. Patient became greatly agitated, greatly frightened, as one actually falling and becoming suspended in the air. She sighed and breathed hard. I want to get down. I am hanging in the air, she cried out in despair and fright. Patient, in great excitement and with her eyes closed, suddenly jumped from the couch. Pulse about. After a few moments, patient says, now I am 90. Down I am on the ground. I hurt myself and got a headache. The whole experience was of a very highly developed hallucinatory state, a hypnoidic state, which she was able to recollect on emerging from the hypnotic state. Similarly, experiences first lived through in the subconscious states induced by alcoholic intoxication may be brought by hypnoidal states or by hypnosis into the focus of consciousness. Hypnoidal states are specially important. They are uprushes of the subconscious, and by means of them many a hidden and obscure region of the subconscious may be laid bare. Thus the Hannah case was largely Shinali. She has periods of insomnia. The brightened moments 255 marked by hypnoidal states. In another case of mine, characterized by subconscious lapses, furious maniacal outbreaks preceded by an aura, followed by long sleep of 15 hours duration, and by complete amnesia of what had occurred during the lapses, the hypnoidal states were the only means by which the experiences, passed through during the subconscious lapses, became completely revealed. Similarly, in another case of amnesia, the hypnoidal states have given glimpses into subconscious regions which even deep hypnosis could not reveal. There is no need of devoting space to the cases here, as our purpose is only to show that movement of moments may originally occur in the reverse direction from the peripheral subconscious regions to the center of consciousness, and also to indicate the fact of the great value of hypnoidal states in bringing about such a reversion of movements. The method of guesses is also valuable in the investigation, showing the reverse process of mental activity, the passage of a state that has been subconsciously experienced into the focus of consciousness. If in a ease of psychopathic anesthesia. A form of anesthesia where sensibility of the anesthetic spot is really present in the subconscious in a hyperesthetic form, if the anesthetic spot is stimulated, the patient is not aware of it. Should he, however, be asked to guess, or to tell anything that happens to come into his mind, he is often found to give correct answers even in minor details. The patient perceives subconsciously, and this perception, often in a slightly modified form, is transmitted to the upper consciousness, or to what for the present constitutes the patient's principalness or personality. If, moment conscious for instance, the anesthetic spot of the patient is pricked a number of times, the patient remains quiet and is seemingly insensible. Should we now ask the patient to tell anything that comes into his head, he will say pricking and will be unable to tell why he happened to think of pricking at all. Should we now 256 multiple personality ask him to give any number that may enter his mind, he number, once more not being able to will give the reason why this particular number happened to it a mere chance number. Subconscious sensations experienced are transmitted as ideas to the focus of consciousness. Sometimes enter into his mind, considering the instead of the particular idea being transmitted, only the general aspect of it reaches the focus. Thus the patient may not be able to guess the particular nature of the stimulus, but may give the correct number of the unfelt stimuli, showing the reverse movement of the psychic state. This reverse movement of the psychic state, from the originally subconscious to the upper consciousness, manifested in a case under investigation. Field of vision is extremely limited. Is well the patient's if objects are inserted in a zone extending from the periphery of the narrowed field to the utmost boundary of the normal field, and the patient is asked to tell anything that happens to enter the mind at that time, and to do it without any deliberation, the words, seemingly chance words to the patient, are almost uniformly correct names of the inserted objects. On the periphery of that subconscious zone only general guesses are correct. Thus, if letters and numbers are inserted, the patient thinks of the particular letter or number, when exhibited within the subconscious zone. At the periphery of the zone, however, only the general character comes into the mind, namely, letters or numbers, but not the particular character itself. Some of the phenomena of paramnesia can be explained by this principle of reverse movement. When subconscious experience is transmitted to central consciousness appear under the form of familiar memories, such as was shown to be the case with the proofreader described in another chapter. Chapter 8 Transmutation of subconscious messages. The movement of the moment from the subconscious to the nucleus of self-consciousness may sometimes take a different course. Instead of being centrally transmitted from the subconscious to the center of the upper consciousness, the experience is projected into the external world in the form of a hallucination and then only perceived by the dominating moment consciousness. This process of reversion is met with in the phenomena of crystal gazing. In these phenomena experiences acquired subconsciously are projected into the crystal in the form of visual hallucinations. The crystal gazer sees in the crystal, images, pictures of events which he cannot remember directly, but which can be found in his subconscious. The changing light and shade due to reflection and refraction give rise to peripheral sensory processes which form the nucleus, the suggestion that awakens those subconscious psychic states. Sensory nature experiences mainly of one may be transformed into and assume the character of another sense, thus experiences, mainly of an auditory character, may be projected into the crystal as visual hallucinations. In the phenomena of shell hearing, we meet once more with a similar process of reversion. Psychic states originally experienced by the subconscious are objectified in the vague, indistinct as auditory hallucinations. Buzzing coming from the shell affects the sense organ, and shell gives rise to a peripheral process that forms the nucleus round which the subconscious experiences become crystal. 18257 Multiple personality 258 Listed and projected in the form of auditory hallucinations. Here, too, as in the case of crystal gazing, experiences of one sensory character may be transformed into that of psychic states originally of a visual character another. Become auditory on being projected by this reverse movement from the subconscious to the central consciousness. In automatic writing we meet once more with a similar process of reversion, only under a somewhat different form. The subconsciously acquired experiences, instead of being in a sensory form as hallucinations, are motor in character. They are expressed as written words, and by this means the upper consciousness becomes for the first time acquainted with the experiences of the subconscious. This process of reversion by means of automatic writing may be cultivated and may become so persistent that the subcon may keep up a correspondence with the upper consciousness and reveal its experiences by messages apparently coming from another world. The phenomena of automatic speaking are rather rare, and are very much akin to those of automatic writing. The Sias region's subconscious, instead of projecting its experiences in the form of written words, does it by means of the spoken word. Here, too, as in the case of automatic writing, the process may become cultivated and the subconscious may carry on its intercommunications in a systematic form. The spoken messages, coming from the subconscious and revealing strange experiences first subconsciously acquired and then only made known in the way of the spoken word upper consciousness, appear inspired and or inspiring. They are voices from another world. The emergence of subconscious impressions, but in terms of another sense organ, a condition somewhat similar to the phenomena of sensory automatism, such as those of crystal gazing and shell hearing, can also be affected by means of hypnosis. Anesthesia to a definite class of impressions is produced in some parts of the body. These to the subconscious messages 259 impressions are then made to emerge as experiences coming from another sense organ. The following experiments may be taken as typical of many others. A subject of mind suffering from alcoholic amnesia falls into a very deep state of hypnosis. When in this state his hand is made anesthetic by post-hypnotic suggestions, it is then suggested to him that objects put into his anesthetic hand will be seen by him on a screen. When he wakes up his hand is anesthetic even to the most painful stimuli. The anesthetic hand is then put behind a screen and another screen is kept in front of his eyes. When objects are put into the subject's anesthetic hand, he has visual hallucinations of them. Thus, if $50 is put into his anesthetic hand, no matter how lightly, he sees it on the screen first as a circle on a flat surface. Then the visual hallucination is gathering more solidity and reality, more details are gradually emerging, and finally solid $50. It begins to look like this rather bewilders the subject, as this coin is not like ordinary ones, for it does not feel like a solid object at all when the hand is passed over it, and he looks up in surprise, asking for the explanation of this. The additional interest here is the curious phenomenon. Extreme hyperesthesia which the patient manifests in his apparently anesthetic hand. No matter how small the ob and no matter how lightly it touches his hand, he draws with his free hand the outlines of the visual hallucination of the object as it appears to him on the screen before his eyes. Jektis still gives a minute description of it, when he instead of a visual hallucination of the tactile impres may be made to have auditory halluci when, on waking up, objects are put into the scions, the subject nations. Patient's anesthetic hand, he begins to listen intently. Hears voices accusing him of keeping in his hand money or the particular object placed there by the experimenter. He calls the voices foolish and lying, as he has no money about him, nor has he any other of the objects the voices multiple personality 260 him of. Till subconscious tactile impressions become here converted into auditory experiences. Similarly, in an extremely interesting case which is at present under my investigation, the sensibility of the whole right side of the body presents striking phenomena. The patient feels neither touches nor pricks on the right side, is completely gone, but when he looks into a water while the anesthetic hand is hidden from his sight by a screen, he has visual hallucinations of the even pane glass of correct numbers of touches, or of pricks given to the anesthetic side, or of objects put into his anesthetic hand. He has visual hallucinations of letters and words lightly writ on the whole. He manifests extreme subconscious hyperesthesia, but, strangely enough, 10 on the insensible hand. In symbolic terms of another sense. 1. This process of conversion is intimately related to secondary sensory elements which play such an important role in the structure of the percept. See my article on hallucination in Psychological Review, for January and March, 1904. In general, and in that of hallucination in particular. Chapter 9 The process of mental resurrection. The process of mental resurrection or of reverse procession of psychic states, from the periphery of inattentive consciousness to the focus of consciousness, can, in fact, be fully substantiated by observations in spontaneous somnambulism as well as by experiments in the hypnotic state. The following brief account of spontaneous somnambulism may serve as an illustration. I am a medical student in the University of Pennsylvania and take some interest in hypnotism, suggestion, and other psychical phenomena. A few days ago I became the fortunate possessor of your book, Psychology of Suggestion, and after reading a few scattered pages, the happy idea came to me of consulting you on a subject which has troubled me for some time. I shall be as brief as possible. I'm 22 years old, I am a somnambulist. They say that when I was a child I used to talk a little during my sleep, but that is about all. In 1893 I lived with a friend in New York, who had some electric batteries. He wanted me to take a shock, but I was somewhat timid and refused. One day he told me that if I did not take the shock he would give me one during my sleep. That night, I had been sleeping about 2 or 3 hours, I felt the wires in my feet and hands, and began to scream and kick all around, and finally I was awakened by my friend. All had been a dream. From that night on I very often had dreams, but always disagreeable ones, that they were killing me, or somebody was falling out of a window, etc. About 8 months after that I went to New Orleans. It was winter and my room was very cold. I bought a stove, 261 multiple personality 262, and the first night I had it, after I went to bed, I noticed that it lighted the whole room, and the idea of a fire came to me, and after I had been sleeping about 2 hours, I began to dream that my whole room was on fire. I tried to get out through a window, I broke one of the shutters with my fist, but did not open it. Then I went for the door and went out into the hall, where I was met by Sev. As soon as I saw them I said, "Egirl scared people," and ran back to my bed. Next day, before I kiss me anybody, I knew all that happened. Had seen from that day up to the present time I dream almost every night, and, I could almost say, all the dreams are on fires, deaths, etc. Soon after that I went to room with a brother. Once he had to stay away overnight, and the lady of the house said, "Tonight you must not have a nightmare, because your brother is not here to take care of you." That night, as usual, I had dreams, and was just going to open a door when what the lady had told me came to my mind, and I said to myself, she told me not to do it, and very quietly went back to bed. Next day they told me what they had heard me doing, which proved to me that what I remembered of my dream was right. As a rule, I always remember what I do and say, though I don't always wake up after the dreams. All the phenomena reviewed by us, the phenomena of psychopathic anesthesia and those of sensory and motor automatisms, such as crystal gazing, shell hearing, automatic writing and automatic speaking, can be reproduced artificially by hypnosis in our laboratories, provided the subject falls into a deep trance and takes post-hypnotic suggestions of motor and sensory character. It is highly, and experiments seem strongly to confirm the same view, that the different form of spontaneous automatic manifestations are of the same nature as hypnotic states. The subject first lapses into a subconscious state, from which he emerges manifesting sensory or motor or probable mental resurrection. 263 The patient may fall into the subconscious state and pass through the whole of the experience while in that condition, and then on passing out of the state may remember everything that has taken place, but not suspect having lapsed into the subconscious state. One of my cases, an active somnambulist, had similar experiences. This morning from my notes, suddenly I heard, to quote, "I have been looking for a lost parcel." A voice telling me, "You will find it on the shelf in there." I was standing by a closet door, my eyes were open. I looked through the door and could see the thing clearly. I opened the door and took it. Before the voice spoke to me, I was in a peculiar state. My mind was a blank. I was as if unconscious of walking, as if doing things automatically. She had recently similar experiences. Thus, an instrument was displaced, a voice suddenly told her, "It is in the dark room," and there it was found. The patient may fall into the subconscious state only momentarily, and take the suggestion of manifesting the automatic phenomena on emerging from the subconscious condition into the normal waking state. It appears, then, that the general law for the reverse procession of psychic content from the deeper state of the subconscious is the one condition of the merging, momentarily, of the central consciousness into the subconscious, and then the emergence of the subconscious into the focus of the upper consciousness. Chapter X The reawakening. A moment in passing from the center of consciousness to the lower regions of the subconscious is usually effecting its course gradually through all degrees of intensity, ranging from maximum to minimum. In learning to play, movements of adjustments are at first effected with much strain and intensity of attention, but a long course of exercise, practice and repetition slowly reduce the strain and intensity of attention until the act of playing and the necessary motor adjustments require the minimum of consciousness and the minimal amount of violin, for instance, the strain. In other words, the act becomes habitual, automatic. A habit is not formed suddenly. A series of repetitions are requisite, each repetition making the next one easier, thus reducing the strain and intensity of consciousness, until the minimum is reached. Of course, the minimum is moment consciousness. Some of them have a higher and some a lower minimum, although none of them may pass the absolute minimum. This largely depends on the complexity of the moment. The more complex the moment is, the higher the minimum, although relative for that particular they have all a tendency to reach ultimately the absolute limit. In other words, a more complex moment or aggregate of moments takes a larger time and a longer series of repetitions to reach the absolute minimum of consciousness. A simplification in the constitution of the moment makes the process of reduction more rapid, but the moment on its way to the minimum has nevertheless to pass through the different degrees of intensity. 264 The passage through into the reawakening. 265 Mediate stages is a necessary condition of the reduction of a functioning moment to a minimum of consciousness. In the reverse process, however, in the process of a moment's rise from the subconscious to the conscious, intermediary stages are not always requisite. The moment, buried in the obscure regions of the subconscious, may be illuminated by the intense focal light of consciousness without passing through any intermediary stages. Or fading process is like the direct dying away of light. The reverse process is like the blazing up of a torch or like the explosion of gunpowder. That intermediary stages of consciousness are not requisite in the reverse process, that is, in the process of the moment's rising from the subconscious to the conscious, we may clearly see from such a commonplace example as the recalling of a once familiar name. We look and search for the name, we try all kinds of clues, we strain our attention in the search after the lost but of no avail. In fact, the more we try, the more we feel barred from the place where that lost link is to be found, we feel lost and wandering, and finally give up the link, whole affair in great despair and turn to something else. In the middle of our work, when we have fully forgotten all about the search, the intermediary stage's name suddenly shoots up. No up at past, the whole state flares of difficult and complicated problems, and inventions, are known to occur in this way. Similarly in the phenomena of the various forms of sensory and motor automatisms, the sensory images or once solutions discoveries, the motor reactions expressive of the rising psychic state gush up suddenly from the depth of the subconscious self. In hypnosis, again, ideas and sensory motor reactions, induced by post-hypnotic suggestion, may flash suddenly upon the mind of the subject. While in trance, the sub may be told a word, or a phrase, and suggested that he should be unable to remember it on awakening, but that when he will hear the word now coming from Ject multiple personality 266 the experimenter, he should be able to remember. On emerging from the trance-re state, the subject may just be, as some say, on the tip of his tongue, he may be in a member that word or phrase, although it condition similar to the one when searching after a familiar word, but which somehow constantly eludes his mental generally, though, if the subject falls into deep grasp hypnosis, his amnesia is complete and he cannot remember anything about the word, just as if it has been erased from no sooner, however, does the signal now his memory reach him, than the forgotten word or phrase immediately and instantly flashes upon his mind. This sudden, impulsive rise of moments from the subconscious into the light of the central consciousness can be even more clearly seen, more concretely realized, so to say, in the post-hypnotic suggestion of the motor character. During hypnosis it is suggested to the subject to do a certain act on perceiving a certain signal, but that he should not have the least memory of what he is going to do before the signal is given. On coming out from the hypnotic trance, if this be deep, he remembers nothing and may engage in something else. No sooner does he perceive the signal than he jumps up and carries out the suggested act with great impetuosity and lightning-like rapidity. The suggested psychomotor reaction, hidden subconsciously, appears in the light of consciousness as instantly as the discharge of the gun on the release of the trigger, or as the ring of the electric bell at the touch of the button. If we turn to psychopathological cases, we once more meet with evidence of the same truth. We find instances the very essence of which consists in the fact that intermediary stages of the moment's transition from the subconscious to the conscious are completely wanting. The sudden onset of uncontrollable impulses and imperative ideas are notorious. Many an asylum can point to patients in its The Reawakening 267 wards, patients who have been quiet and listless for many months and even years, who rise suddenly, fell their attendant with one powerful blow and immediately after the outburst is returned to their previous listless state. Suicidal and homicidal impulses, instantaneous. Paining various forms of mental alienation, may have a sudden onset and vanish as abruptly as they came. Imperative ideas may also have the same flash-like appear. The idea enters the mind suddenly, torments the ants, patient by its insistency, and then somehow unaccountably vanishes. These impulses and ideas are like meteors. They appear lightning-like on the mind's horizon and then drop out of sight. Thus all the adduced facts now verge to one truth, that reverse procession of a moment from the subconscious region to the light of the upper consciousness need not be through intermediary stages. It may also be pointed out that intermediary stages are absent when the subconscious moment which has emerged into the focus of the upper consciousness falls back again into the region whence it has come. In fact, we may say that this fit-like process is often even more characteristic of the returning of the moment into the subconscious than of its coming. We all have experienced the fact how some ideas, whether familiar or not, often flash across the mind, and the next moment disappear as mysteriously and as tracelessly as they came. They drop into the subconscious before the upper consciousness can seize on them, fixate them and have them assimilated. Hypnoidal states are of such a nature. They are sudden upheavals from the depth of the subconscious, but often disappear from consciousness as suddenly as they appear. The same we find in the also case of uncontrollable impulses. They invade consciousness and get possession of it like an attack and then drop out of sight, sometimes not even leaving a trace or a vague memory. In the states of hypnosis, such coming and going of submultiple personality 268 conscious moments can be investigated more closely. During hypnosis, a story may be told to the subject and then a suggestion given that on awakening, when he perceives a signal, a sound, for instance, the story should occur to his mind, and that he should relate it, but that, immediately after, it should lapse from his consciousness. If the subject takes post-hypnotic suggestions, and can be put into that stage of hypnosis where amnesia can be induced, then the rise and fall of the subconscious moments are almost instantaneous, demonstrating the truth that the subconscious moment does not necessarily require to pass transitional stages in consciousness, whether forward or backward, whether it rises from the subconscious to the focus of consciousness or leaves the focus to sink into the subconscious. This want of intermediary stages in the history of the rise and fall of the subconscious moment is not uniformly the case. The subconscious moment may rise slowly, pass through intermediary stages of intensity of consciousness, and then enter the focus and may again, in departing, fade away slowly, passing by degrees through all grades of intensity in its backward course. This is especially frequent in cases when the given moment rises spontaneously from a great depth of the subconscious. The moment seems to struggle on its way with many obstacles, hence its many failures to rise to full intensity. The same thing occurs in the different forms of sensory and motor automatism. The moment buried in the depths of the subconscious does not appear at once, fully developed, but struggles up as a series of failures, blunders and errors. This fading away of the moment into the subconscious and then the rise of it, sudden or gradual, back to the focus of consciousness, constitutes the cyclical movement of the moment consciousness. Chapter 11 The Threshold of Mental Life. In discussing the psychic minimum, it has been pointed out that there is a minimum of consciousness beyond which the moment cannot fall, if it is to work efficiently in its functions and adaptations to the conditions of the external environment. The arousal of such a psychic minimum depends on the general state of the functioning aggregate. Under certain conditions the state of the functioning aggregate may change so as to make it more difficult to arouse the requisite psychic minimum. On the other hand, the con may be of such a nature as to make the psychic minimum more easily aroused. Both sets of conditions indicate an abnormal state of the functioning aggregate. Under the influence of certain toxic stimuli, such, for instance, as alcohol, cannabis and opium, the psychic minimum becomes easily aroused, associations in certain direct awakened with great rapidity, This is clearly many forms of autotoxic and bacterial maladies accompanied by high temperature and consequences are illustrated in the inducement of maniacal-like states, such, for instance, as are to be found in malaria, typhoid fever, and so on. Still clearer is the same condition revealed in the many states of mental alienation characterized by maniacal attacks, such as are to be found in the various forms of mania, simple mania, recurrent mania, alternating mania, mania furiosa and other states, in which the so-called maniacal outbreaks are manifested. In all these conditions the psychic minimum is readily aroused, the aggregate of moments has become more sensitive, and hence more responsive to stimuli coming from the external environment. 269 Multiple personality. 270 In other states the psychic minimum may be aroused. Such states may occur under the in with great difficulty. Fluence of depressive drugs, such, for instance, as the bromides, the later stages of the action of toxic and autotoxic. The man in the stage of drunkenness is awake agencies. Aimed with difficulty, the difficulty corresponding with the depth of the stage of intoxication. The patient in the later stages of high fever is in a state of stupor, a condition from which it is the harder to arouse him the more insidious and more intense the fever is. In idiopathic and the later stages of Jacksonian epilepsy, conditions which may be characterized as to their disorganized chaotic motor discharges as motor manias are often followed by states of stupor in which the arousal of the psychic minimum of the mental aggregate becomes nigh impossible. In the different forms of melancholia, such as simple melancholia, the recurrent and alternating forms, and especially in the states termed stuporous melancholia, this condition of fall of the psychic difficulty minimum, with consequent of arousal of the mental aggregate, manifested, is clearly in melancholia. The flow of associative psychomotor activity is greatly impeded, and mental synthesis is effected with difficulty. Moments require a considerable length of time to reach the fullness of their development, and their association with other moments is one of a slow, difficult and painful process. The fluctuations in the ease and difficulty of arousal of minimum of the moment aggregate are but approximately estimated in complex mental states. In the psychic more elementary forms of moments they may be determined with more or less precision by the intensity and duration of stimulation required. Even the arousal of the aggregate requires a stimulus of high intensity, then the psychic minimum is aroused with difficulty. On the other hand, when the mental aggregate requires for its arousal a stimulus of low intensity, then the psychic minimum is threshold of mental life aroused with ease. 271 The difficulty of arousal of the mental aggregate means a fall and impoverishment of the psychic minimum, while the ease of arousal or of stimulation of the aggregate means a rise of the psychic minimum. Now, it seems clear that when the functions of the mental aggregate are affected with difficulty, there is a fall of the psychic minimum and a rise of the intensity of the stimulus, and when there is ease of inducing functioning activity in the aggregate, there is a rise of the psychic minimum and consequently a fall in the intensity of the stimulus. The external stimulus and the psychic minimum stand in inverse relation to each other. If the activity of the functioning aggregate is regarded in relation to the stimulus, the two are found to be intimately related. A definite amount of stimulus is required to fall below before the aggregate can begin to function. That amount will fail to arouse the psychic minimum. Now that intensity of stimulus which is next to the one just sufficient to arouse any aggregate to functioning activity and give rise to the psychic minimum, may be termed the stimulus threshold, while the state lower than the minimum may be termed the moment threshold. In order that a moment or aggregate of moments should become in a condition to function, it must first overstep the psychic or moment threshold, attain the psychic minimum, while the external stimulus must overstep the stimulus threshold. The relation in which the thresholds stand to the psychic minimum is not the same in which they are to each other. The psychic threshold and the stimulus threshold are in if a higher stimulus is required to awaken the psychic minimum. That indicates that both the psychic and stimulus thresholds have been raised. The same condirect relation, however, increased, shows that the psychic minimum has not the thresholds and the minimum are not directly related. A rise of the thresholds is a fall of the psychic minimum, while a fall of the thresholds is a rise of multiple personality 272 psychic minimum. The thresholds and the minimum are in inverse relation. In the simpler forms of sensory experience, the stimulus threshold is found by measurements for the different senses. Thus two parallel lines are for most people barely distinguishable when the distance between them subtends an angle of less than 60 seconds. In the sense of hearing, 6 vibrations recurring between 30 to 35 per second are barely distinguishable. Below 16 vibrations per second no sensation of sound can be produced. Determined for all thresholds have been similarly other sensations. Thus the sense of touch, when tested by the sensitiometer, which, by the way, is an extremely unsatisfactory instrument, gives the average for the tip of the forefinger about 1.65 mm, on the back of the hand about 16.0 mm. Sensitivity to pain as tested by the algometer varies from 10 degrees to 15 degrees. Sensitivity to smell varies with different substances. Thus for smell of garlic sensitivity varies in detecting 1 part in 57,000 parts of water to 1 part in 44,000 parts of water, for oil of lemon from 1 to 280,000 to 1 in 116,000. Taste can detect the bitterness of quinine in a solution of 1 part quinine to about 400,000 to 450,000 of water. The sweetness of sugar can be detected in a solution of 1 part sugar to 200 of water. The taste of salt can be detected in a solution of 1 part salt to about 2,000 parts of water. In the higher and more complex moments there is no, for the present at least, to determine mathematically the amount of the stimulus threshold, but all the phenomena reviewed by us, as well as the analogy with possibility, the simpler moments leave no doubt that such a threshold and its correlative threshold of the moment consciousness play a very important part in the formation and interrelation of functioning complex moment aggregates. The moment threshold rises with the activity of the mo. The longer the duration of the activity of the moment, the greater is the relative increase of stimuli, both in numbment. Threshold of mental life 273 Ber and intensity, requisite to prolong the activity at the as our work on a subject progresses, unless new points of view unfold, serving as new stimulations, our same pitch. Interest wanes and our attention lags. In fixating a point we find that more and more effort is requisite to keep it before our eye, and that it finally disappears. Something new comes within the field of vision. In the sphere of sensation we find the same rise of moment threshold. We are all acquainted with the fact that an additional candle or lamp, for instance, in a well room does not produce the same sensory effect as when brought into a more or less dark room. An ill-lighted trick light in the sun is scarcely perceptible. An additional ounce to a lifted pound does not feel as heavy as when raised by a sound added to another sound or itself. To a noise, sounds less loud as when appearing isolated, when the same sound is silence. The same relation holds true in the case of other senses. This same truth is still more clearly brought out in the fact breaking upon or that to if we take a certain stimulus as a unit giving rise we progressively ascend a definite sensation, then as and add more and more units of the same stimulus, the intensity of the sensation is far from rising proportionately. If we take, for instance, the weight of an ounce moments as our unit of stimulation, then the successive of unit stimulations, that is, of ounces, will not give rise to as distinct and similar sensations as the initial stimulation. The second ounce will give a sensation fainter than and the third fainter than the second, and first one, on until a point is reached when the sensation of the additional ounce will not at all be appreciated, will dwindle away and almost reach the 0 point. In the same way, if the pressure of a gram is excited in the hand, successive increments of grams will not in equal degree increase the sensory effect. The additional increments of grams, though they are equal units of stimulation, give 19 multiple personality 274 rise to fainter and fainter sensations, until finally all sensory appreciation of the added unit fades away and dissipate appears. Hand is immersed in water, say at the freezing point, an addition of 10 degrees will be perceptibly appreciated, while successive increments of 10 degrees each will be felt less and less, and finally will not, in short, be noticed and become difficult to detect. Moment threshold rises with its stimulation. To bring about a sensory response of an already stimulated sensory organ, the intensity of the stimulus must be relatively increased. This is what constitutes Weber's law. The continuous progressive sensory response of a sense organ requires a constant increase of stimulations which, within certain limits, bears a constant ratio to the total stimulus. This law is sometimes summed up by psychologists in the statement that the increase of the stimulus necessary to produce an increase of the sensation bears a constant ratio to the total stimulus. It is activity raises the moment threshold, the beginning of fatigue. The rise of threshold after stimulation holds true in the whole domain of biological activity. If the gastrocnemius muscle of a frog, for instance, is stimulated by an electric current, the muscle, with each successive stimulation, responds less readily with a contraction, and this becomes more evident with the onset of fatigue. In a series of extremely interesting experiments, has shown that spermatozoids of ferns are attracted by malic acid, the progressive response of attraction of the cell requiring a constant increase of the degree of concentration of the acid, the increment of stimulations, as in the case of sensation, bearing, within certain limits, a constant ratio to the total stimulus. The threshold rises with each successive stimulation. The rise of moment thresholds increases with intensity and duration of stimulation as we approach the state of fatigue. Through the influence of exhaustion, fatigue, or threshold of mental life 275, the influence of toxic, autotoxic, emotional and other stimulations, the thresholds of certain moments have been raised. Maximal stimuli can no longer now, when such a of moment thresholds is present, the moments with so that ordinary or even call rise out any response of the moments. Raised thresholds can no longer enter into association with systems of moments with which they are usually associated, and the result is dissociation, giving rise to the great mull phenomena of functional psychosis with a subconscious background, the extent of which depends on the multitude of number of raised moment thresholds, on the extent of the dissociation effected. When a moment or aggregate of moments begins to function, it also radiates stimulations to other moments or aggregates of moments. All the aggregates which these radiated stimulations reach will not equally begin to function. Will it depend largely on the state of the aggregate and its threshold? If the radiated stimuli be minimal, the many aggregates that have a high threshold will not be affected. Furthermore, many aggregates whose arousal could at all otherwise be easily affected by the given stimulus may temporarily be in a condition in which their thresholds have become raised and thus fall outside the sphere of activity of the functioning aggregate. Usually, on the other hand, agreminimal gates that stimuli may under certain conditions get into activity by are inaccessible to those similar stimuli through the previous lowering of the threshold. Thus the aggregates set into by the functioning aggregate are conditioned by the rise and fall of their thresholds. In case where the threshold of an aggregate is raised, the radiating minimal stimuli coming from a particular functioning aggregate may become efficient and reach the old of the total aggregate activity when another aggregate begins to function. This holds true even in the case when the minimal stimuli coming from two different aggregates are threshold, simultaneously. 276 Multiple personality just below the threshold stimulus. Thus, under certain conditions, when visual stimuli are barely or not at all discernible, they can become intensified by reinforcing them with auditory stimuli. This is commonly found in the fact of forgetfulness of a name or of some event, and in the we try to find the name and seek to come to it in one line of thought, but of no avail. New lines are attempted, and finally the combined activity of the systems reach the lapsed aggregate whose threshold, through a lapse, the nature of which will be discussed afterward, has become temporarily raised. We find the same truth further exemplified in the case of the infant under my observation. When with the nipple in his mouth the infant ceased nursing, the sucking movements could be induced again by stimulating some other sense organ. The tactile pressure, temperature and taste stimuli coming from the nipple in the infant's mouth became insufficient to stimulate to activity the functioning aggregate of sucking movement on account of its raised threshold, and only additional stimulation could bring mode of its recovery about a further functioning of the lapsed aggregate. This, of course, could also be effected by making the tactile and pressure stimuli coming from the nipple more intense, such, for instance, as shaking the nipple while the infant kept it in his mouth. This increase of intensity, however, mainly indicates that the stimuli were no longer effective, and was requisite, a stimulus that might come either from the same aggregate or from a totally deaf additional stimulus-front aggregate. In the many cases of post-hypnotic amnesia, we find the same truth further illustrated. In the deeper stages of hypnosis, from which the subject awakens with no remembrance of what had occurred during the state of hypnosis, the lapsed memories can still be brought into the upper consciousness by plying the subject with many questions. During the trance or during the intermediate stages, with threshold of mental life 277 subsequent trance and suggested amnesia, the subject is made to perform a certain action, to light and extinguish the gas 4 times in succession, or to open and close the door 4 times. The subject is then awakened from he remembers nothing of what has taken place. If he is asked point blank whether he remembers any incidents of his hypnotic state, he answers with an emphatic trance, negative. If now the subject is asked whether he knows how much 2 times 2 are, or his attention is incidentally directed to the gas or to the door, he at once becomes reflective. The subconscious memories are on the way to surge up, and a few further indirect questions, the number depending on the depth of hypnosis, finally bring about the threshold that has risen at the end of lost memories. The trance is stepped over by the combined effect of the many stimulations coming from different directions, and the subconsciously submerged moment or aggregate of moments surges up to the focus or nucleus of the upper consciousness. Once a particular moment is stimulated in its appropriate may go on developing, and usually does so by stimulating and setting into activity aggregates of moments associated with it, or may form new combinations of aggregates. The solution of a problem may present great difficulties, but once started on the appropriate line, the whole series of combinations goes on unfolding, stimulating other moments and aggregates and forming more and more complex combinations. Thus, Archimedes, as the story runs, while in the bath made discovery of the law of Newton under the apple tree made the Hughes was startled by the idea of symmetry in his discovery of the laws of crystallography. Goethe was led to his conception of metamorphosis and evolution by a skull on the plains of Italy. Darwin, by reading Malthus's economical treatise on population, was inspired to work out the great principles of the specific gravity. Discovery of universal gravitation. Multiple personality 278 Struggle for existence and natural selection. Myers was led by the greater redness of blood in the blood vessels of grand conceptions of transform and equivalence of energy. All these examples illustrate tropical patients to concentrate the fact that once a moment has been started, it goes on developing by stimulating other cognate moments and aggregates to functioning activity. The same condition is also found in psychopathic borderland states, such as dreams. In dreams, a peripheral stimulus gives rise to sensations that start the functioning of moments, which in their turn give rise to fantastic combinations of different aggregates. This fantastic combination of aggregates, giving rise to the functioning of otherwise unusual, or what may be termed abnormal due to the fact of redistribution of the dream state, is characterized by a rise of the thresholds of the moments and aggregates that have been functioning during the waking states, the thresholds of these aggregates having been raised through fatigue. In such a state as this, moments that have their thresholds relatively or absolutely lowered through rest, in other words, moments or aggregates that are unusual during the waking state, will become aroused and begin to function. Hence the phantasms of the world of stellations is largely thresholds in the dream state. Dreams. Chapter 12. The threshold in abnormal mental life. In the interrelation of moment aggregates, the moment threshold plays an important role, since its oscillations, its height and fall are at the basis of their associations and dissociations. Consciousness, consisting of complex aggregates of moments, passes in the course of degeneration through stages in the inverse order in which it has been built up. The complex aggregates of the higher type become dissolved, dissociated into less complex aggregates of moments of lower types. Constellations become disaggregated into clusters, clusters into communities, communities into systems, systems into groups, and groups may become decomposed into their constituent elements. The process of disaggregation may be slow or rapid, but its course is the same. It is from constellations to groups, from higher to lower types of moments. With the process of dissolution going on in a mental aggregate, we find modifications and redistributions of thresholds of all those moments with which the dissolving aggregate is directly or indirectly connected. A variation produced in one moment threshold tends to modify all the rest. An aggregate consists of many subordinate aggregates, and with its dissolution many moment thresholds become modified, affecting other thresholds of moments with which the constituents of the given aggregate are interrelated. The slow heightening of the thresholds going hand in hand with the process of disaggregation may result in a 279 multiple personality 280 permanent rise of thresholds, or may end in a paradoxical the components of the dissolving or fall of thresholds. Already dissolved aggregate fall into the subconscious, the moment thresholds become lowered. While the thresholds of the moments, when stimulated through the components of the dissolving aggregate, become insurmountable, the components of the moments become more ble through the lowering thresholds, easily accessing the attempt if is we are thus met with made through the subconscious. The paradoxical state in which anesthesias are also hyperesthesias, and amnesias are at the same time hypomnesias. In fact, we may assert that all psychopathic functional disturbances, that is, disturbances in which great rise of moment thresholds with consequent functional dissociation of moment aggregates have taken place, present this seemingly contradictory double aspect of loss and presence, of a hyperesthetic anesthesia and a hypomnesic amnesia. E-distribution with rise and fall of thresholds gives us a clue to the phenomena of functional psychosis. The dissolution of a moment aggregate sets the comfrey, which become through subconscious intercommunication more easily accessible. In other words, the ponents of process disaggregation, moment thresholds, reveals while raising by the conscious low subconscious thresholds, in the same way as distraction of the attention reveals the presence of an exaggerated reflex knee-jerk, or as the removal of the cerebrum in a frog reveals the low thresholds of the spinal nervous aggregates. Science is in fact a reflex consciousness, and the subcognate's activity becomes fully revealed with the removal or dissolution of as long as a group, the upper strata of consciousness, system, community, cluster, forms a part of an aggregate, it is more difficult to have it aroused to function than when it is dissociated, isolated from its other constituents. This relation may be formulated in the statement that the rise of threshold is directly proportional to the complexity of abnormal mental life 281, the aggregate, and inversely proportional to the simplicity of its constitution. The simpler an aggregate is, the lower are the moment thresholds. This truth is clearly manifested in the case the child is easily aroused to action. Slight stimuli divert its attention in different directions, and any idea and image crossing its mind has its motor manifester in savages, too. We meet with a similar condition of Shan's mind. Mental life is simple, and any passing mood and emotion have immediate motor manifestations. In the of children mentally defective, such as the imbecile, the cretin, the idiot, the systems that are more or less intact are easily aroused by slight stimuli. In other words, the aggregates have low thresholds. In psychopathic cases and in the insane we meet once more with similar conditions of monaggregates, till the moment thresholds fall and become lower with the process of degeneration. The same thing is manifested in the state of belief induced in persons whose mental life is narrow and belief is the beginning of action. Now in children, savages, and mentally defective, belief is easily induced. This is clearly manifested in the case of suggestibility, which in fact is closely connected with the state of belief. It is notorious how children are extremely suggestible. So are savages, so are mentally defective persons of narrow thought and low education, and also the mentally unbalanced and insane. Anything, no matter how absurd, that with their expectations is greedily accepted and immediately acted upon. Insane delusions in the different forms of melancholia and paranoia seem to present an exception to our statement, but as a matter of fact they falls into, falsion is in line. Considering the fact that any such is readily accepted by the insane, if it only goes to whatever can be a semi-strengthen the central delusion. Lated by the functioning mental aggregate gains easy demonstrating the fact that even where the access, clearly, multiple personality 282 mental disease of such a nature as to have his moment thresholds raised, conditions found in the various forms melancholias, still systems are set into of the chief activity organized by the functioning slightest stimuli low threshold of the dissociated active moments. All other conditions remaining the same, it may be asserted that the simpler in structure a moment becomes Shan's showing at the lower falls threshold. It's an aggregate in the state of disaggregation will have the thresholds of its constituent moments progressively lowered, the fall being directly proportional to the depth of the disaggregative process. The continuous functioning of an aggregate brings about a process of disaggregation, the moment threshold of the given aggregate slowly rising until the reverse process of aggregation sets in, more or less restoring the previous state of the moment threshold. This is partly to be seen in the phenomena of fluctuation of the attention. If an object, say on a blot of ink, at first the interest flags, then there is a persistent tendency to look away from the blot, transfer the gaze to something else, and finally the whole blot vanishes from the field of attention and vision. New, persistent, though fluctuating efforts of attention are requisite to keep the object, the image, the idea before the focus of mental vision. Functioning of the particular mental aggregate is slowly bringing about a process of disaggregation, thereby raise attentioning the is fixed on moment threshold, making further functioning more difficult, and finally having it arrested through the maximum rise of the moment threshold. This rise of threshold through function makes it possible for other aggregates to be aroused in the order of the heights of their thresholds. The lower the threshold, the earlier is the aggregate stimulated; the higher the threshold, the later is the aggregate set into activity. Fluctuations of moment thresholds and formation of combinations of moment aggregates are of special abnormal mental life. 283 maniacal states of different form of mental alienation present a similar distribution of thresholds. Maniacal states, wherever they occur, present in pathological states, center disintegration of the total interrelation of aggregates of moments as synthesized in the principal constellation, with a consequent lowering of the disintegrated constituent aggregates. Once such disorganization is induced, any stimulus may call forth an aggregate, which, through radiating stimulations, it may awaken all kinds of combinations and constellations in the aggregates the thresholds of which have been lowered. These aggregates, liberated from the control of the principal constellation, when stimulated, naturally give rise to chaotic, meaningless kaleidoscopic play of moments. The maniac is full of activity, his muscles are in constant play, and when the attack is at its height, he is continually gesticulating, shouting, singing. Fight reflexes are and screaming. Lively, running, dancing, reactions are intensive. Verbal associations are greatly facilitated. Disintegration of moment aggregates, redistribution and fall of thresholds are the cardinal traits that characterize maniacal states, wherever they are found, whether in the general somatic diseases, or in the conditions of mental alienation. Now in all states of such a nature, once a moment is started to activity, it goes on developing by ever forming new fantastic combinations. This process is very much similar in character to the activity of the moments in dream states. The difference between the two being that while the combinations in the dream states are largely due to a rise of moment thresholds, in the maniacal states different combinations and connection of moments are mainly due to a fall of the moment thresholds. Maniacal states, on account of the general fall of moment thresholds, are very much similar to the waking states. In both the waking and maniacal states the condition of reduction of the moment thresholds is to be 284 found. Multiple personality maniacal states are waking states with the difference that they are abnormal, psychopathic states. All his only waking the maniac is too much awake, responding with being to every slight and passing stimulus. In a state of intoxication, his mind and body are shaky and unstable, as if he were under the influence of strong. The maniac seems to be possessed by powerful, liquors, active and malicious demons of the world of spirits. The nature of maniacal states gives us also a clue as to how to counteract them, and if possible, when the process of degeneration has not advanced far, to bring about a synthesis of the moment aggregates and thus re-establish the controlling synthetic life activity of the disintegrated principal constellation, constituting the personal character of the particular individual as the result of his whole life history and development. To free the maniac from the baneful action of the world of demons, the influence of those harmful spirits must be removed. The patient's psychic life must be better defended and protected against the demoniacal possession by surrounding him with higher battlements and stronger fortifications. In other words, mania can be reduced by raising the moment threshold. This rise of the threshold may come on by itself, and the maniacal states may even pass into states of melancholy. States of melancholy, whether found in general somatic diseases or in conditions known as insanity, are character and rise of the thresholds of the more or less general rise of the ist by a redistribution moment aggregates. Thresholds makes it difficult for the usual combinations of moment aggregates to become formed. Combinations of incongruent moment aggregates, the thresholds of which are relatively lower, are alone in a condition to function. The field of consciousness becomes narrowed, the subcontinent higher. The course of psi's thresholds rise higher mental activity, on account of the rise of the thresholds of the moment aggregates, is limited and confined to a narrow abnormal mental life field, in which only those 285 moment aggregates can participate, the thresholds of which are relatively lower than the ensuing result is the formation of a delusion, which becomes the more pronounced and the more fixed the rest. Longer the general conditions of the rise of moment thresh the mind of the melancholic, especially in and turns in one narrow groove delved out by the delusion. The gradual olds continue. The chronic forms, becomes inactive, growth of difficulty in effecting combinations of moment aggregates, due to the gradual rise of the moment thresholds, are accompanied by unpleasant moods and painful emotions so highly characteristic of melancholic states. In this respect of mood and emotion, melancholic states differ radically and in fact are the very opposite of the maniacal states, in which the moment thresholds are lowered and the formation of moment aggregates and their combinations are effected with greater ease, giving rise to agreeable moods and pleasant emotions. Melancholic states may be said to be characterized by the cardinal traits of redistribution and rise of moment thresholds, by a narrowed activity concomitant with a painful emotional condition. The moment aggregate aroused mind grow, and by a stimulus will in the melancholic develop and arouse to activity moment aggregates, the low enough to be reached by the radiating stimulations coming from the primarily awakened moment aggregate. On account of the more thresholds of which are or less general rise of synthesis has but a moment thresholds, the process of narrow selection. Time, as the process of synthesis is in the course of more often repeated, and stable combinations of moment aggregates become formed. The longer the general states of the rise of moment thresholds last, the more stable do these combinations of moment aggregates become, and finally they become so firmly organized as to form stable compounds. The melancholic states become chronic. Definite. 286 Multiple personality. The rise of moment thresholds in melancholic states can be easily demonstrated by observation, and especially by experimentation. The mind of the melancholic patient is concentrated on his miserable condition and fixed on his principal delusion. Moments relating to his general state are alone active, while others are awakened with great difficulty. Reaction time is retarded in melancholia, and the most simple questions must, so is association time, often be repeated a number of times before they are fully. The answers come only after a considerable time, and sometimes they are not forthcoming at all. Especially realized. Is this the case when questions relate to subjects lying outside the narrow field of the patient's delusions? This rise of the thresholds and consequent narrowing of the field of consciousness is clearly seen in stuporous melancholia, but it is still more clearly demonstrated by experiments, even in the mild cases, and early the method of association is value stages of melancholia. Able for testing the degree of narrowness of the field of consciousness, the height of the rise of the moment threshold, the strength and extent of the organization of the moment consciousness constituting the principal delusion. Patient, for instance, is if told that when a word is given to him, he should immediately tell a series of words that mind and pronounce them in quick succession as rapidly as possible. It is found, when an interval come into his of 5 or 10 seconds is allowed for the experiment, that the patient cannot tell more than a word or two, and more often nothing at all, the mind being a perfect blank. The same holds true, if the patient is told that when a word will be pronounced he should tell any phrase that happens accidentally to come into his mind. The result is the same, the mind is a blank. The words and phrases given by the patient, when such are given at all, are found to relate to his principal delusion. The moment aggregates are organized round the principal moment, which forms the abnormal mental life 287 kernel of the delusion, the whole combination forming a compound. The great stability of the combination of moment aggregates is a very characteristic and also very important trace stable of melancholic states. In respect to stability, melancholic with maniacal states, the psychic states contrast strongly, combinations of which are extremely unstable and fluctuating. Melancholic states have a great similarity to sleeping. The conditions in both are very much alike. The more or less general rise of the moment thresholds in more states. Ancholic states, with only a relative fall of thresholds in a more or less narrowed field of moment aggregates, brings the melancholic states very near to the dream consciousness of sleeping states. In fact, we may say that melancholia is a sleeping state, only sleeping state. It is an abnormal, or psychopathic. The melancholic dreams with his eyes open. The dream of melancholia is unchangeable, fixed, as it is of the nature of a nightmare. The melancholic has on him the relentless grip of a horrible incubus. From the depressing sleeping states the melancholic may awake, he may then have lucid intervals, and with the further removal of inhibition with the fall of thresholds, may even pass into states of excitement, into states of maniacal exaltation. This view of melancholic states from the standpoint of moment threshold is not purely theoretical. It is not entirely devoid of practical application. For it suggests a way of how to alleviate the condition of these unfortunates. As our investigations have shown that melancholic states consist in a rise of the moment thresholds, with a consequent formation of extremely limited combinations of moment aggregates, the only way to counteract this state of things is to endeavor by different means, whether by stimulants or by other agencies, to demolish the great heights of those thresholds. To counteract effectively melancholic multiple personality 288 states and to bring about a dissolution of the stably organ moment compounds, one must direct the delusional battering ram against the thresholds. In the treatment of melancholia, the psychiatrist must keep before his and only one paramount principle, mind. Reduce the following hospital notes of observations and X1 thresholds. Experiments on a case carried out by Dr. Ahega, under my direction, may be of interest to the reader. Admitted 1896, age 19. To Manhattan State Hospital, the 21st of March, Semstris, Hungary. Reads and single. Diag, melancholia acute. Writes. Patient noisy and screaming, does not seem to know what goes on about her. She is morose and sullen. Excitable on admission, troublesome, says, there is something the matter with me, my head aches, I think I am, from other people. Has ill-defined delusions of persecution, is depressed and melancholy. Is excitable at times and noisy, if interfered with. Patient became despondent about a month ago. She complained of being sick and having no appetite, was very irritable and took a dislike to members of the family. The 30th of March. Patient becoming quiet, speaks little, appears confused. 1 month later speaks only with members of family, and in June speaks to no one. From this time on patient remained in this condition, with but little change from time to time. Different, tube-fed the greater part of the time, occasionally spoon and occasionally up, and was helped about the ward. No time would she make any voluntary movements, she never soiled herself. She was on thyroid treatment for several months and improved during this time. From this time on patient remained in a stuporous and cataleptic condition for 2 years. Fed, at the 29th of January, She is 1898. Patient cataleptic, lies in stuporous condi tube fed, eyes are closed, with abnormal mental life, some tremor of the lids. 289 Various stimuli tried, such as and pain, but retickling, disagreeable odors, electricity, sponses were absent or barely perceptible. Occasionally has never been seen to sleep, but lies in the same stuporous manner night and day. She assumes strange positions at times. She was given 6 ounces of spiritus effrumenti in 3/2 an hour after first dose. Patient began to cry and moan later on, to sing and talk, spoke about her previous life, said her mother was poor and she had had to work very hard, but that Miss O'Donnell, the forewoman in the shop, had been very kind to her, said that 2 doctors had been in and had given her some brandy. She spoke about her sister not having been to see her for some time, called the nurse by her name, asking her to excuse her for doses by tube. Giving so much trouble, that she knew she had her eyes but she could not open them. She asked for would not know herself. Sang constantly in a drunken manner nearer, my God, Grady to thee, and on being asked, sang also Cosi. This song came out while she was in the hospital. Her manner was that of a sane and drunken person. She then became quiet, and when roused would make an effort to closed, looking glass, and said she sing. January 30th. More docile, in her usual condition, but seems will move hands on being urged, drinks milk bread and milk from spoon, will partially open eyes if urged. Later eats rice, no special treatment, patient quiet all day. Night nurse stated that patient apparently slept patient up and in usual quiet condition when seen at 10 a.m. No drug given, was made to stand and left in order to see if she would seat herself. She swayed considerably, but remained in the same place, was gently directed to a chair, but in trying to sit, missed the chair and fell, her eyes being shut, and received a slight abrasion of the ear allowers. 20 Multiple personality 290 She seemed quite disturbed by this, her pulse rose to and she appeared agitated. She was taken to a room and stimuli, such as snuff, blown in her nostrils, and snow on her neck tried, but without success. Ridicule was tried. She was told that she would be a success in a dime museum as an ossified woman, at which she smiled, and her arms were put in the position of a banjo player and a jig whistled, which also amused her. Her abdomen was kneaded over the stomach. This was done suddenly and roused her. She showed signs of distress and attempted to leave the chair, opening her eyes and apparently starting to speak, but quickly regained her quiet, and after this the same process brought no response. So far the results undoubtedly show that if a stimulus, new and unexpected, is tried, a response is almost certain, but if the same thing is repeated, she seems prepared and will take no notice of it. In the afternoon she was taken to the patient's dance, in the hope that the change and the music might rouse her. She was in the care of a nurse, who was instructed to note her actions carefully and try and interest her in the proceedings. She opened her eyes on reaching the hall, and after apparently taking a look around, closed them and kept them closed except for this, and for the fact that she opened them slightly at various times on the walk to the hall. She remained in her usual condition. Her physical condition has improved since the experiments, her tongue becoming clean and her breath less foul. In regard to sleeping, the nurse thinks that she was asleep, but is not sure, as she did not snore, but her breathing seemed heavier. Chin 100 than normal. One nurse who had charge of her for some time states that she never slept, but lay in a kind of stupor all the time. The 31st of January patient received 4 ounces of spfrumenti. The effect was not very marked. Sheetus abnormal mental life 291 talked and later read aloud 5 pages from a book given her, asking about the words she could not make out. She was not as excitable as usual. the 1st of February received 4 ounces spiritus frumenti at 10:30 am. At 3 p.m. she was dressed, visitors being in the wards till this time, and she walked with some difficulty, would not respond to or notice any cues. February 2d. In the morning. Was dressed with the other patients, no spiritus frumenti. Sat about the ward during day, could not be made to talk, but ate her meals and allowed herself to be led about walks well. February 3d. Up and sitting in ward, takes no notice of efforts made to rouse her. Patient received 6 ounces of spiritus frumenti in 3 doses. A little later opened eyes on being urged and kept them open for about half a minute at a time. She laughed, cried and sang, would speak a little when questioned, was intoxicated and incoherent. She had talked with the nurses and eaten her dinner with a good appetite. Later on she was taken into a separate room off the ward and an effort made to hold much as possible. She said she felt and that her stomach ached and she wanted to go to bed. She was apparently but slightly, if at all, under the effect of the whiskey. She had a tendency to fall back into her stuporous condition, and this was combated. She kept her eyes resolutely closed. She would remain quiet for about a minute and then suddenly make some remark, in nearly every case repeating some phrases overheard by her previously. She would stop in the middle of a sentence suddenly, as if she had lost her train of thought, and cry out in anger and clasp her head and say, "Oh, don't make me talk," or "I can't say anything," and begin her attention as tired to scream. When quiet, it is difficult to rouse her or get her to speak, but while speaking, if a question is abruptly multiple personality 292 put to her, she would answer, and sometimes would carry on a short conversation. Her answers were, as a rule, very her memory is sensible, and she would sometimes joke. Very good, and at times extraordinary. She spoke about her commitment, and said, with a laugh, that a doctor had asked her if she heard voices or saw visions. It was only by the most constant effort that her attention could be held or her interest excited, but during the period of 2 hours that she was questioned she improved in her attention. She laughed frequently and had fewer outbreaks of screaming and had an appearance of animation. She gradually recovered from the effect of the whiskey without lapsing into stupor, and continued to talk while quite sober. Later on she returned to the ward and ate supper, and asked to be taken into the room, the first time she had made such a request. In the evening she was in her usual stuporous condition. The principal point in this method of work is the lowering of moment thresholds, no matter by what means such lowering is effected. The best way is to use various stimuli at different intervals, so that the patient should not become habituated to them, which may on this account lose the patient in the intervals should be stimulated and exertion. When complex moment thresholds become lowered, moments submerged into the subconscious step over the threshold and enter consciousness. Such a fall of the moment threshold is often found under the influence of effect. To greater activity intoxicating drugs. Slight stimuli of minimal intensity set into active function numerous moment aggregates endlessly varying in their combinations, intensity and vividness. Thus under the influence of opium or of hashish long-forgotten incidents arise with such intensity and vividness that one cannot help recognizing them. The rise and fall of moment thresholds stand out clearly and definitely in cases of sensory derangement where hypo-abnormal mental life 293. In the case of hyperesthesia, the threshold is raised, while in hyperesthesia the resthesia or hyperesthesia is present. Threshold is lowered. In hyporesthesia, to pass the thresh and reach the psychic minimum the stimulus must either be intensified or a series of stimulations must become summated before a moment aggregate, with its psychic minimum, is aroused to activity. Thus in a case under my observation and experimentation, a case suffering from old tactual anesthesia, with hyperesthesia of pain, pressure, temperature and kinesthetic sensations, a stimulus to reach consciousness and be felt bad either to be very intense or a series of stimuli had to be given in quick succession. When a series of intense stimuli were given in quick succession and thus became summated, overstepping the raised threshold, the many stimulations were felt as one. If was given, the patient felt nothing at all, but if the pricks came one after another in quick succession, then the patient declared that pain was felt as if a prick was given. If asked how many pricks, the patient either answered, "I do not know," or declared them to be one. The same holds true in the case of the other sensory. For instance, a strong prick stimulations or series of quite intense pressure, pain or temperature stimuli, they are felt as one, their multiplicity not being discriminated, their total amount being just sufficient to give rise to one impression. This impression is often so vague that it is often hard, if not impossible, for the patient to localize the stimulated place or point out the direction where a series of pain, pressure or temperature spots have been excited in quick succession, forming a line having a certain direction. Stimulation is the patient, while experiencing the often even unable to tell to which hand the stimulus was applied, whether to the right or to the left. The same holds true in the case of the kinesthetic. When I get hold of the patient's hand and move it slowly, the hand can be changed in position. Hand sensations. Multiple personality 294 almost through an angle of 90 degrees, and the patient, when not in the least aware of the change. The blindfolded patient thinks that the hand is in the same place and in the same position. When a series of quick, sharp movements are impressed on the hand, the patient feels the movement, but does not know in which hand to localize the movement, nor is she cognizant of its direction. It is only an intense wrench of the hand, arm or forearm that can raise in the patient a full consciousness of the movement impressed both as to locality and direction. Stimulation is if the intensity of the decreased, but the extensity increased, the same result follows. Thus when the stimulated area is increased, the patient tensity is able to feel a stimulus of less. In this holds true of all sensations with the exception of touch. In other words, the raised moment thresholds can be overstepped either by a higher intensity or a greater extensity of stimulations. The following case of aphasia brought to me by Dr. Winter, instructor in neurology at the New York Medical College, is of interest from this standpoint. Annie Bell, age 30, Irish. Came to my laboratory May 4 years ago. When patient was 26, she had a sudden apoplectic attack while on the street. She was 20, 1900. Taken home in a state of unconsciousness. Since that time her right side is affected. There is a marked tremor and hand and leg. There is a history of is denied by patient. Patient has always been well up to the time of the attack. Family persis in the right, alcoholism, syphilis history is negative. Reflexes are exaggerated, Euler accommodation, pupillary reaction and binoc. Patient complains of there is a hyposesthesia of all the forms of sensations on the affected side and also that of kinesthesia. With her eyes closed, patient is not able to reproduce well with her left hand the different positions produced by slow and very light rotations of the right hand. Severe headaches are normal. Abnormal mental life 295 dynamometric pressure for left hand is 70 for right hand, the movements of the tongue are normal. 55 Patient's mental life is greatly affected. Questions must be repeated before she answers them. There is considerable difficulty in forming the answer, which is often incorrect. Although patient was to school, and before her attack she could write quite well, after the attack, All her school knowledge, and along with it her ability of writing, was completely gone. She could read neither written nor printed letters. In the examination of the patient, she gave her name correctly, but when asked how old she was, she first said 40, and then corrected to 30. When asked what year it was, she could not answer. 1900. Is it? Patient answered, I. When a paper with the date of 1900 was shown to her, she did not know what it was. When her don't know address was asked, she said, 284 Bleecker Street, right number 285. When asked, is it 275, she said, yes. Do you know the name of the city? A. New York. Q. What country do you live in? No answer. Q. Is the what name of this country? No answer. Q. Is it England? A. No. Q. Q. Is it Ireland? A. No. Q. What is the name of this country? No answer. GQ. Is it the United States? A. Yes. Q. Is it the northern or southern part in which you live? A. Northern. Q. What is the name of your husband? A. Tom. Bella. 8, no, 2, correct. Q. How many children have you? 2 is correct. Q. Q. 1 living and 1 dead. What is your husband's occupation? A driver. How much does he make a week? A $12. Q. What was your occupation before marriage? Laundry. A. Multiple personality 296. Q. How old is your child? A. 8 years. The more familiar associations, having a low threshold, could thus be easily awakened. Patient is unable to talk in connected sentences and speaks in monosyllables. The following is an example of her speech. My sister, going away, 3 months, in the country, got a fellow up nice time, sprang, shearing strings. There. Write to him. In-law broke it up. Nice. How once upon time. Mother all for drink. And 5 children. 1 dead and other living. An awful headache once in a while, top of me. Shaking much. Patient has great difficulty to pronounce the word shaking. Lips twitched. She tried again and again, and failed. Better. Patient, if I ever get better. Leg to ever get however, repeats single words well, mispronounces only when she has to repeat a whole phrase. Her mother told us that the patient could not name objects correctly, but that she does it quite well now. Different objects were shown to the patient, and she named them correctly, though there was some difficulty noticed in the process of recollection of the names. She could recognize pictures, but named them with diff. The more familiar pictures took a shorter time. She could identify, however, the represented object when the name was given to her. During the experiments of naming objects which required her utmost attention, the tremor in her hands completely ceased. The patient was asked whether she could picture to her. When asked if she answered, yes. Self a dog or a cat. She could picture to herself her husband, she likewise answered affirmatively. It is, however, doubtful whether the patient really understood the questions. Colors were shown to the patient. She recognized them and sorted them well, with the exception of yellow. She abnormal mental life 297 does not know the name of color yellow, but remembers the names of colors. She does not recognize the shades of yellow as yellow even when told. With her eyes closed, a lemon was put into her hand, and when asked what it was, she said, a ball. Q. Is it hard or soft? A soft. Told to smell and then asked what the object was, patient said it was a lemon. With her eyes closed, she could by sense of touch and pressure and kinesthesis give the correct name of familiar objects, such as scissors. ATQ. Can you spell cat? A C patient was not quite sure of the spelling. Q. Can you spell pretty? I can't. Q. Is it K, L, M? I don't know. Patient knows about half of the letters of the alphabet if the letters are named to her, others she cannot identify even when named, they seem to have been entirely gone from her memory. She can distinguish figures from letters, although she cannot name them and does not know them. Patient can count up to 20, and if aided, up to. She also knows that after 40 comes 50, and beyond 100 she cannot go. 101 is an unknown, if not an unknowable quantity to her. She traces letters quite well, although she reproduces them imperfectly a minute after. Q. How much is 2 and 3? A 5. Q. 3 and 1. A 4. Q. 6 and 1. A 7. Q. 1 and 6. A 16. Q. 2 and 6. Patient did not know. When, however, vertical strokes are made in groups of 5 and 3, she counts the marks, adds them up correctly, and then she knows how much 5 and 3 are in the abstract. This, however, is very slow. Sometimes, 35. So on up to 100. After counting the strokes, she still fails to give the correct answer, when the numbers are given in the abstract. The multiple personality 298 threshold is thus higher for the abstract than for the concrete and the sensory. The threshold can be passed by the help of sensory experience, such as visual, tactile, and so on. She was then asked the following questions. Q. What is more, 6 or 5? A 6. Q. 18 or 75? I don't know. Q. 18 or 20? A 20. Q. 20 or 75? I don't know. When, however, more complex figures were asked in the concrete form of dollars, she gave correct answers. Q. What is more, $43 or $39? A $43. Q. $15 or $76? A $76 or $75? A $75. Q. $18. With her eyes closed, a watch was held close to her ear and she was asked to tell what it was. She said, tick, tick, tick. Q. What is it? She could not tell the name. No reply. Q. Is it a wagon? Q. Is it a watch? A yes, yes. She was told to open her eyes, and she was asked to tell the time. Patient gave the correct time with each change of the movement of the hands of the watch. As patient knew some of the letters, syllables were made of them and she was asked to pronounce them. She could not do it. Thus she knew letter B and letter A, but when asked to read the composite syllable BA, she could not do it. The same was in the case of low and of. When shown syllable of and asked if it would read as of, she did not know. The following series of figures were given to her in order to test her memory: 23, 47, 89, 76, 52. Abnormal mental life 299. The series was shown to her and she was told the value. She was then asked what the first one was. She could not tell. After telling her 5 times, she was asked what the first number was. She still could not tell. Patient is conscious of her defective memory and right away forget them. She was then told again, says, and once more asked, what is the first one? She then of each number gave the correct answer, 23. Q. What is the second? I don't know. Q. What is the third? What is the second? Q, is it 50? I know. Q, is it 60? I know. Q, is it 40? Yes. Q, is it 49? Q, I don't know. I don't know. No. Is it 43? Yes. What is the first? 27. The interesting point is that she learned readily the individual figures, but she could not learn their combination, just as in reading she learned some of the letters of the alphabet, but she could not learn the syllables, that is, the combination of the sounds even when the individual values of the sounds were known to her. To test patient's memory, and especially her power of representation, the following questions were put to her. Q. How many sides has a square? Answer. Patient could not. Q. How many sides has a box? Q has a box, a top and a bottom. Yes. 4. How many sides has a box? 4. How many sides has a house? The front. Q. How many more sides has a house? Patient seems Q. Puzzled. Q. How many legs has a chair? 4. How many legs has a table? 4. These questions were put to the patient with her eyes shut. Multiple personality 300. How many toes have you? 5. How many on both feet? 10. Q. How many toes and fingers have you? 20. The and Q. How much is 10 and 10? 20. Q. Swear is given very slowly. She could not have given this had been put in its pure correct reply if the question abstract form. Q. How much is 5 and 5 and 5 and 5? 20, very slowly. Q. How many legs has a horse? 4. Horses are quite familiar to the patient since her attack, as patient lives in a large city and in a place where driver very great, and besides, her husband is a when. However, the less familiar question was put to her, how many legs has a bird? Patient was puzzled. The traffic is then said, 3. Has a bird got 3 legs? I don't know. Q. Instead of the general form the question was put in a more particular form, a Q. How many legs has a chicken? Q. Has a chicken 4 legs? 4. Patient embarrassed. Don't know, I don't understand you. IQ. How many legs has a cat? Familiar. 4. How many legs has a chicken? I don't know. Q. Has a chicken teeth? Q. No. What do you use in drinking tea? Q. What more? A saucer. Q. What more? Nothing. Q. Don't you make it sweet? Yes. Q. Do you stir it? Yes, spoon. A cup. Q. Sugar. Q. Is pepper sweet? Q. Is it salty? No. What is the taste of pepper? I don't know. Q. Would it taste hot? Yes. Q. Would it taste bitter? Yes. Q. What is the taste of vinegar? Sour. Q. Abnormal mental life. Q. What is the color of silver? 301. I don't know, don't understand. Q. Is silver blue? Q. Is it red? Q. No. I know. What is its color? I don't know. A more familiar color of a very familiar object was then asked. What is the color of grass? Green. What is the color of gold? Patient kept on repeating the word gold many times, as if one trying hard to Q. Recall but did not succeed. Q. Is gold blue? I know. Q. Is it green? I know. Q. Is it yellow? A yes in, oh, yes, many nervous diseases where the advanced stages by complete loss of the muscular sense and of kinesthesis, the early stages present phenomena of are characterized rise of threshold. This can be verified in the initiator. Thus in an interesting case that came under my observation, the patient for about the course of 2 years revealed no other symptoms, except severe attacks of periodic nausea and vomiting, and on an examination revealed no sensory motor derangements indicative of any lesions of the active progress of a pathological process. A closer examination, however, by the method of minimal impressions revealed a great rise of the threshold for kinesthesis in the toes. The case was afterward regarded to be one of TABS. I may add, by the way, that the method of minimal impressions in relation to the rise of thresholds can be used in many forms of nervous diseases from a purely practical diagnostic standpoint, the method being all the more valuable in the initiatory stages of TABS. Of the malady. In hypnosis and trance states they are often found reduced. Moment thresholds. The fall of the thresholds in these subconscious states gives rise to an extreme condi multiple personality 302 of hyperesthesia. This hyperesthesia is by no means of an organic character, but purely of a functional psy. In other words, the hypnotic hyperestheopathic nature. Esthesia is not at all due to a modification within the peripheral sense organs, but simply and solely to a lowering of moment thresholds of the more complex and higher constellations of moment aggregates. Stimuli of minimal the intensity, which in the waking state cannot overstep the higher thresholds of the higher constellations of moment aggregates, constituting the personal self-consciousness of the individual, are enabled to do so when the trance state is induced and the moment thresholds are lowered. The impressions are subconsciously present, but can only enter consciousness or self-consciousness through the medium of trance states. To this effect I have carried out a series of experiments, varying them in the same result, all possible ways, but with apparently unperceived stimuli during the waking state are still present subconsciously and become manifested with the induction of subconscious states. The hypnotic subject, when in a very deep trance, is often highly hyperesthetic, his discrimination becoming very the subject's eye can perceive a difference, when acute. No other eye can see any, his ear can detect the slightest difference in apparently similar sounds. The hand can recognize and identify objects in all their details by this fact of hyperslightest and most superficial touch. Esthesia in trance can be verified by anyone who has carried on extensive experiments in hypnosis and has had subjects who could be submerged into the deeper subconscious regions. In other words, moment thresholds are lowered in hypnosis. Minimal and subminimal stimulations give rise to psychic processes which become assimilated in the moment aggregate. Furthermore, experiences received subconsciously come to the surface with the induction of hypnosis and of trance states. The thresholds having become lowered, abnormal mental life science experiences are enabled to overstep come assimilated in the functioning 303 them and be moment aggregate. This holds true not only of subconsciously received experiences, but also of such experiences that have been so deeply submerged into the subconscious as to be beyond the reach in the deepest stages of hypnosis, of self-consciousness. As well as in similar trance states induced by other means, memories are often revived that have fallen altogether out, in short, subconscious of the grasp of the individual. Moment aggregates manifested states have lower thresholds. In Hypnosis and Trance Chapter 13, memory lapses and the subconscious disaggregation of moments becomes clearly manifested phenomena of amnesia. When a moment becomes in the dissociated from the principal functioning constellation, the life of the moment is degraded, falling into the subconscious region of mental life. If the content of the moment has not become completely disintegrated, but has only fallen to lower and lower types, it may by different methods be evoked from these obscure regions of mental activity. Among these different methods, those of hypnotization and of hypnoidization are of the utmost importance. The different methods of hypnotization have been so often discussed that there is no need to describe them here. Method of hypnoidization, however, is not so well known, and a short description given in a former work of mine will answer the purpose. 1. The difference between the method of hypnoidization and that of hypnotization is the manifestation of the submerged moment. In hypnotization, the submerging moment stands revealed as a whole. In hypnoidization, the moment appears in parts and synthesis is effected in the functioning moment consciousness. Hypnotization has the great drawback that the patient not always willing to is be put into hypnosis, nor is it easy with all cases to reach that deep level of subconsciousness to which the dissociated moment has fallen. Hypnoidization, on the other hand, though having the drawback of breaking up the moment's content and laying bare fragments of it, has the great 304 Sidis, Psychology of Suggestion. Memory lapse is 305 advantage of dispensing with the state of hypnosis. The method can be used while the patient is in his waking state. Hypnoidization, in fact, often proves to be superior and far more effective than hypnosis. The synthesis effected through the intermediary states, which are closely allied to the hypnoidal, proves to be more stable than that brought about through hypnotization. In the case of DF, the dissociated states synthesized in hypnosis became once more disaggregated in the waking state and fell again into the subconscious regions and could only attain permanent stability when the synthesis was effected through those intermediary states, of which the hypnoidal states constitute one variety. The H case, one of double consciousness; the M case, which would be characterized as psychic epilepsy; the P case, one of alcoholic amnesia, and many other minor cases, have been worked far more and especially successfully through intermediary states, through hypnoidal states. One as an illustration of the dissolution of moments and the discovery of their presence in the lower levels of consciousness, or in the subconsciousness, the following case may be cited. In the Arch de Neural for 1894, J. Seglas and Bonis report an interesting case of amnesia which may be considered as typical and of which we give here a brief account. The patient is 19 years old. In her 16th year she had nervous attacks. On the 5th of June, 1894, she was brought to Salpêtrière for great disturbances of memory. Examination revealed the following symptoms: total anesthesia of the skin and of the mucous membranes, limitation of the field of vision, disturbances of the color sense. As to the disturbances of memory, the patient lost all reminiscences for all that she had lived through since the 26th of May, 1894. 121 patient remembers, however, that she sees Sidis, psychopathological researches. 306 multiple personality has had a violent emotion on this day her and served her official summons. A gendarme came to. From this point of time she remembers nothing at all. She lost all capacity for synthesizing new experiences in her narrowed moment of self-consciousness. Now, when the patient's eyes and ears were closed, she rapidly fell into a sleep-like state. It was not the normal sleep. It was rather a somnambulic. In this state the lost memories and sensibilities returned. This we should expect from the standpoint of our state. Theory of dissociation: the lost sensibility and experiences were present to the subconscious moments. To take another example, in one of my cases, in that of RC, the dissociated memories were brought out in HYP. The patient, otherwise a strong and healthy man, but extremely sensitive and nervous, used to fall into subconscious states preceded by what may be termed a sensory aura, this being uniformly a sensation of green. The subconscious state lasted from about half an hour to an hour and more. the patient often becoming violent, having hallucinations, making attempts to assault his sister-in-law in the presence of his wife and bystanders, fighting people, beating cruelly his best friends, and even attempting in a fit of violent anger to throw out through the window his own little baby, whom in his normal state he greatly loves and adores. When the subconscious state works itself off and gradually approaches its termination, the patient becomes exhausted and falls into a deep sleep, which sometimes lasts as long as 15 hours or more. On emerging from this sleep, the patient remembers nothing of what had taken place during the subconscious state. The memories, however, were not lost, they were present subconsciously and were brought to light by the induction of hypnoidal states. A full history of the patient's actions and doings during some of his subconscious states was given by his relatives, who watched him closely. This history helped to verify the patient's own account given by him in his hypnoidal states. Memory lapses 307. Sometimes a cue had to be given to the and then memories emerged slowly in bits and fragments, finally becoming synthesized, the patient's consciousness of the sequence of events being reconstructed, and once the dissociated states became sinfully recollected. Noidal states. Patient that is in the patient's principal moment consciousness, they were reduced both in content and intensity of active. The interest lies in the fact that disaggregation of iti moments gives rise to certain forms of what may be called psychopathic amnesia and may be found present in the subconscious, from which, under certain conditions, they may emerge and become synthesized in the principal moment consciousness. Another case of mine, that of F, is very similar to that C, the chief difference being the absence of aura, of violence, and of prolonged sleep after the emergence from the subconscious states. The subconscious state does of A, not set in suddenly, develops gradually, is not violent, and lasts for a few days. On the return to the normal state, the memories of the subconscious state are found to be missing and are apparently obliterated. This obliteration, however, is more apparent than real. The memories could be recalled in hypnoidal states. Experiences passed through during states of disaggregation are present only in the synthesis of the simpler systems. With the reinstatement, therefore, of the higher or more complex disaggregated systems, events and actions passed through during the state of disaggregation will not belong to the experiences constituting the content of the higher moment. The higher moments, on account of their absence during the state of disaggregation, have no memory for the experiences of lower moments. Dissociated consciousness. A moment consciousness can remember only its own experiences. When the higher moment of self-consciousness becomes disaggregated and a lower type of moment takes its place, a 308 multiple personality break occurs between the two moments. The experience of the lower moment is not transmitted to the higher moment. The higher moment lacks the experience passed through by the lower moment, and the result is amnesia. This is well illustrated by the amnesic states that often accompany intense emotional states, great exhaustion, toxic conditions, epileptic attacks and intense stimulations in general. Chapter 14 Hypnoidic states or resurrected lives. Hypnoidic states consist in the recurrence of outlived. The hypnoidic state, when it occurs, forms a complete and distinct individuality, the upper consciousness of the patient being removed. Memories, which the upper self is unable to recall and which seem to be altogether effaced, suddenly arise to the surface of consciousness as the upper layers of mental activity are removed. The hypnoidic state differs from hypnosis. In hypnosis, the removal of the waking consciousness is followed by a state of high reflex suggestibility, which is characteristic of the indefinite nature of the phases of the patient's personal life. Secondary self is in the hypnoidic state, such suggestibility absent, because another quasi-personality emerges, having a more or less definite character, a personality which is often not amenable to direct suggestion. Indirect suggestion, however, personality, and replace it is by means of possible to remove this by another, which may again be treated in the same way. In hypnoidic states, the sense organs are closed to the impressions of external stimuli. The patient does not know what goes on about him. His hallucinatory or visionary environment relates to the past. If by chance any impressions reach the patient, they are worked into the patient hears his present visionary experience. Nothing of the conversation going on about him, and does Steve not reply when spoken to on subjects not relating to his resurrected life experiences. He only replies to questions 309 multiple personality 310 relating to the experiences through which he time passing. Within present the is at that his replies are to the thoughts awakened active subconscious moment, or in very rare cases he seems to converse with some persons appearing to him as present in the hypnoidic state. On awakening from the hypnoidic state, the patient clearly recalls the events of his vision but cannot recognize them as experiences of his past life. He does not remember, however, any of the answers which he was induced to give. It is only what occurred spontaneously in his visions and which was a faithful reproduction of his past experiences that is remembered with even an extraordinary distinctness. The hypnoidic personality is of an unstable nature, and tends to disappear and fall back within the depths of the subconscious regions. The hypnoidic person left to itself, however, is in closer contact with subconscious life than is the waking self. The former possesses experiences and memories of which the upper self is quite ignorant. We find here a more or less systematized association of clusters and constellations of moment consciousness, dissociated from the mainstream of personal life and not synthesized within the principal moment of self-consciousness. These dissociated moments emerge to the surface of men, in other words, tell life at regular or irregular intervals. And constellations that have been split off from the main aggregation or rather organization of collectively functioning clusters and constellations of moments, under favorable circumstances, especially when the principal organization of constellations is inhibited, emerge to the light of day and become active, their activity being manifested in the phenomena of hypnoidic states. The well-known case of Dr. Menit's may be taken as a good illustration. I quote from Dr. Menit's account, Clusters F., 27 years of age, sergeant in the Army of Africa, received, in one of the battles preceding Sudan, a resurrected life's 311 bullet wound, which fractured the left parietal bone. The ball, fired obliquely, made a wound 8 or 10 centimeters and about 2 centimeters below the time he received the wound, had still enough power to overturn with a bayonet in length, parallel to temporal suture. F had thrust the Prussian soldier who attacked him, but almost at that instant his right arm became paralyzed, and he was obliged to abandon his weapon and make his escape from the conflagration and the storm of balls which rained down on the village of Basiles. He was able to proceed about 200 meters, when his right leg also became paralyzed, and he lost all consciousness. It was only after the lapse of 3 weeks that he recovered his senses, when he found himself in Mayence, whither he had been transported by a Prussian ambulance. At this period the right hemiplegia was complete, the motion absolute. 6 months later he was taken to France, and was an inmate of various military hospitals in Paris, the paralysis continuing about a year. Nevertheless, he recovered. He suffered, however, from attacks of abnormal states, during which the general sensibility was completely extinguished. The muscular sensibility is preserved. Hearing, loss of smell and taste are sealed against any impressions from without. The sense sight yields only vague impressions. Of touch persists, and seems to acquire delicacy and an exaggerated impressibility. The activity of F is nearly the same during his attack as in his normal condition, with the exception that motion is less rapid. He moves about with open eyes and a fixed gaze. If he is directed against an obstruction, he strikes against it slightly and turns to one side, whether it may be a tree, a chair, a bench, a man, or a woman. It is nothing more to him than an obstacle, the character of which he does not recognize. He appears like a pigeon, whose cerebral cortex has been removed, and still he lives 312 multiple personality. Thus he was promenading in the when someone put back into his hand the cane which he had let fall a few moments previously. He felt for it, turned his hand several times around the curved handle of the cane, became attentive, seemed to listen, and suddenly cried out, "Henry!" Then, "There are at least 20 of them to the there they are 2 of us. We shall get the better of them." And then, carrying his hand behind his back as if to get a cartridge, he went through the movements of loading his musket, crouched at full length in the grass, concealing his head behind a tree, in the posture of a sharpshooter, and following with his gun at his shoulder all the movements of the inner world of his own garden, under a grove of trees. Enemy. On another occasion he came across the handle of a drawer. Opening it, he took up a pen. He began to ransack the drawer, taking out and placing on the table several sheets of paper, and also an inkstand. He then sat down and commenced a letter, in which he recommended himself to his commanding officer for his good conduct and bravery, and made an application for the military medal. As he kept on writing, the page was withdrawn, but he remained disconcerted and terminated on the 3rd sheet the line commenced on the preceding, continuing from the exact point where his pen was placed. We took away successively, and in the same manner, the 3rd sheet, then the 4th, and arrived at the 5th. He signed his name at the bottom of the page, when everything that he had written had disappeared with the preceding sheets. We saw him then turn his eyes toward the top of this blank page, read over all that he had written, giving a movement of the lips to each word, while at various times he made with his pen, in different places on this blank page, here a comma, there an E, at another place a T, following out carefully the orthography of each word and correcting them to the best of his ability, each one of corresponding to an incomplete word. These corrections resurrected lives 313 which we found at the same height and the same distance on the sheets of which we ourselves had possession. On completing the letter he went into the garden, where he took from his pocket a book of cigarette paper, opened it, and detached a leaf from it, then took out his tobacco and rolled a cigarette with the dexterity of one who is accustomed to this proceeding. He searched for his matchbox, lighted his cigarette with a match, which, falling still burning upon the ground, he extinguished by placing his foot upon it. This first cigarette terminated, he prepared to smoke when we stepped up and began to interpose obstacles. He held a fresh sheet of paper in his hand, ready to receive the tobacco, and he searched vainly in his pocket for his tobacco, as we had filched it. He searched for it in another pocket, going through all his clothes until he came back to look for it in the first pocket, when his face expressed surprise. I offered him his tobacco pouch, did not perceive it, but I held it near his eyes, yet he still did not perceive it, even when I shook it just in front of his butt. When I placed it in contact with his hand, he seized it and completed his cigarette. I knows, he did not notice it. Rectly. Just as he was about to light the cigarette with one it out and offered him instead a match which I held in my own hand, he did not perceive it. I brought it so close to his eyes as to singe a few of his matches. I blew lighted lashes, yet he still did not perceive it, neither did he make the slightest motion of blinking. He lighted another match, when I blew it out and offered him one of mine, with the same indifference resulting on his part as before. I brought it in contact with the cigarette which he was holding in his mouth, but even when I burned the tobacco of his cigarette he did not notice it. On another occasion, he appeared to look for his buttonhole bouquet, noticed his ribbon of the military medal, and appeared satisfied. He nimbly descended the stairway multiple personality 314 which he daily frequented, traversed the court of the hospital with the air of a man of business, and went toward the gate of exit. Arrived there, I prevented his passage and turned his back to the gate. He allowed this without any resistance, and then started off in the new direction I had given him, and, in groping about, entered the lodge of the doorkeeper, which opened into the hall where we were. At this moment the sun lit up with a bright ray a glass window that closed the lodge on the side toward the court. He seemed to be not at all insensible to the brilliancy of this ray, which probably caused him an illusion of vision, by bringing forward a sensation in keeping with the idea he had in his mind. This ray must have given him the impression of a footlight, for he at once placed himself before it, readjusted his toilette, opened the roll of paper which he carried in his hand, and softly hummed an air, running his eyes over the pages as he slowly turned them, and marking with his hand a measure that was perfectly rhythmical. Then he sang aloud, in a highly agreeable manner. When he got out of this state he was like one awakening from a deep sleep or from a state of unconsciousness. This remarkable case of Dr. Mennett was utilized by Huxley for the purpose of supporting by facts from mental pathology his theory that mental processes, even of a highly complex character, could be carried on in a purely automatic way without the least interference of consciousness. The mental-like processes can be performed without the spark of consciousness. This, according to Huxley, of the poor automaton, the soldier, but also of animal and man in the perfect normal state. The mind has absolutely no influence whatever on our life and actions. Least is true not only not any more than the whistle has on the movements of the mind, like the whistle, is a byproduct. Mennett regards this ease as one of pure automatism, and he describes the case on the theory that all the actions of steam engine. Resurrected Lives 315 The patient are of a purely mechanical nature, without the least presence of consciousness. A closer analysis reveals the fact that Mennett himself does not strictly adhere to this point of view. Flatly contradict it, being the phenomena is the fact's very language he uses in descripts saturated with psychological terms and concepts based on psychic experience. A few instances will suffice for our purpose. The patient could perceive his own match when lighted, but could not see that of others. This is hardly a mechanical relationship of a light stimulus to nervous activity, it is one of personal selection of stimuli. From a purely physical standpoint, a match, as a match, does not differ in its actions and effects whether it is mine again. When a stick was put into the patient's hand, he passed through a series of complex hallucinations, or yours. As if he were living over his war experiences, attacking his enemies or hiding from them. On another occasion, he seems to look for his sheets of music, and when a roll of paper is put into his hands a new hallucinatory state develops. He lives over his experiences as an actor and singer. He sings and acts before an imaginary audience. Under the proper suggestion he could write letters recommending himself to his superiors. When the paper is withdrawn, he looks up with surprise, continues writing on the next pages, and when the letter is finished on the stage ends. Different sheets of paper, he makes corrections on the hallucinatory letter. Surely all these facts and many others of the same character clearly indicate that the patient lived in a hallucinatory world of his own. Moment by moment the soldier lived over his past life, not in memory, but in recurrent sensory experience. The patient, like the dreamer, lived in his own world en rapport only with himself. The states are essentially hypnoidic in character and are of the same type as found in the Hannah case. when the patient lived through his former life in the form of intense sensory experience. Multiple personality 316. The hypnoidic states, as I have pointed out, arise from the depth of the subconscious and pass through the cycle of their former life. Arising, though, as they do, under the influence of external stimuli, they themselves, as psychic tracts, are independent of the external environment. In fact, the stimuli roll act simply as mere suggestions. A of paper recalls experiences of theater, the singing of birds revives experiences of mountain climbing. The hypnoidic states are detached, dissociated moments, they come and go without leaving a trace behind them. These disaggregated moments consciousness partake of the character of embryonic secondary personalities, and as such belong to the category of multiple personality. The hypnoidic personality is extremely unstable, and when left to itself tends to disintegrate. As pointed out in my book, The Psychology of Suggestion, the hypnoidic personality tends to vanish as soon as it goes through in an abridged form the cycle of its existence. The following cases worked by me in my laboratory, with the assistance of Dr. H. Linenthal, may be regarded as typical of the resurrected lives of the hypnoidic personalities. Mr. R., a man of 50, well developed and has never had any serious illness except an acute served attack of rheumatism some years ago. He is a businessman and does not impress one as a neurotic. He is, on the very phlegmatic, a calm, calculating businessman. He complains of a tremor in his hands, which becomes worse when he is doing something. His writing is illegible. When carrying a glass of water to his mouth, his hand shakes so much that the water spills over. This tremor, he tells us, he has had for 8 years or so. It has been coming on gradually, but is getting worse now. He is ashamed to come among people on account of this trouble. He cannot give any definite time of the onset of the tremor. When asked what he attributes the tremor to, he says it is due to a good deal of worry. When asked about contrary, resurrected lives, his dreams, he said that they 317 were rather pleasant, all about gaining money. An examination proved the patient normal in all other respects. Mr. R was put into deep hypnosis. He was asked, "Can you tell us the exact conditions and the time when you first perceived the tremor?" "Yes." "When was it?" "It was on the day my wife died. The nurse came in to me from the sick room and told me that my wife was dead. I then noticed for the first time that my hands were shaking violently." "Do you have any dreams?" "Yes." Here followed a long series of dreams. "What are they?" Which he related one after another, localizing each dream more or less definitely in time. All the dreams related to his dead wife. He frequently dreams that she comes to his bedside dressed in white and cries bitterly, bemoaning his fate that he is so wretched and is left all alone in the world. He has all kinds of fanciful combinations of dreams in which his wife is the principal figure. He dreams, for instance, of her coming to life again, of his living with her for several years, and these dreams, he tells us, excite. He is thrown into convulsions during his sleep, and frequently shakes so much that he is thrown out of bed. All these dreams are completely forgotten in the morning. Then losing her again. Him greatly. The scene while the patient related these dreams was while recalling these sad dream experiences. He seemed to live them through again. He was convulsed with sobs, tears were flowing from his eyes, and his features indicated the most intense suffering and anguish. There was a complete transformation of his personality. The waking Mr. R was different from the hypnotic Mr. R, as any two individuals can possibly differ. The former is a phlegmatic, calm, calculating businessman, having no room in his mind for anything else except pathetic in the extreme. Multiple personality 318 and Mr. R. In the hypnotic state is trance. We no longer have before us a businessman of business, talking of nothing else but business worries, money matters. Formed. 50. Intense. We see before us a childlike soul displaying a most human emotion, a soul most intensely yearning for a lost beloved companion. All business is completely forgotten, not a mention is made of money. To take another interesting case, one worked by me with Dr. Morton Prince and Dr. H. Linenthal. Mr. M., 21 years of age, Russian, came to this country 4 years. He is an intelligent young fellow, has never been ill, has very good habits. The patient was referred to me by Dr. K. M. Davidson, of Boston, for epileptiform attacks on the right side of the body, of which he gave the following history. About 5 years ago, when 16 years of age, he attended after midnight. He was sent a ball in his native town, out to look for a ring which the lady whom he accompanied had lost on the way. While searching for the ring he had to pass near a cemetery, and got frightened, as it seemed to him that someone was running after. He fell down and was picked up in an unconscious condition and brought home. He could not tell what happened during his fall or on which side he fell. For a week he was confined to bed, suffering from spasms on the right side. The spasms consisted of rhythmical shaking of the head, of the right hand and right leg. The whole right side was paralyzed and anesthetic. Since then the attacks set on periodically about once a year. They come about the same time in the year, and begin about midnight. During last year, however, he had 4 attacks. 2 weeks after his last attack he was referred to us. On examination the following phenomena were observed. The patient was still affected on the right side, so that he was not sensitive to any form of sensation, such as touch. One published in the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal, the 23rd of June, 1904. Resurrected lives: pain, smell, sight, hearing fully normal. Life and taste. The 319 left side being he could not tell anything about his dream. He has ordinary dreams. Though the patient is insensitive on the right side, still is possible to show that his subconsciousness perceives what his upper consciousness has lost. If the patient is made to look into a glass of water with a light reflected in it, and if his right limb is touched ever so lightly, he sees in the glass a visual hallucination of the number of impressions in the symbolic form of a written numeral. The same holds true in the case of letters, words and objects impressed ever so lightly on his insensitive skin. In fact, the patient manifests an extreme acuity of the senses in the subconscious regions. The hallucinations symbolic of impressions of another sense, when projected on a screen, could be outlined by him, so vivid were they to the patient. Mr. M was then put into hypnotic state. He goes into deep somnambulism. In this state he tells us that during the attacks he keeps on dreaming about the fright, fall, and about his illness. In short, he lives the same original experience over again in his subconscious dream life. While examining him during trance, we happened to call attention to his anesthesia. Suddenly, as if by the wand of a magician, his present personality disappeared from view and the old personality of the accident emerged. Mr. M went into one of his attacks, living over the same period of his life in Russia. He ceased to understand English and was carried back to his 16th year. He cried out in great agony, as of one frightened to death, squirmed and twitched and began to shake. "What happened to you?" we asked. "I fell down," he exclaimed in his native jargon, "I got frightened." He then passed through the shaking characteristic of the attacks. When asked where he was, he answered, "At home. With my mama." "When with whom are you now?" The attack ceased. With a shudder, he literally came to him movements v multiple personality 320 present personality returned, and on our question, self, his where are you now, he promptly replied, at the doctor's. In this somnambulic state a whole series of outlived and long ago subconsciously buried personalities could be resurrected from their sleep and be made once more to appear in the light of the upper consciousness, each personality having its own chain of memories and peculiar traits of character, but each time, as the 16th year was resurrected, the typical attack developed with automatic regularity, like a wound-up clock. The following case of my own may be taken, like the personality previous ones, as a striking example of hypnoidic states in dream consciousness and of their effects on waking life. Mrs. O. is 22 years old, Russian, pretty, intelligent, and rather emotional, married, came to me on the 28th of May, 1902. She suffers periodically from attacks of violent headaches, lasting several days. Family history is good, parents are alive, and never suffered from any physical or mental diseases. Mrs. A is very nervous. She is easily frightened and has suffered from headaches and pressure on head for quite a long time, but the pain became exacerbated some 5 years ago. The attack is sudden, without any premonitory feelings, and lasts from 8 hours to 2 days. The head when she is asleep, and she wakes up with frightful pain. At the time of the first attack she was very much run down. Patient is otherwise in good condition, but complains that her memory is getting ache, often sets on at night, bad. Patellar reflex exaggerated. Field of vision normal. The eyes show slight strabismus and astigmatism, corrected by glasses, that did not, however, in the least diminish the intensity as well as the frequency of the headaches. Mrs. A suffers from bad dreams and distressing nightmares, the content of which she cannot recall in her waking state. She also often has hallucinations, visions of 2 resurrected lives, 321 women wrapped in white, pointing their fingers at her and running after her. She never had any fall, nor any special worry or anxiety, never suffered from any infectious disease. After a persistent inquiry, however, she gave an account of an accident she met with when a child of 8. Opposite her house there lived an insane woman of whom she was mortally afraid. Once, when the parents happened to be away, the insane woman entered the house and caught the child in her arms and greatly frightened her. Another time she was sent out by her parents to buy something in a grocery store. It was night and very dark. She bought the things, but on the way back she saw 2 women in white with hands stretched out running after her. She screamed from great fright and ran home. Mrs. A is very much afraid to remain alone, and especially in the dark. She is not afraid so much in the street. The 2 women appear to her now and as in the house. Then, and she is mortally afraid of them. Mrs. A was put into hypnotic state. There was marked catalepsy, the eyes were firmly closed and she could not open them when challenged. Suggestion of general well-being was given and she was awakened. On awakening, she could not remember what had taken place in the hypnotic state. Next day she was again put into hypnosis and went into. When asked whether she thought of the crazy woman occasionally, she replied in the negative. The patient spoke in a low, suppressed voice, the words coming out slowly, as if with effort and with fear. It was then insisted that she should tell one of her recent dreams. After some pause, she said, "Last night I had a bad dream. I dreamed that I stood near a window and a cat came up to the same window. I saw it was Kratuy. I ran away, the cat ran after me and bit me and scratched me. Then I knew that I was crazy. My friends said that there was no help for me. I dropped the baby, ran, and jumped a deeper state than the day before." 22. Multiple personality 322 downstairs. I remember now that when I fell asleep I saw a woman, maybe it was the crazy woman. I covered myself. I knew I was only afraid and that she was not real. 6 weeks ago I saw the same woman. When falling asleep, I ran away and she ran after me and wanted to catch me. Mrs. O, in relating these dreams, shivered all over and was much afraid, as if actually living it was this woman who the dream experience over again. Or caught me in her arms and kissed me and embraced me and did not let me go until my screams brought friends and my father and they took me away from her by force. Gradually some more dreams emerged. I dreamed some time ago that the woman came to me and spilled hot water. Another time I dreamed I was in the insane asylum. She came out, told me she was well. I was greatly frightened and ran away. Mrs. A then remained quiet. After a while she began to relate a series of dreams. Some time ago she dreamed that the woman entered the room where her father was and ran up to him, evidently with the intention of hurting him. Her father ran away and she hid herself in a closet in the next room. I also dreamed that the woman was shadowing me in an alley. She wanted I to get hold of me, while I tried to get away from her. Turned round, and she gave me such a fierce look. It was so fierce. I ran. She could not catch me. I should die if she catches me. Mrs. A shivered. Are you afraid of her? Not now, she is not here. I did not dream of the woman much before, but some time before my marriage I began to dream of her quite often. In one of my dreams about her I saw people putting cold water on her, and I could hear her scream. It was awful. I dreamed I went upstairs, opened the door and met her face to face. I was badly frightened, but I could not run away, so I jumped out of the window. If I could only not dream about her. A very rich subconscious dream life was thus revealed, a life of which the patient was totally ignorant in her wake on me. Resurrected Lives 323. The dreams referred to the same central nucleus. These dreams gave rise to intense states of fear and agony. Sometime when I dream the dreams I feel something in my head, some pain. Occur between 11 at night and 4 in the morning. After the dream Mrs. A is afraid to get up in the morning and feels greatly disturbed by her dream experience. Sometimes I dream that a big black lady stands near me and is ready to attack me. Mrs. A could not continue the account of her dreams, as it set up in her an intense emotional disturbance. Once a year I must dream about her. I dream that at least once a year I have to dreaming state. The shock of her early childhood. About the woman. When Mrs. A was fully quiet and felt well, some more dreams came up. Once I dreamed that I had my baby in my arms and the woman entered the room. I got frightened. I could not run away. I tore my dress. The woman said she would not hurt my baby, that she would like to talk to the baby. My husband came in. She petted me and then it seemed that I fainted. I do not know. I dreamed many times that I was crazy. I screamed and cried and everybody was afraid of me. As soon as I wake up I forget the dream. I am, however, quite sure I often dream of crazy cats and mad dogs attacking me. Sometimes I dream of going up a big mountain, and then roll down a precipice, where there are horrible people, some kind of devils, who crowd around me, grinning and laughing loudly. They being crazy while I dream. Are like crazy people, mad devils. At this point I asked the patient while in the deep hypnotic state to give a complete account of the insane woman who seemed to have played such an important role in Mrs. A.'s life. The insane woman was the wife of a minister. I now remember that she once told my mother that when still a young girl she became insane and that she was taken to a multiple personality 324 magician, who cured her by some powerful charms. She then married and was very much distressed by the fact that her husband did not permit her to wear the charm given to her by the magician. The woman became insane while she was in our house and was very violent. One of those horrible devils so violent looks just like her. I remember she told my mother that she had 2 children and that in her dream 2 women wrapped in white came to her and asked her to give them her children's clothes. She gave away the clothes and that is why the children soon died. I was afraid very much that the women in white should come to me, and I often dream of them. I do not sometime in my dreams I am afraid that they will come, and when they believe in it, but them. I get frightened to death. In telling her dreams, and especially the history of the woman, the patient spoke in a suppressed voice, as if choked by tears and mental anguish. She kept the hands folded on her breast, and when I tried to separate them and have them hang down or lie by her side she resisted it, as if it was a matter of I am afraid, I don't like to keep life and death to her. My hands down. She may come from below and catch me by the hand. I always keep my hands folded on my breast when I go to sleep. I do not want her to catch my hand. Mrs. A began to shiver from fright, keeping the hands closer to her body. It was then insisted that she must not be afraid, while she was in the hypnotic state. A further attempt was made to obtain some more dreams as soon as the patient was quieted down. I have dreamed so many years of meeting her that I am also afraid at daytime. She again became quiet. It is foolish, but I am afraid. A suggestion was then given to her not to be afraid now, in hypnosis. Remember any other dreams? Dreams began to emerge. Mrs. A could not. After a while some more the woman tried to take my baby away from me. I resurrected lives 325. I got hold of a great big knife and defended my baby. Was taken to prison because I killed, and they took my baby. I was very tired when away from me. It was so awful. I dreamed the woman came to me. I thought I woke up. She was well, but she suddenly became crazy. I am very much afraid now of a crazy person, and I am still more afraid in my dream. Mrs. A stopped again. Soon more dreams gradually began to emerge, just as long-forgotten experiences suddenly occur to the mind. Once the barrier is broken down or the threshold is lowered, the dreams come in groups and follow in quick succession. I dreamed I was bathing and suddenly the woman appeared and took away my clothes. I was very much frightened. The woman wanted me to go with her and promised to return the clothes. I ran into the water, away from the woman, wanted to drown myself. I could feel the water covering me all over. I must have groaned aloud as my husband awakened me from this nightmare. The next dream that emerged referred far back to her early youth. When a child I slept with my sister, and used to have many bad dreams. Used to see the crazy woman and also the 2 women wrapped up in white sheets with stretched hands coming after me. Mrs. A is mortally afraid of the 2 women. They also come to her when she is fully awake. She often sees them in the dark. They are both of the same size. I cannot see their faces, as they are wrapped up, but I can see their forms. They look like the 2 women of whom the insane woman used to speak. When a child of 12, I saw them clearly. When sent by mother at night to go to a grocery store, I had to pass the fence of a little garden. I could see them quite plainly. They were wrapped in white sheets, their hands were also wrapped up, and they stretched them out toward me. I could feel my hands shake. I ran. When near the house I screamed and ran in. For a long time I was 326 multiple personality fearfully afraid. I think now it was a daydream, but even now they seem to run after me, and I am afraid to turn around. Sometimes, in going upstairs in the dark, I feel their presence and can occasionally see them, but I run from them as I'm afraid to look long at them. Fast as I can. While relating these experiences, Mrs. A kept her hands. I want them near me, I am afraid. When 12 years old I came to this country, and for some time the dreams did not trouble me. I had no dreams about the woman or about the two women wrapped in, I suppose because I thought they were far away, white. But then the dreams returned. The delusion of the insane woman long gone by has been transmitted to Mrs. A as a visual hallucination. The headaches were the expression of the hypnoidic states about the insane woman. Association of these hallucinatory hypnoidic states with the upper consciousness cured close to her body. The headaches. Chapter 15 Hypnoid states. OE underground life. Hypnoid states consist of the presence of two or more fully independent moments consciousness. They are found in the phenomena of automatic writing, shell hearing, crystal gazing and various other psychopathic conditions. In automatic writing the patient is in his usual state. He may be carrying on a conversation with someone, while at the same time his hand, in which a pencil is placed, be and continues writing sentences, descriptions or in and chapters in a well-formulated and lucid manner, the subject's upper or principal consciousness knowing absolutely nothing of what the hand had written. During the time of the automatic writing, the hand is anesthetic, but only in relation to the subject's upper consciousness. There is evidently a well-organized system of consciousness controlling the automatic writing, since the hand itself may register responses to questions not understood, and sometimes not even heard by the subject. Likewise, if the hand is pricked, although the subject does not feel the prick, the hand will nevertheless make marks to indicate the number of pricks. Immediately after the automatic writing ceases, sensibility returns to the anesthetic hand. All forms of automatic writings are observed, from mere scratches to highly complicated discourses. In fully developed cases the handwriting is of a spasmodic character, as though executed with single, rapid strokes. Hypnoid or coexistent functioning dissociated states 327. Multiple personality 328 may be cultivated by normal, some others success. It is healthy individuals within some the dissociation is complete, in but partial, and the subject is conscious of what is going on, but he feels that he has no control over the writing, nor is it his consciousness that has formulated the writing. Instead of writing, there may be automatic speaking. The phenomena are known under the name of speaking with tongues. The speaking may range, as in the case of automatic writing, from the simplest to the most complex, from the automatic volubility of meaningless syllables appearing as a new tongue or language to a connected recital of intelligible phrases. The phenomena of crystal gazing belong to the same, may be classed with hypnoid states. The vision, the hallucinatory experience, appears to rise from the subconscious, and seems to develop independently of the subject's consciousness. The subject takes cognizance of what is presented to him by the dissociated mental state, which develops on the basis of some peripheral sensory category and experience. Crystal gazing is analogous to automatic writing. The subconscious activity brings out visual perceptions which appear as hallucinations to the upper consciousness. The upper consciousness sees the pictures projected by the subconscious in the same way as the automatic writer reads the subject may, for the product of automatic writing. Example: perform a certain action, such as misplacing an object or reading something unconsciously, and of which he has no recollection. Now the gazing into the crystal may bring out these past experiences as visual hallucinations. Occasionally the subconscious activity may so develop in the phenomena of automatic writing or crystal gazing that automatic actions may be manifested and the patient falls temporarily in a complete subconscious state. The phenomena of shell hearing belong to the same class as those of automatic writing, speaking and crystal gazing. Hypnoid states 329. The shell seemingly reports to the listener facts and observations lost to the subject's upper consciousness, but retained by the subconscious. In the many forms of psychopathic anesthesia of con and extent, hypnoid states may be developed. The anesthetic hand, for instance, will react to sidereal persistence various stimuli, handle different things, give intelligent answers in automatic writing to questions not directly heard by the patient. These phenomena can be brought out by various methods. Most of the cases of functional derangement due to mental dissociation fall under the category of hypnoid various forms of sensory, motor, gastric, immostates, emotional and other disturbances, when of functional psychopathic character, in contradistinction to disturbances of functional neuropathic, and necrotic origin. One are often due to subconscious systems dissociated from the and manifesting their activity in the patient is aware of the distressing results, but has no suspicion of the active subconscious processes that give rise to such manifestations. The patient's consciousness, the upper waking life dissociated system, forms a center of activity that falls out domain of the patient's upper consciousness, the appearing in the patient's waking life. The hypnoid state really differs but little from the hypnoidic. It is simply the hypnoidic personality working underground and showing its effects in waking life. The hypnoid is the hypnoidic state underground, while the hypnoidic is the fully developed hypnoid state. A case may cite the results alone, be regarded as hypnoidic or hypnoid, according to the one bifunctional neuropathic proper, and necrotic are indicated the various stages in the pathological descending process of neuron disaggregation and cell degeneration in relation to neuron anabolism and catabolism. For a full discussion, see Sidis, Psychopathological Searches, also Neuron Energy, Archives of Neural and Psychopathology, Volume I, 1898. Multiple Personality 330 Viewpoint from which it is regarded. 1. States are of great importance, both since these hypnoid from theoretical and practical standpoints. I take the liberty of giving here a more or less detailed account of a case studied by me and Dr. G. M. Parker. Mrs. B.C. came to us on the 18th of April, 1903. Patient is German, age 29, well developed, married. She complains of having 4 years and has 1 child. Attacks of falling down and of vomiting. She becomes nauseated, weak, faint and dizzy, then falls down and vomits greenish water as she says. During the course of the attack, patient is not unconscious. She hears and understands everything that is going on in the room, but her whole body is benumbed and she has no strength to get up. When she gets up there is a feeling of great exhaustion, has headache, 2 or 3 days. And the vomiting keeps up when the attack is setting on. All the extremities begin to tremble and she cannot stand on. Her patient does not complain of any sensory legs, disturbances, nor of any pains in ears or eyes, but she sometimes suffers from buzzing in the ears. She complains that her memory is getting very much worse, she is becoming more and more depressed, cries often, is very irritable, sleeps badly and restlessly, talks in her sleep and sometimes cries out, has very bad dreams, though she cannot remember the content of the dreams, as she forgets them. The interval of the attacks is from 2 to 3 weeks, but of late the interval is becoming much shorter, and she has them now as often as once or even twice a week. The attacks come on any time of the day and have no warning, no aura. The attacks set on soon after she came to this country. Soon after awakening. 1. Janet, Brewer and Freud, Hayjoss and Kanchberg, have done excellent work along the same lines of investigation has been done by me and my associates and published in a volume under the title Work in this Line. Psychopathological Researches. Hypnoid states 331. About a year ago she suffered from numerous visual hallucinations, such as seeing cats, dogs, always black in color. These hallucinations were seen in the left field toward the extreme periphery. They were seen with open eyes, at daytime as well as at night time. They became more distinct by diminution of light and were increased after sleep. They can be made to disappear by turning the head or the eye. The hallucinations were accompanied and followed by states of depression. In Germany, up to the time of patient's marriage, she suffered from severe attacks of convulsions accompanied with unconsciousness. These convulsive attacks used to begin with an aura, consisting in the sensation of numbness in the feet and formication and tingling, proceeding upward, succeeded by shock, accompanied with bright spots in the eyes, and then followed by falling down, with convulsions of the extremities and general motor spasms. After the attack, patient was in a stuporous state, with tremor of hands and legs persisting for about 2 hours. Convulsive attacks lasted from 5 to 20 minutes. The frequency of the attacks was about once every 2 or patient suffered from these attacks since her 3 weeks. 14th year. A closer examination revealed the following history. When BC was about 9 months old, her father died. When she was about the age of 6 or 7, her mother married again. After her father's death, BC lived with her grandmother. When her mother was confined after the second marriage, patient returned home to take care of the baby. The stepfather disliked her and was very cross to her, ill-treating her, although he was fond of his own children. When about 14 years of age, patient left school, after having attended it for a period of 8 years. As the stepfather would not allow her to remain at home, she went into domestic service, taking care of a little boy. After she had been in the place for about a month, she B332 multiple personality came very restless, would cry often, would walk about the room in great anxiety and anguish. Her mental state was one of depression alternated with states of melancholic agitation. She suffered from headaches, with diffused pains in the whole body. The pains were especially severe in her hands, legs and abdomen. She does not remember any. She did not know whether she had any fainting spells, but she was told by the lady that she was sick and was confined to bed for 3 days. The doctor who attended her said there was nothing the matter with her, that it was only homesickness. BC felt the same way. She was sure she would feel well if she could return home, as she felt an irresistible longing to get back home and see her people. When she felt better and stronger, she went home. She had to travel on foot through woods, but nothing daunted her, as the desire to see her mother and home was so strong. More about it. When she reached home after the great fatigue of the travel on foot, she was met by her stepfather, who scolded her and struck her with a towel. He drove her from the house with curses and told her to return to her work. This was a blow to her, and staggering and dazed, she started back for the place of her employment. When quite a distance from home, she was seized with her first convulsive or epileptic attack. She felt faint, something suddenly came over her and she fell unconscious. She was told afterward that she had an epileptic attack. Her feet and hands worked. When she came to herself, she saw a number of men around her, and among them her stepfather. Patient cried while relating these experiences of her childhood. She did not return home, but her mother accompanied her house where she worked. Since then, patient had similar convulsive attacks, with unconsciousness and subsequent stupor once in 2 or 3 weeks, and sometimes twice a day. The frequency of the attacks was increased by worry or excitement. BC suffered from these epileptic to the hypnoid states attacks up to 5 months after her marriage, 1899, 333. Since she does not remember anything about the attacks, knows only what other people tell, the ill treatment of her stepfather seemed to have her greatly affected her and must have weighed heavily on her mind. Even now she cannot tell or think of it without depression and crying. The families for whom she worked liked her and were very kind to her. She could not, however, forget the fact that she was driven away from her home and constantly brooded over it. She rarely visited home, as she knew that she was not welcome there, although her mother was very good to her. Finally, the families for whom she worked sympathized with her, took pity, and spoke well of her to her stepfather. He became more kind to her, so that when she married he gave her 600 marks. When she spoke of her wedding, she cried bitterly. She did not tell her husband that she was subject to epileptic attacks until some time after her marriage. Husband reproaches her occasionally and tells her, "You are always sick and you have no children." BC came over to New York 7 months ago. When she was there 2 days she was taken sick and was confined to bed for 8 days. She had chills and fever, but soon got over it. She complains that her memory is getting weaker, that she cannot remember many things, and sometimes, when walking in the street, she gets confused and does not know where to go. A further inquiry disclosed the fact that her child was then, she has had no attacks. 8 years old, that when about the age of 21 she fell in love with a soldier, who, however, could not marry her, on she felt the disgrace was to become a mother. She went to another place to her aunt. Her mother visited her, noticed her condition and spoke to her about it. She kept away from home, from mother, stepfather and account of his service in the army. Keenly, when she realized brothers. She even now they do not know anything about this multiple personality 334 little girl. After the birth of the child, patient visited home and then went to work in another town. No one knew anything about her disgrace except her aunt and uncle, who were glad to take care of the child, as they had no children of their own. About 8 months after the birth of her child her lover fell sick, had some lung, this was a blow to trouble, and died 4 months later. Her, and she suffered greatly. BC is greatly affected when she speaks of her former lover, and she still seems to think and dream of him a good deal. Her husband accuses her of thinking more of the other man than of before her marriage. She told her husband of her former love and of her himself, although patient denies it. Her husband loves her, but he does not want her to refer to her former life history. Still the fact illegitimate child remains that her former love has left an indelible impression on her mind, life it still belonged to the past. Deeply moves her, her love and her present marriage was not one of love, and her relations to her husband are rather of aversion, and it is quite probable that sexual relations awaken in her disgust, nausea and may have given rise to the vomiting. The day she was married, as she was leaving church, before getting into the carriage, she heard a voice calling Clara, Clara. She looked around, but did not see anyone. She shuddered and thought it was the voice of her dead lover. She did not speak to her husband, or she was very much disway from the church. Turbed by this occurrence and often thought of it. She has often been unkind to her husband, while he is so very good to her. Her husband has frequently complained of her indifference and coldness and is very much grieved over it. BC has frequent attacks of crying, accompanied with dyspnea and with thoracic and cardiac oppression, often followed by great agitation. She does not know the reason. Hypnoid states 335 come over her and she dreams often, and the dreams are of a distressing character. She often wakes up in tears, but does of such attacks, they simply controllable. Not remember the dreams. On the 20th of April she came under our care. She enjoyed her dinner, but an hour later complained of headache, of a throbbing pain. She looked very sleepy and said in the evening patient she slept for about 2 hours and a half, and on awaking said she slept the whole night, and toward felt much better. Did not care to talk to anyone. Very drowsy, still complaining of headache. Felt morning tossed about in bed. Patient told the nurse she dreamed she was at home with her people, but did not remember any more. She seems to think a good deal of her little girl, says her husband tells everyone that the girl is 3 years old, but she thinks the doctors should know. She seems to be hurt by the fact that her Hughes are ashamed of her former love and of her child. The truth. Band is patient complains of having specks before the eyes, little things flying around as she puts it. BC was put into hypnosis. Sean. There was some apprehension but she went into hypnotic state easily, the hypnotic stage being deep, characterized answers. By sensorimotor disturb in this state a revival of subconscious experiences was attempted, especially of those relating to the attacks, apparently epileptic in character, and belonging to what may be termed the first series of attacks, namely, those that began in her 14th year and terminated 5. The patient was put back to the first experience that emerged was the presence of 2 eyes, described by the patient as angry and threatening. She remembered she saw those eyes before she fell down in the street. Patient began to cry, became restless, trembling, excitable, respiration increased, but she did not emerge from the hypnotic months after her marriage. That period of her early youth. State. She recognized the eyes as those of her stepfather. 336 Multiple personality. She now remembers clearly that she always used to see those same angry, threatening eyes before the onset of each attack of the first series, that is, before what was diagnosed as epileptic attacks. She could now remember distinctly the dizziness that came over her in the first attack. She fell with her eyes open. 2 boys got hold of her and put her on a stone, then her stepfather's servants came and carried her into after the revival of the house and put her to bed. First attack patient felt great fatigue and weakness all over her body. There was a condition of depression alternating with states of great agitation and crying. Awakening from the hypnotic state, there was amnesia of all that had taken place in the trance state. When she returned from the laboratory, she told the nurse that the doctor told her to lie down on the couch and that she must have fallen asleep, as she was dreaming about home, but she could not remember anything about the dreams. She could only remember that she rose from the couch. She felt very tired, could not walk. There was something the matter with her feet. Patient felt no pains, had no headache, was restless in her sleep, talked something which the nurse could not make out, exclaimed "Oh," but when the nurse came to her bed and spoke to her she did not answer, she was fast asleep. In the morning she told the nurse that she dreamt of being at home in Germany, and that she was there with her husband, stepfather and mother. There was a great storm, she could not recollect anything more. Next day she was again taken down to the laboratory and put into hypnosis. She was again put back to the period of the first epileptic attacks and again the eyes emerged, followed by similar excitement and emotional disturbance. The angry, threatening eyes preceded the attack as aura and constituted, so to say, the central experience, the nucleus of this dissociated mental system, which, hypnoid states kept on recurring with each subsequent attack. 387 The attacks were really not of an epileptic nature, they were simply subconscious states with intense psychomotor excitement, giving rise to convulsions, apparently of an organic, epileptic character, but really psychic in origin and nature. The amnesia of the attack was due to the very nature of the state of dissociation. The post-epileptic stupor was the result of a profound emotional and intellectual disturbance, produced by the emergence of the dissociated mental system. The subsequent tremors of the extremities and even of the whole body were the after-effects of the subconscious, emotional state of general excitement, especially of terror. And this dissociated mental system was brought back to the patient's memory and closely associated with that of her waking life. BC was then awakened. There was considerable emotional disturbance, and when she returned from the laboratory she cried much, was very restless and nervous, and complained of headache. When a glass of milk was given to her, she could not hold it, her hand trembled and it was not good what the doctor did to me downstairs. She gradually quieted down, felt more cheerful and happy, enjoyed her dinner, felt well the whole day and relished her supper. She went to bed early, slept more quietly and peacefully than usual. She woke up in the morning, felt very well and enjoyed her breakfast. In hypnosis the same sentence chattered, she said. The subconscious level reached was strongly tinged with an unpleasant emotional tone. The experiences awakened were decidedly of trill experience emerged. In hypnosis a painful character, they referred to many brutalities that she had undergone when in the hospital confined with the illegitimate child. Patient was very much agitated when recovering from these experiences. When she emerged from the hypnotic state she was very much disturbed, though not so much as before. She told the nurse 23 multiple personality 338 that she did not like to sleep so much, that she did not was good for her. She did not want to remain room and asked for the nurse. She gradually quieted down and had good appetite for her dinner. Patient then asked the nurse if the doctor would come again in the evening, and was much relieved when answered in. She then inquired whether other patients the negative were similarly treated, and when answered in the affirmative it alone in the tiv, she felt contented. The same day it was tried to bring about visual waking state, to evoke experimentally hallucinations which the patient used to have some time previously. A glass of water was put on a dark background. The light was admitted from the left side, while the right side was dark. Patient was told to look into the glass of water. After 3 minutes there was sudden appearance of the face of a dog. The dog was black, with stripes, was threatening and angry. It was very large. This evidently referred to an early experience obtained under hypnosis. When patient was very young, a child of 8 or so, she had to pass through some woods on her way to school, and was met once by a big black animal, which she thought was a dog. The animal gave a growl, but turned aside. She was very much frightened and ran home. There was no element of recognition on the part of the patient. Then objects of indefinite shapes appeared. At this time there was great agitation, pain in the eyes, headache, bewilderment and fear which continued for some time afterward. The patient then declared that the water looked very black and strange. She became more and more agitated, and the experiment had to be discontinued. The agitation gradually subsided. She told the nurse that she hallucinations in the did not like to look into the water, it upset her. Patient felt well in the afternoon and was taken out for a walk, which she enjoyed very much, and was very cheerful. She told the nurse in the evening that while she hypnoid states 339 was lying on the couch, that is, in hypnosis, she had severe pains in the chest and in the head. She said the doctor put you will have his hand on the seat of the pain and said no more pain. She then went to sleep, and when she woke again the pain was gone. Patient added, "Do you think that is good?" BC slept soundly the whole night and felt well the next night. Patient passed very peacefully. Next day, though her sleep was somewhat disturbed by unpleasant, she dreamt that she was caught by men and dreams. thrown into a cellar with savage dogs. She could hear the howling of the dogs and was afraid to be devoured by them. She also dreamt she was in Germany on some farm, saw a little calf, picked it up, kept it in her arms, but she soon noticed that the calf was all covered with, she could remember, blood, but seemingly not dead. Distinctly seeing her hands smeared with blood. It may be that this dream had some relation to her child and was evoked in this strange symbolic form by the activity of her dream consciousness. When patient woke up, she was agitated, her face was flushed with excitement, and she complained of headache, all evidently due to the painful dream experience. These symptoms, however, soon passed off. A few nights later, patient was sighing and moaning in sleep, talking in German, as if very angry, moaning as if in trouble. When she woke up in the morning, she complained of headache, said she did not sleep well during the night, had dreams, could not remember them, had one time, when she awoke, her pains all over the body. Limbs felt stiff. Patient, however, soon felt dream headache wore much better, and she enjoyed her breakfast and felt very cheerful. She felt well the whole day. In the evening the husband visited her. She became then very restless, until she fell asleep. When she woke up, she was bright and smiling and happy. She had a good dream, and asked the nurse not to tell the doctor. The multiple personality 340. She dreamt the doctor came to her, made her go to sleep, held up his finger, counted up to 10, and off she went. She felt so well and would not worry any more. Next morning she was taken down to the laboratory, put into hypnosis, and the subconscious experiences of her early youth were revived, firmly associated with her present life experiences, with subsequent memory in her waking personal life. When she returned, she told the nurse, "I was downstairs, the two doctors put me to sleep. I dreamt about home, I saw my father, stepfather." Patient began to cry, and mother. Father looked cross, like he did the time I went home when I was 14 years old. It gave me pain in my head. I cannot forget how cross he looked. I never did anything to make him so cross with me. I had not thought about it a long time until I was downstairs this morning. Patient kept on crying. I do not want to go downstairs anymore. She felt well the whole BC continued to feel well the next few days, during which time hypnosis no longer produced emotional disturbances. Chapter 16: The Twilight of Consciousness, or Dhammatastandi. There are some current theories which attempt to refer the amnesia of subconscious states or of the so-called Dhammatastandi found in epilepsy to changes in visceral ksanesthetic sensibility. Cases are brought to show that such changes of sensibility are really found in epileptic states. In order to reproduce an idea A, reason the representatives of this theory, the idea B with which it is associated and which gives rise to the reproduction of idea is itself conditioned by the total attitude of consciousness, and should that consciousness be modified, then the idea B cannot rise, and consequently the idea is arrested and cannot come to the light of consciousness. Now visceral sensibility forms a very important factor in the activity of mental life, and if therefore this sensibility is modified, the whole constitution of consciousness becomes changed, and hence the old associations become disturbed and cannot rise. In other words, amnesia results. Epileptic amnesia is supposed to originate in this way, and cases are brought to corroborate this theory. Close examination, however, of the cases adduced in support of this theory brings out fully its doubtful, if not negative character. For the followers of this view have neither proven the supposed change of co-anesthetic sensibility in the epileptic subconscious states as Dhammatastandi, nor have they shown, if present at all, to what extent the changes go, so as to justify the amnesia. Furthermore, Granted that there are important visceral changes in epileptic damatastandi, it is highly Q341 multiple personality 342 questionable whether such changes give rise at all to any amnesic for many organic conditions. Instance as dyspepsia, enteric fever, diseases, such for typhoid, gastritis, and many other physical ailments, whether acute or chronic, in which organic sensibility is involved to a large extent and greatly cirrhosis of the liver, nephritis, diabetes, changed, do not give rise to amnesic states as their character changes, therefore, in xengesthetic centristic symptoms. Sibility do not necessarily give rise to such extensive modifications in the content of consciousness as to disrupt the current of association and produce amnesic states. The other hand, amnesic states are unknown to be present without any change of visceral sensibility. It is enough mention the whole domain of aphasia, which is really amnesia of an elementary form, referring to the more simple elements of mental life. Elementary, however, as the aphasias are, they are still amnesias, but certainly they stand in no relation to visceral sensibilities. In functional amnesias of the more extensive kind, where whole tracts of mental life are seemingly gone and lost, there may be changes in peripheral incoming sensations, there may be anesthesias, hypoesthesias, paresthesias, but they are usually of a peripheral character and of so slight an extent as to be out of all proportion to the amnesic state. Furthermore, while the sensory disturbances in functional cases, if present at all, are found to be fluctuating and fleeting, the concomitant amnesic states are frequently found to be stable. In other words, the two do not show concomitant changes. Janet's law that anesthesias go with amnesias or that modifications of sensitivity go with memory changes seems to confirm this peripheral theory of amnesia. Unfortunately by no means a causal one. Thus in one of the cases the subconscious state was brought about by the shock of a fall, which also accidentally innately the relation here is involved the lower extremities. In another case, the twilight of consciousness aesthesia of the leg 343 was due to persistent suggestion accidentally associated with the object producing mental or the aura found in the subconscious states. Psychic epilepsy are in my researches proven to be just such accidentally associated changes of sensitivity. For in one case, whose aura was sensations of red, it was found that the color red happened to be associated with the shock and first attack, while in another case, whose aura was sensations of green, the color green was found to be similarly associated. Still another case, in which the aura was a fetid smell and nauseating taste, it was found that the first attack came on when a piece of fetid, nauseating meat happened to be in the patient's mouth. Whatever may be the connection or association between changes of visceral or of peripheral sensibility, it is certainly not one of a causal, but of a casual or occasional character. Stated in other words, it may be said that the connection is purely psychic shock, of so-called central or essentially mental in origin. The changes in visceral or peripheral sensibility may be causally connected with the subconscious states, or damatastandi, as both are the effects of one central process. In either case, the relation is purely central in character. Far from affirming that it is changes of peripheral or visceral sensibility that give rise to subconscious states, with their consequent amnesias, the reverse rather affirmed with far more truth, may be if it is the subconscious states that give rise to the change of peripheral or visceral sensitivity. In typical organic epilepsy, sensory and motor disturbances do not stand in relation of cause and effect, both are effects of one central cause. Similarly, epileptic subconscious states and peripheral sensory changes, when present at all, are both of them results of one central process. Furthermore, the subconscious states and the sensory may become entirely dissociated, one appearing without the other. Extensive sensory motor changes appear without any subconscious states, and on the other hand, changes multiple personality. 344 subconscious states are present, with almost no appreciable sensory-motor disturbances. So noticeable is this independence in many cases that it is a current belief that one is a substitute for the other, that where subconscious states are fully developed the sensory-motor changes are at a minimum, and where the sensory-motor disturbances are at a maximum, the subconscious states are at a minimum. In other words, subconscious states are present where the sensory-motor disturbances are absent, or, as it is sometimes put, epileptic mental disturbances are the psychic equivalents of typical epileptic attacks, with their loss of consciousness and sensory-motor disturbances. There is another point of view often maintained by psychopathologists, a view which attempts to explain the amnesia of the subconscious states or psychologists of the Dhammatastandi by reduced mental intensity. When the activity of consciousness, it is claimed, is weak, then the Dhammatastandi take place, and hence subsequently arise retrospective mental gaps or amnesic states. Thus a dream state represents weakened states of mental activity, and it is well known how dreams easily lapse from memory. The subconscious states are taken to be dream-is, states of mental activity of low intensity, and hence the resulting amnesic condition. If we closely examine this point of view, we find that it is not quite correct psychologically. A mental state of low states, that intensity is not necessarily a lowered capacity of reproduction. A weak sensation may be very vivid and well remembered, while on the other hand a very intense sensation may be of very low vividness, and its memory may hence be indistinct or possibly lacking altogether. Mental intensity and reproduction do not necessarily stand in relation to each other. Mental states of low intensity may become easily reproduced, while mental states of high intensity may lapse from memory. Memory depends largely on the number and frequency of formed associations. Mentaltion. Twilight of consciousness. 345 states, with a great number of associations of frequent trip, can be more easily revived than states of fewer so and of rare occurrence. There are more organized starting points from which the given state may be brought to associations. Should such associations become few and narrowed, then the power of reproduction becomes core into consciousness, respondingly reduced. Furthermore, the term mental intensity is ambiguous. Does it mean sensory life of great intensity, intense sensations? Does it mean vivid mental house and obscure states, vivid representations, clear and distinct ideas? Does mean a great number of associations awakened, or does it mean mental states having great affective or emotional elements as constituents? The greatest objection, however, to the theory of menweakness is the fact that it does not accord with experience and observation. They who have closely studied Tal subconscious states in hypnosis, especially in its last stages, know that intensity of consciousness is by no means weakened, that, though highly suggestible, it is still very clear and distinct, and if by intensity is meant anything at all, then it may be said that intensity of subconscious life differs but little seriousness from the waking states of the upper con, and still the amnesia after emerging from this state is often profound and complete. If we turn to cases of amnesia not of the hypnotic type, we find the same truth, namely, that the subconscious states are often clear, distinct, vivid and intense, differing but from the normal state, as far as quality of consciousness is concerned. The changes are in the content and form little of mental activity. In fact, in one of the cases of double consciousness, the Hannah case, the secondary state was far more clear, far more distinct, more vivid and receptive than was the original normal primary state. Even the so-called epileptic Dhammatastandi are not entirely clouded and confused, and quite many cases are found in multiple personality 346, examination of which reveals a condition of clear intense consciousness, and still they are followed often by a severe form of irretraceable amnesia. One great error which people are apt to make is to read the nature of things from the terms by which they are denoted. The very word subconscious irresistibly suggests to many minds mental states of low intensity. As a matter of fact, the subconscious mental states of low is by no means identical with it includes psychic states ranging from the lowest to the highest tension and vivid intensity-ness of mental activity. It may be that for clearness sake better to discard this term subconscious. Unfortunately we have no better term, and, besides, it has taken root in literature and is highly useful, if used in its right sense, to include the phenomena it is meant to cover. Because states are termed subconscious, it does not follow and vividness. What is meant is the fact that subconscious states fall outside the range of normal consciousness and are dissociated, so that they are of low intensity, they cannot be reproduced or recognized. Their tendency consciousness is, in other words, toward amnesia in the normal upper. These subconscious states may be associated and coherent with one another and may thus be enabled to have reproduction and recognition. They may have memori, and that of a very precise and exact character. Subconscious states occurring in epileptic conditions may be of a very low type of moment consciousness and may lack altogether any reproductive or recognitive qualities. In the higher type of subconscious mental life, memory is present for subconscious states, and even for states of the upper consciousness, though the reverse is usually absent, that is, the states of the upper consciousness have no memory for the subconscious states. Chapter 17 Hysteria. A number of cases of a functional character is known in medical literature under the term of hysteria. What the term hysteria denotes is rarely denned, though it seems to connote much to the mind of the medical student. Some, hysteria usedness to only a matter of fancy and innate. This point of view is not in accordance with the facts and need not be discussed here, as it is simply a negation of the reality of the phenomena. Refusal to it is a simple recognize the validity of the subject matter. Others define hysteria in terms of unreasonable will stimuli, of sympathies, of unrelated parallelism. It is obvious that such definitions require no discussion. Those, however, who do make themselves acquainted with the phenomena and try to reduce them to a rational order, attempt to give some precise definition to the term hys. Hysteria is denned as a however, evident that such a definiteria with various success. Mental disease. It is, there are many which are mental in character and which can hardly be classed among the hysterias. The different forms of aphasia, the many forms of mania, melancholias, paranoias, etc., are all mental diseases, but they are not hysterias. To define hysteria simply as a mental disorder is far from being exact and definite. Disease is as inadequate as to define man as a two-legged animal. It is true that very often the psychic aspect of the different forms of disorders that go under the name of hysteria must be specially emphasized as against the view that makes of that disturbance a purely bodily affection. 347 Multiple personality. 348 This is perfectly legitimate, in fact, indispensable, but it would not do to base on it a scientific definition, not because it is incorrect, but because it is too general, and hence it is not enough to define a too vague and ambiguous tiger as an animal, but its differentia should be given. In the same way it is not sufficient to define hysteria as a psychic trouble, its differentia should be added. What are the special traits or differentia of the psychic known under the term of hysteria? The disturbance traits commonly given as specific of hysteria are instability, suggestibility, power, and emotionality. Weakness or lack of will. Now these characteristics are certainly very suggestive, but they are not sufficient to single out and denote adequately the type of hysterical infirmities. These characteristics, it can be pointed out, for mental are too general, too indefinite and too vague. Instability, suggestibility, weakness of will and emotionality are also to be found in many mental diseases of widely maniacal states or states of general paranoia of this description. Besides, the traits are so comprehensive as to include mental states which can hardly be regarded as psychic diseases. The mental condition of children and savages presents just these very traits of character. They are mentally unstable, they are highly suggestiferent types. Esis will typal, their willpower is weak and deficient, and they are highly emotional. And it will certainly be a strain of generalization to regard children and savages as mentally diseased and suffering from hysterical maladies. The concept of hysteria as well as the outline of its nature remains vague, ill-defined and obscure, and covers a vast number of psychopathological functional affections of various forms and types whose physical basis is not of the permanent type of organic lesions. A very ingenious theory of the cause and nature of hysteria has been recently advanced. According to this theory, the nature of hysteria consists in the abnormally hysteria 349 powerful intensity of the sensory components, concomitant with the reproduced ideas and their associated feelings, bringing about an abnormal intensification of these very feelings. In other words, hysteria is defined as a malady of emotional life, an intensification of reproduced emotions brought about by the abnormal intensity of the associated ideosensory processes. Now it is left untold what those ideosensory processes are. Since emotions themselves on any theory, whether peripheral or central, are largely made up of ideosensory elements and processes, it is hard to tell how much of the whole generalization is a tautology. The whole theory reduces itself to the very well-known statement that hysteria this, however, is nothing is simply intense emotionalism. But words with but little meaning to them neither do they define the nature of hysteria, nor do they give the modus operandi of the facts of emotionalism in giving rise to the phenomenon regarded as belonging to the type known as hysteria. The intense ideosensory elements should be indicated and their relations to the phenomena underin nothing of the kind is done, and the theory of intense emotionalism is but a repetition of the current popular views on the subject. It is true that an attempt is made to base this popular view on a more firm basis and express it in more exact investigation should be determined. Entific terms. Hysterical emotionalism is referred to reproduced ideosensory elements having an abnormal intensity. This, too, however, is rather vague, as the reproduced elements are not indicated. Furthermore, it is hard to understand what is meant by reproduced intense ideas and sensations. Psychologically regarded, this theory, as it stands, is full of ambiguity and does not accord with facts. An idea may be reproduced, but it has no intensity. A sensation has intensity, but then it cannot be reproduced. What the theory affirms is the generalization that all the phenomena falling multiple personality 350 under the category of hysteria may be explained by or traced originally to the intensity of representative life with its accompanying affective states. In other words, hysteria regarded as a disease of reproductive mental life. Now it does not accord with facts to find intensity as a quality of his representative life. An idea may be vivid, but is not in, and it is wrong to suppose that, however vivid an idea or representation may be, it should ever become a presentation or sensation. An idea of sound does not sound, nor is an idea of redness red, no matter how vivid it may be made. We can no more reproduce or represent sensation than we can add a cubit to our height. Still more difficult is it to realize a reproduction of affective states and tense emotions. If there be such reproduction, then it entirely of a different type than that of ideas, is so, and the two must not therefore be lumped together into one category. From a general consideration of this theory of emotion, it is well to enter into a more detailed examination and see how the theory works when applied to the phenomena that go under the comprehensive term of hysteria. Is this theory of reproduced intense emotionalism a working hypothesis? If we inspect closely the phenomena under alism consideration, we find that they present sensory, motor, we find that they pre-ideomotor and sensory-motor defects, scent anesthesia of the different senses in various degrees, and also amnesia of different forms and types. How are these facts to be explained on the general theory that takes emotional life as its basis? The anesthesias are regarded and visceral sensibility, due as modifications of peripheral to the diseased states of the various organs. Now it is these modifications, along with the intense reproduced emotional states, that give rise to the amnesic conditions so often present in patients of the hysterical diathesis. The changes in visceral sensibility work in the same way to bring about amnesia as they do in the damatustandi of epilepsy. They so modify the totality of consciousness that certainly on hysteria 351/10 of memory requiring definite mental states for their reproduction cannot be revived. Thus, for instance, the ASM, the case of Burritt and Guru, the case edited by Weir Mitchell, are all referred to the sensory changes found in the peripheral organs. Thus one of the case of followers of this theory cites cases of Janet, showing such peripheral sensory changes present with the onset of different forms of amnesia and the disappearance of those amnesic states with the return of the sensory states to the. Thus Janet tells of some of his cases with the disappearance of the skin and muscle Anna's normal condition. That, thesia, the amnesic states have also ceased. In fact, one may even refer to Janet's law that amnesias come and go with sensory disturbances. The factor of sensory disturbances, however, does not seem sufficient to account for all the phenomena, and the other factor, that of intense reproduced affections and emotions, is brought into bear on the subject. Hysteria, it is pointed out, is characterized by the important symptoms that reproduced emotions manifest themselves with unusual abnormal intensity. It is the abnormal intensity of emotional life, partly dependent on the changes of peripheral and visceral sensibility, so prevalent in hysteria, that is the cause of the amnesic states. Logical principle is a psycho now being drawn that very intense emotional states suppress the reproduction of ideas, and when an idea is assumed memories associated with them. Associated with an emotion 6, then this idea revives the intense if the reproduction emotion and, of the emotion B exercises an inhibitive influence on A, the memory is in and hence amnesia. The adherents of this view attempt to substantiate it by an analysis of cases. The analysis shows that in some cases a strong emotion brings about the hysterical state with its symptoms. Now it is believed that no sooner do these memories arise to consciousness than their accompanying emotions arise, too, inhibited, multiple personality 352, and with an intensity so great as to inhibit the very mem and give rise to amnesia. Of course, the question arises as to the validity of the principle of having an emotion inhibit instead of fixing the ideas associated with it. For we find that in normal life, as well as in abnormal mental activity, memories become fixed in proportion to the strength of the accompanying affective states and emotions. This objection is overcome by the reply that this holds true only up to a certain degree or is of intensity of the affective states. When the intensity of the emotions rises beyond a certain point, then, instead of fixing the loss of memory, the emotion inhibits it and produces psychic content, thus giving rise to the different forms of amnesia. A closer examination, however, of this theory reveals its questionable character. First of all, It postulates that an emotion revived representatively by an idea differs from the original emotion only in the degree of intensity. This generalization of identifying the qualitative side of presentation and representation and making them degree only is not true to fact. Differ in a presentation is not an intense representation. An intense idea does not become as a weak sensation an idea. Affective and emotions can no more be reproduced by representations, by ideas, than sensations can. Psychologically, it is opposed to facts of observations, and physiologically the theory assumes that the central apparatus and its physiological processes are in structure and function identical with the peripheral sensory organs and their mode of action. One may as well place eyes, ears, nose and tongue in the cerebral lobes. The theory, therefore, cannot be a sensation, nor states accepted on general grounds, because it is not in accord with the facts of psychology and physiology. In fact, it contradicts their most fundamental principles. If now from the general review of the theory, we turn to the facts it is assumed to explain, we find that it is also hysteria 353 out of accord with them, and that the explanation given is but an apparent one. The very essence of the facts is really ignored. It is contended on this theory that the memories, as representations, are inhibited by their associated reproduced emotions and hence the amnesic states. Now, as a matter of fact, nothing of the kind is really observed in those forms of amnesia that go under the name of HYS and which, on account of the vagueness of the term and the clustering round it of a great number of invalid concepts, it were better to use the more comprehensive and more adequate designation of functional psychosis. The phenomena of functional psychosis are in direct contradiction to this theory of inhibitory reproduced affective states and emotions. If the emotion is to keep the associated representation under inhibition, then it is evident that the removal of the emotion will also remove the inhibition. In words, in order that the amnesia should persist, the association of the emotion with the idea must be stable, permanent and lasting. Most cases of functional amnesia do not reveal the least trace of on the contrary, indiffer presence of emotional states. Hence, affective and emotional hyposesthesia or anesthesia of the emotional life is most often the case. Even in the cases where emotions do enter as a factor, they do so in the beginning of the attack, and may bring about a psychic trauma, giving rise to the symptoms characterizing the different forms of functional psychosis. Once, however, functional psychosis, with its psychic states, is originated, the emotion itself is no longer active. An emotion may work harmful results, somewhat like a physical blow on the head, in producing amnesia. In fact, it may be regarded in such cases as a psychic blow, but it is certainly strange to assert that it is the blow which underlies the nature of the amnesia and is a permanent factor in the psychopathological phenomena. Nor can that each subsequent attack 24 is it be asserted preceded by a blow. The multiple personality 354 blow is absent, but the psychic state persists. Of functional psychosis lies the nature not in the blow, but in the pathological neural disturbances with their accompanying psychic manifestations. Functional amnesia is not kept up by the intensity of emotion. The emotion, if it does occur as the occasion of the mental malady, may pass away, but the amnesic condition remains. In many of my cases of functional amnesia, not the least trace of emotion could be discovered. Moreover, according to this same theory, sensory-motor changes and disturbances of co-anesthetic sensibility should be observed, but nothing of the kind could be found. With the exception of the amnesia, not the least difference could be found between the normal state and that of the amnesic conditions. In the M case the amnesia is of systematized character, in the FEs the amnesia is of a localized character, but in neither could any affective, emotional, nor any sensory changes be found. Even in the Hannah case, where the amnesia was complete and general, the patient possessed excellent self-control, manifested no emotional disturbances and revealed no sensory changes whatever. As a matter of fact, when sensory changes do occur in functional psychosis, they are not at all of a peripheral physiological character, but of a purely central and psychic by suggestion or subconscious. The key to functional psychosis is not to be sought in its occasional factors and circumstances, such as emotionalism and sensory motor changes, but they must origin, often brought about autosuggestion. Be looked for in disturbances of a purely central character. They must be sought in psychophysiological dissociations of the central neural apparatus due to the rise and fall of thresholds. Furthermore, the very essence of functional psychosis is entirely overlooktional states. By this theory of intense revived emo, neither the seemingly lost sensory motor impressions nor the memory experiences are really lost in hysteria functional psychosis. 355 The apparently lost experiences can be shown to be present in the patient's subconscious life. The lost content has not vanished from consciousness, it is tapped by psycho present there in a dissociated form. Pathological methods, such as distraction, automatic writing, guessing, hypnoidization, and under conditions favorable to the manifestations of subconscious states, the seemingly vanished content suddenly reappears and stands out clear and distinct in the background of consciousness. Moreover, it can also be shown that the seemingly anilely sensitive, and the aparesthetic spots are really ently forgotten and lapsed memories are actually present in full to the smallest detail. We may fully affirm the statement which may be termed the paradox of functional maladies, that in functional psychosis all losses are present, that all deficiencies are also excesses, that all anesthesias are also hyperesthesias, and that all amnesias are also hyperkinesias. So strongly marked is this the case in functional system, investigators find that what really requires explanation is not the anesthesias and amnesias, but the hyperesthesias and hypomnesias. As a matter of fact, the two are inseparable in functional psychosis. They are but two aspects of one and the same fundamental psychosis, that phenomenon of functional dissociation. What is completely lost to the patient's personal consciousness is present in full in the subconscious dissociated state. The phenomena of functional psychosis originate in psychic dissociation, with its concomitant physiological and elements. Dissociation of neural systems. Psychologically regarded, functional psychosis is a dissociation of systems of moments consciousness. Physiologically regarded, functional psychosis, aggregation of neuron systems, is a dissig. Chapter 18 Types of dissociated personalities. Psychophysiological dissociation is at the basis of the occasion or the proximate cause of functional psychosis is in very psychopathic states of functional psychosis, ably present in the dissociated psychopathic states. Thus, for instance, the event and circumstances that have given rise to functional psychosis can always be found, on investigation, in the dissociated moment. In tapping this dissociated moment by different methods, the detachable sensori motor states with its memories are brought to light and a reassociation is made possible. Such a reassociation removes the psychopathic conditions and the anesthesias and amnesias vanish. Cases of psychic epilepsy, the many forms of aphasias, fixed ideas and other mental and sensory motor maladies of like kind may be brought as good illustrations of the truth of our proposition. The experiences and memories are present in the dissociated moment in a subconscious state and do not become synthesized in the functioning personal moment consciousness. What specially characterizes functional psychosis is the fact that its losses are not absolute, but relative only. Is absent in self-consciousness, is present subconsciously. Neither the anesthesias nor the amnesias are absolute. Fact. far from being the case that functional psychosis manifests itself in losses such as diminished or even total loss of sensibility or of memory. It can be shown that when the subconscious dissociated state is tapped by stimuli 8356 dissociated personalities 357 its functioning activity, that hyperesthesia and hypomnesia take the place of anesthesia and amnesia. The apparently anesthetic spot is shown to be highly sensitive, far more so than in the normal state, and the seemingly lost tract of memories is present to the minutest details. Thus in the DF case the visual stimulations that were outside of her greatly contracted field of vision were apparently not perceived by the patient. An examination, however, revealed that they were actually present in the patient's mind, but in such a condition as not to be directly reached by the active systems of associations constituting for the time being the patient's personality. In other words, the impressions, the sensory experiences existed in a detached form, in a rest of the mental form dissociated from the associative systems of the patient's personal activity. Once, however, these detached, dissociated systems were reached by stimuli appropriate to them, then it became clear that not only were the stimulations perceived, but the perception was highly delicate, and then while the field of vision in self-consciousness became greatly contracted, that of the subconscious became enlarged beyond the normal. There was the anesthesia for the contracted personal consciousness and hyperesthesia sitive for the dissociated consciousness. Similarly in the ease of F, where whole tracts of memories were apparently completely lost from personal consciousness, they were found in all their manifold details in the subconscious, clearly revealing the important fact that here, too, personal amnesia is dissociated hypomnesia. The central truth of functional psychosis is psychophysiological dissociation giving rise to the two opposing and apparently contradictory sets of symptoms or manifestations. The threshold of sensitivity and recollection seems to move in two opposite directions. While there is a rise of threshold to maximum in the self-consciousness, there is also a fall of the threshold to minimum in the subconscious. This multiple personality 358 tenuous rise and fall of thresholds for sensitivity and recollection may be regarded as the paradox of functional psychosis. The paradoxical side of this simultaneous rise and fall of the thresholds becomes perfectly plain and clear when we remember that functional psychosis, all of mental systems, is a dissociation, the dissociated system falling out of the main organization of the functioning systems gives rise to limited anesthesia and amnesia. Reached, however, through appropriate and adequate stimulations, they reveal a full account of their very isolation and dissociation from the rest of functioning systems, disclosing their entire and hypomnesia. In reality, the two seemingly contradictory manifestations of rise and fall of threshold for sensitivity and recollection are both two sides of one and the same phenomenon. Both are related to one and the same central fact of functional content, manifesting hyperesthesia psychosis, psychophysiological dissociation, the dissociation and disaggregations of systems of central neural elements with their concomitant psychic systems or moments consciousness. 1. The phenomena of simultaneous functioning of both personal consciousness and subconscious systems cannot be explained on the theory of emotionalism, and the facts, moreover, directly contradict that theory. Thus in the subconscious motor manifestations of automatic writing experiences are recorded by the patient, apparently in an busy reading or talking, the automatic way, while he experiences being of a nature unknown to the patient, and is the act of recording remains also unknown. The same experiences may also be manifested in the form of whispering, occurring in an automatic form, the patient remaining entirely unconscious of the whole occurrence. The theory of emotionalism has no explanation of these phenomena, but on the dissociation theory such phenomena should one see Part 1, Chapters 11, 12. Dissociated personalities naturally be expected. 359. The psychophysiological systems that have become dissociated carry on their functioning activity side by side with the main systems, with the personal consciousness. Furthermore, we should expect to find that the organ temporarily possessed by the subconscious dissociative systems, such, for instance, as the hand or the tongue, should and conscious main personality. Now we actually find this to be the case. When the hand of the automatic writer is for the time being fall outside the control-ness of the pricked, he does not feel it, though the dissociated on the theory of emotionalism, there is absolutely no reason why the facts should be of such a seriousness does. Character. The same holds true in cases of amnesia, where the automatic writing records events, totally unknown to the subject, occurring during the time he is attentively reading or engaged in active conversation. Seriousness run here side two streams of con by side, two moments are active. The theory of emotionalism can give no reason for these phenomena. The theory of dissociation, on the contrary, not only explains them, but in fact makes them absolutely necessary. Simultaneously. Instead of simultaneity, functional psychosis may pre-phenomena of succession of an alternate character. Memories may alternate, what is known to one state is unknown to the other. The alternate states may form series which know each other. What account can the theory of emotionalism give of these phenomena? None whatever. If an intense emotion brings about an amnesic state, then the removal of the emotion and the coming up into conscientiousness of the inhibited forgotten content should not be accompanied by a new amnesia. The theory of psychomore can account fully for these phenomena. In fact, it requires their occurrence, if the theory is to be substantiated and verified at all. 2. Or logical dissociation. Once multiple personality. 360. More dissociated systems. 2 or more dissociated moments may function simultaneously or successively. When they do function in succession, what should happen? Naturally, the phenomena of alternating amnesia. The interrelation of the alternating states may be of such a character that they may be completely unknown to one another, or they may be known to one, but not to the other. Thus the first series of states may not know the second series, nor the second the first, or while the first series does not know of the second series does know the. In the first case the dissociation is complete, in the second case, the dissociation is fully present in the primary series, but not in the secondary. Suppose, for the sake of the illustration, consciousness consists of moments A, B, C, E, P. Then in the case where the states are unknown, the primary series may consist of A, B, while the secondary series consists of C, D, E, F. Both series are independent and dissociated, and as such are unknown to each other. In the case, however, where the secondary knows the primary, but not the reverse, then the secondary consists of all the functioning moments, while the primary consists only of A, B, and as such it does not know the rest of the moments, C, D, E, F, etc. Now, while on the theory of dissociation we should expect such interrelation in the dissociated moments, on the theory of emotionalism, the phenomena of alternating memory series and their interrelations remain an insoluble mystery. The secondary states may be wide and extensive enough primary states, or they may be so narrow to include the as to exclude them. States in the former case, the secondary may be regarded as more or less complete states, while the primary states are the incomplete ones. Frequently, however, both primary and secondary states are incomplete, and while they may have in common many of the lower automatic and secondary reflex psychic activities, they lack common elements of conscious memory and dissociated personalities. 861. Hence there is no recollection of one series by the other. The whole series of primary states, however, represents a flowing, synthetic, organic unity with recognition and recollection of all the primary states, while all the secondary states form another independent, but also an organic unity, having recognition and memory for all the secondary states. In other words, two personalities are formed which to all intents and purposes may be regarded as independent of each other, being unconscious of each other and having two separate centers of synth that enter the flowing unit, giving rise to the phenomena known as double conthesis, psiousness. If the cycle appears but once, bimorphosis, phosis. If the cycle is we have monocyclical repeated, polycyclical bimor. There is, however, no reason why the separate series should be limited to two, although this is the most common occurrence. There may be many separate series, with as many independent foci of synthesis, giving rise to as many different individualities. In such a case we have the phenomena of multiple consciousness or of multiple personality, in short, the phenomena of polymorphosis. If the cycle occurs but once, then the polymorphosis may be said to be monocyclical, as if the cycle is repeated, the polymorphosis polycyclical. The formed personalities in polymorphosis act as independent individual beings and enter into relations, conversations and discussions with one another, the whole presenting a dramatic play in which many personages take active part, successively as well as simultaneously. Such, for instance, are those functional cases of multiple personality, reported by many writers, cases which to a certain may be reproduced artificially. These many may fuse and form a new personality with all the contents of memory belonging to them, and as such may extensionalities have recognition of all of them. At this point let me emphasize the fact which has been multiple personality 362 but too often entirely overlooked, namely, the fundamental difference between reproductive amnesia and that of a purely recognitive character. In amnesia of reproduction, the very contents of memory are lost, whether functionally or organically, whether relatively solutely, and temporarily or in amnesia of recognition. The content of memory on examination can be shown to be present and reproduced, but it is not recognized as belonging to one's past life. Amnesia of recognition is no doubt due to a great narrowing down of associative connections brought about by the process of functional dissociation, affecting the particular content. For recognition, as we have shown, is a function of associative systems, recognition becoming more localized in time and more specific in proportion to the number of associative interconnections. Recognitive amnesia depends on a very limited field of associative activity, or rather on a very great extent of dissociation, while amnesia of reproduction is the outcome of complete functional dissociation. In both cases the psychic content is retained, in one case it is reproduced only, but not recognized, in the other it is neither now recognized nor reproduced. In the phenomena of bimorphosis and polymorphosis, whether coexistent or successive, the same important distinction between amnesia of recognition and amnesia of reproduction should be maintained. This distinction gives us a wider, deeper and clearer view of the phenomena and their interrelation. These dissociated streams of thought, these various foci of mental activity, these individual moments developing into fully fledged personalities, since the detached fragments of the personal moment have a tendency to become personalities in their turn and thus reproduce the type of moment from which they have become detached, may stand in different relations to one another. The newly developed personality formed by dissociation may know the rest, but not recognize them, or it may not even reproduce them. In either case the rest are regarded as total strangers. Dissociated personalities, the quasi-individualities formed may be sharply 363 defined in character, with strong claims of being independent personalities, and though often bringing confusion in their wake, they are jealous of their independence and strenuously resist attempts at fusion. The quasi-personality puts forth claims of being an independent, objective individual and not even related to the patient's personality, of which the Flournoy case and other it is really a constituent. Related cases are of this type of polymorphosis. In cases of polymorphic personality we usually find one or two predominating personalities, which present a high degree of stability and individuality, while the rest are unstable. They come and go and get character and individuality by insistent questioning and indirect suggestions given to them by outside people and their surroundings. There is no doubt that the very interplay of the principal dominating personalities as well as of the subordinate ones is in itself an important factor in the strengthening of the various crystallized individualities, which at first may come into being in a rather amorphous condition. The interrelation of these different quasi-individualities, though seemingly so aggressively independent, is really a very intimate one. They are all chips of the same block. Chapter 19 A single appearance of a secondary personality. Cases of double and multiple personality, though few in number, have been published and republished, but they have not been given a close analysis. They always remained mysterious freaks, monstrosities of the human mind, and were described as scientific curiosities. The lay mind regards them with fear and awe, as mysterious manifestations of the supernatural. The scientific world looks at them as rare, exceptional phenomena, to which science has no key and which, on account of their exceptional occurrence, may, as well, for scientific purposes be neglected. When the Greeks for the first time discovered electricity in the electron or amber, they considered it a freak of nature, an exception. It was reserved for the future generations, 2,000 years later, to demonstrate the potency of electricity. Psychologists with one accord have passed the verdict: cases of multiple consciousness are exceptions to the law. From the standpoint, however, of our psychophysiological theory of the mind, the phenomena of multiple personality are full of meaning and import. Far from being mere freaks, monstrosities of consciousness, they are in fact shown to be necessary manifestations of the very constitution of mental life. Multiple consciousness is not, for mind is synthesis of many systems, of many moments consciousness. The phenomena the exception, but the law of multiple personality are due to disintegration of mental many complex systems. In psychology, these phenomena, on the contrary, should form its very basis. One great synthesis, to dissociation of stead of being neglected 364 secondary personality 365 principle must be at the foundation of psychology, and that is the synthesis of multiple consciousness in normal, and its disintegration in abnormal mental life. The consideration of the importance of the phenomena of double and multiple personality induces me to undertake here the work of analysis, however brief, in order to bring out the main points of their agreement and difference. An analysis of these cases, along with the experimental study of the Hannah case already presented to the reader in previous pages, may help us to formulate the law of the phenomena known as double or multiple consciousness. We may begin with the following case, reported by Dr. Osborne in the Medico-Legal Journal for 1894. The subject was a man of muscular, somewhat angular outline, past as is middle age, in admirable health, and so far known free from any personal or inherited neuro. For many years he had resided in a thriving town near Philadelphia, and by strict application to his trade as tinsmith and plumber, had accumulated considerable means. With these resources he at last opened up an empathic establishment of his own, and, being singularly industrious and straightforward, he prospered steadily in his business. As his sons grew up they shared in the business, and at the time of his disappearance had materially assisted him in the execution of some large contracts, from which he realized profits. For years he had enjoyed ordinarily good health, and was not known to possess any eccentricities or morbid tendencies. His domestic relations were harmonious, his social position better than ever before, and he was not known to have any secret, immoral, or illicit indulgences of any kind whatever. The Sunday of his disappearance he remained in the house all day, as it was a dull, gloomy November day, engaged mainly in reading and in play with his younger children, to whom he was greatly attached. About 4 handsome multiple personality 366 up from the lounge on o'clock in the afternoon he got, which he had been reclining, reading, changed his house jacket for an ordinary business day coat, slipped on an easy pair of shoes, and, to his wife's questions, stated he was going out for a short walk in the street for a little fresh air. Noting the time, she cautioned him not to go. He promised not too far, as they would soon have dinner. Keep them waiting, declared he would be back in a few moments, and that he was only going for a little turn in the main street, on which his house faced. He quietly and leisurely stepped outside the door, and although a conspicuous figure in the town and perfectly well known to 9/10 of the people of the vicinity, he disappeared as mysteriously as though he had, as they say, none vanished into thin saw him, although the of the townspeople streets were alive with the usual Sunday afternoon strollers. He left no trace. Rewards and detectives proved unavail when it was necessary to wind up the affairs of the ing. Was found that he had taken no money, but that his wife and family were handsomely provided for. In due course of time the business was finally disposed of, the property sold, and the wife and family removed to Chicago. The family gave up all hope of ever finding even a clue to the long-lost husband and father. 2 years had almost passed when, in a tin shop in a town in one of the far southern states, where a number of men were engaged at their trade, suddenly one of them dropped his work and cried, as he pressed his hand to his head in a dazed, bewildered way, "My God, where am I? How did I come here? This isn't my shop. Where am I? What does it mean?" At first the men were disposed to laugh at the reserved man, who had worked for several months so quietly by their side, and of whose history they had not been able to learn a word, but when they saw his changed expression, the perspiration standing on his brow, his nervous twitchings, and noted his piteous appeals, the establishment, Secondary personality 367 realized that it was all something far from jest, as he was known as a sober, most exemplary behaved man. They could not charge him with inebriety. They called him by a name that was now strange to him, and they insisted he had told them such was his name. At last, trembling with suppressed emotion, he made his way to the proprietor, who was quite as much startled by the man's talk and manner as had been the men below. After months of wandering and of work combined, during which period he had aged considerably, he was now awakening from, shall we say, his somnambulistic sleep. It was with some difficulty that he made the proprietor understand his true condition or believe his story of a northern home, a family, and a prosperous business. The proprietor only knew him as a wandering tinner who had drifted into the town, sought work at his trade, was employed, proved to be a reliable, skilled and attentive workman, and regarding whose antecedents the proprietor had workmen had not volunteered any under the fictitious name he had given. He had been known and paid, but he had no knowledge of the past. He remembered nothing. At last a dim recollection came over him of that fateful Sunday, his rising to go out, the request to come back for dinner, his promise to do so in a few minutes, and then all was a blank. He had no money, although he had worked steadily for some months in this shop and had been paid good wages. What he did with the not inquired and the statements. Money, it seems, has never been discovered. After ascertaining the whereabouts of his family, he made straight for Chicago, where, by the last accounts, he was living his usual normal life. Somewhat mystified over his realization of the strange freak in which he figured, although feeling well and apparently in normal mental balance, he yet realizes that he has been the central mice figure in some overstrange mental phenomena, quite tedious enough to make him, at times, doubt his sanity. 368 Multiple personality. There are no facts explanatory of the prime cause of his disappearance, to account for the failure of his neighbors to detect his flight, to explain his wanderings, or to solve the conditions of his return to his normal self. In the Psychological Review for 1894, Dr. Dana gives the following account of an interesting case of double consciousness that has come under his personal observation. The patient, Mr. S., aged 24, was an active, intelligent and healthy young man. Though coming of a somewhat nervous stock, there is no actual psychosis in the family. He had himself always been well. His habits were good. For a year or two before his trouble came on, he had been subjected to some nervous strain, but it had not perceptibly affected his health or spirits. About 2 weeks before his accident he had some, and on coming home had a nervous chill. However, he seemed perfectly well next day and continued his usual duties. On Friday evening, the 18th of November, he retired as usual. Next morning, as he did financial trouble, not appear at breakfast, a member of the family entered room and found it full of gas and the patient lying. The escaping gas was due to a leak in the pipe, as was subsequently found. The stopcock of the gas burner was turned off, and there was no possible reason for or suspicion of suicide. The patient was, as stated, his unconscious in bed. Conscious, the face livid, the lips blue, the eyes open, the respiration slow and stertorous, sometimes almost ceasing. The family physician, Dr. Rodenstein, was called, and worked over him for 3 hours before the breathing became natural and his life seemed out of danger. He became partially conscious by 4 p.m., and to a clergyman who had called he talked rationally, but not clearly. Next morning he recognized his sister and father, and said he thought he was losing his mind. In the afternoon he became somewhat delirious. He slept that night, but during the succeeding 6 days his mind wandered and he was secondary personality, apparently distressed and excited. 369 He was oppressed with the idea that someone wanted to take him away and do him bodily injury. He talked about a trip he had been expecting to make to Washington, and called for his timetables. He spoke also about his business and of various plans he had been intending to carry out. On Tuesday, 4 days after the accident, he was seen trying to read a newspaper upside down. On the 8th day he was taken to Dr. Granger's sanitarium. He went without trouble, though he was still somewhat excited and maniacal. That night he slept, and next morning awoke free from any signs of mania. He was quiet and sane in every way. From this time the evidences of his amnesia and changed personality were apparent. He dressed himself neatly and with his usual attention to his toilet, understanding apparently the use of the various articles of dress. He showed by his conversation at once that he did not know who he was or where he was, and that his conscious memory of everything connected with his past was gone. His vocabulary at first was very limited. He could only use familiar words, and could only understand language of the simplest character, such as that bearing on the things immediately about him. He did not know the names or uses of the things in and about the house, though he at once remembered and never forgot any name told him. Consequently his vocabulary he had a German attendant, and pronounced many of the new words standing of conversation rapidly increased. With a German accent. Everything had to be explained to him, such as the qualities and uses of the horse and cow and of the various articles about the house. Yet he would sit at the table and eat his meals with his former neatness, preserving also the courtesies and amenities of a gentleman, but he could not understand why he did certain things until it was explained. He did not recognize his parents or sister. He said that he had always known Tess or fiancée, 25 multiple personality 370 the latter, and his great desire and longing was to have her with him. He did not remember the slightest detail of his former relations with her, and did not know what marriage meant or the significance of the filial relation. Those persons whom he had liked very much before he seemed especially glad to see, though he could not explain why. He could not read, and did not even know his letters or figures. But he soon learned both to read and write simple sentences involving ordinary words. His vocabulary was gradually increased, but even 2 months after his accident he could not read a newspaper understandingly, except simple accounts of everyday happenings. He was naturally slowest in understanding he learned figures and arithmetic very terms quickly and could soon do ordinary arithmetical computer. He had been accustomed to play billiards. He very soon learned tuitions easily. Little, but played the game badly. Play again, appreciating the value of angles, and before long he became much more skillful than he had been in his former state. He had always been clumsy with his hands and never liked mechanical work or showed the least capacity for it. He never could draw or carve. With a little instruction from another patient he soon became very skillful in carving and worked a monogram in the back of a brush in a most creditable manner. He also made a shuffleboard, doing the work very neatly. He showed, in fine, a much greater cleverness with the hands and finer development of muscle sense than he had had before. He used to play and sing a little. About 6 weeks after the accident, he picked out a tune on the piano, which he had known long before, but had not heard or played for a year. He did not know what it was, or associate it with any early memory. He sang some of his old songs and played a little on his banjo. The old musical memories were there, but dissociated from any thoughts of the past. He was very imitative and his memory for everything told. Secondary personality 371 him was extraordinarily retentive. He had always been careful and even fastidious about his person, and he continued to be so. His habits of courtesy and affability continued the same. He had had some religious upheavals in the past. 2 or 3 years before he was distinctly and positively atheist. Later he was more inclined to theism and agnosticism. In an argument which I undertook with him to test his logical powers and knowledge of abstract ideas, he showed a distinctly atheistical state of mind. His views were those held some years previously, not his later ones. In argument he showed considerable dialectic skill and logical power. But he evidently could not understand any conceptions at all abstract. His mind stuff was made up of tickle conceptions closely related to his recently acquired he had previously acquired a special repugnance to any form of religion, and he showed this feeling of antagonism in his conversation. He was even-tempered and obliging. He had never been demonstrably affectionate, and was not in his nautical knowledge state except as regards his fiancée, about whom his thoughts and feelings were intensely centered. If one were to meet him and discuss ordinary topics, he would show no evidence of being other than a normal man, except that he might betray some ignorance of the nature or uses of certain things. His conversation ran chiefly on the things he did every day and on the new things he every day learned. He was exactly like a person with an active brain, set down in a new world, with everything to learn. The moon, the stars, the animals, his friends, all were myths which he impatiently hastened to solve. He was somewhat sensitive to his condition and did not like to meet persons whom he had known before. He cherished also a lurking suspicion that someone might want to take his fiancée away from him. But he never was in a passion, never became incoherent or delirious, had no delusions, Terry's multiple personality 372 or hallucinations, and was not in the slightest degree demented. He spoke of his own mental condition, and seemed to he was very anxious to understand that it was not right. Get well. Physically his health was perfectly good. He had no anesthesia of the skin, no limitation of visual or oral fields, no stigmata of a trance or hysterical state. He slept well, and so far as I know had no dreams. He had a tendency to coldness and redness of the extremities, and there was at times, when a little evidently lack of vasomotor tone, would move his head constantly from side to side, as if working in an uncomfortable collar. This was a violent exaggeration of a habit I observed that he had when in his normal condition. On 3 occasions I hypnotized him, using the methods of Braid and Bernheim combined. On the second and third trial I put him in a light degree of hypnotic sleep. During this I told him that after waking at a certain signal he would go through certain acts, such as rubbing his eyes, walking about the table, opening the door and giving a certain greeting to his mother. Also that at a certain hour in the evening he would remember the past. He did everything that I suggested except the last. At the time named, excited, he in the evening, he simply said, without suggestion, Dr. Dana told me to remember something, but I can't do it. I saw him once or twice a week at my office. He continued in much the same state day after day. His knowledge increased so that he was able to go about alone to a considerable extent, and I had begun to advise his going to his old place of business and learn something of his old work. At the suggestion of Professor Josiah, to whom I gave some account of the case, I told him to get some of his old love letters and copy them, also to copy some of the prayers that he used to say daily as a boy, and finally to secondary personality 373 get some of his old business accounts and copy them off. I was in hopes that some of these things might revive old memories by appealing to his affections, his religion, and his business instincts. He did this, but with no apparent success. On the 15th of February, Friday evening, exactly 3 months from the time of his attack, he went to see his fiancée. She thought after the interview that he was rather worse, less like himself. She cried that night when he left, thinking he would never get well. While riding home, with his brother, he said he felt as though one half of his head was prickling and numb, then the whole head. Then he felt sleepy and was very quiet, but did not fall asleep. When he got home he became drowsy and was carried to bed, where he fell asleep. At about 11 o'clock he awoke and found his memory restored. He remembered distinctly the events of 3 months ago, his visit to his fiancée, his supper at the club afterward, his journey home, his shutting his bedroom door and getting stopped there. Into bed. His memory, he did not recall a thing that had occurred between times. He knew all his family at once and was plainly just the same man as before. But the 3 months were in the end. Next day he came to see me, but did not know me. I had never seen him before his accident. Not a thing connected with the 3 months could be recalled. He at it was so much taken entirely out of his existence. Once resumed his old work and habits and has continued tire blank to him. Perfectly well up to the present time. This is one of the simple cases of double personality. The patient lost consciousness due to the action of a toxic stimulus, and when he awoke a whole tract of his life experience was gone. Memories of his former life were swept away from the domain of his upper consciousness and submerged into the subconscious. The lost tract of consciousness seemed to have involved a large mass of psychic con 374 multiple personality tent, inasmuch as but the simplest systems were preserved to the upper consciousness, while the more complex were erased from his conscious memory. Apparently new systems had to be developed, new adaptations to the complex conditions of the environment had to be learned. The process of acquisition, as it is usually the case with such forms of amnesia, is rather accomplished with extraordinary ease and rapidity, clearly showing that the old content is really present in the it is not clear from the account as to whether the patient had some general feeling of recognition subconscious or familiarity in the process of learning by the help of his attendants. As far, however, as it can be judged from the report, this feeling was absent. The psychic content has become greatly reduced in the secondary state, only the instinctive, automatic, secondary automatic habits of life, as well as words and phrases of a simple character, have alone become the possession of the dissociated moment formed was narrow and constricted, as it is the rule with secondary personalities formed after a physical or psychic shock. The accident giving rise to a state of unconsciousness formed the gap, the chasm, between the two personalities, primary and secondary. The state of unconsciousness formed the hypnoleptic state which separated two disuno amount of suggestion-ciated moments, two persons could bridge over the two dissociated mental states. This case, like the rest that follow, has no doubt a full secondary personality. Claim to double consciousness or double personality, because the two dissociated tracts of consciousness form separate moments, so to say they keep strictly apart their they have their own past, present and future, their own retrospect and prospect. Each scious experiences do not fuse, possesses its own chain, indissoluble chain of memories which run independently side by side or in alternation. They cannot be directly attached to each other, not any more than the life and memories of one person can be fused and secondary personality 375 organically united with those of another person and form one personality of the two individuals. The two streams of consciousness cannot be directly bridged over, not even hypnosis suffices. One may know of the other by information, but they are not directly conscious of each other. Two dissociated personalities, with a common stock of instincts, form a kind of mental dicephalus. They are like two individuals with a common organism between them. Chapter XX The reawakening of the secondary person. In the preceding cases, the secondary personality appeared but once and then disappeared from life activity. Can it be shown that such a personality once formed in the womb of the subconscious and born and grown up in full consciousness and finally disappearing from life, is really not dead, but only submerged in the subconscious? Can this seemingly dead and buried personality be resurrected and brought to light, be made once more to enter the cycle of life and then be submerged again into the same obscurity whence it came, like the shade of Samuel recalled by the witch of Endor? Yes, this can be done, and in fact it has been accomplished. As examples, we may take the following interesting cases. The striking case of Anselborn, described by Pro James in his Psychology and reported in the Proceedings for Psychic Research, is very interesting and Fesser clearly demonstrates the possible resurrection of the entranced and apparently dead secondary personality. The Reverend Anselborn, of Green, was brought up to the trade of a carpenter, but in consequence of a sudden temporary loss of sight and hearing under very peculiar circumstances, he became converted from atheism to Christianity just before his 30th year, and has since that time, for the most part, lived the life of an itinerant preacher. He has been subject to headaches and temporary fits of depression of spirits during most of his life, and has had a few fits of unconsciousness lasting an hour or less. 376. He also the secondary person 377 has a region of somewhat diminished cutaneous sensibility on the left thigh. Otherwise his health is good, and his muscular strength and endurance excellent. He is of a firm and self-reliant disposition, a man whose yea is yea and his nay nay, and his character for uprightness is such in the community that no person who knows him will for a moment admit the possibility of his case not being perfectly genuine. On the 17th of January, 1887, he drew $551 from a bank in Providence with which to pay for a certain lot of land in Green, paid certain bills and got into a Pawtucket horse car. This is the last incident which he remembers. He did not return home that day, and nothing was heard of him for 2 months. He was published in the papers as missing and foul play being suspected. The police sought in vain his whereabouts. On the morning of the 14th of March, however, at Norristown, Pa, a man calling himself a J. Brown, who had rented a small shop 6 weeks previously, stocked it with stationery, confectionery, fruit, and small articles, and carried on his quiet trade, without seeming to anyone unnatural or eccentric, woke up in a fright and called in the people of the house to tell him where he was. He said that his name was Anselborn, that he was entirely ignorant of Norristown, that he knew nothing of shopkeeping, and that the last thing he remembered it seemed only yesterday was drawing the money from the bank, etc., in Providence. He would not believe that 2 months had elapsed. The people of the house thought him insane, and so at first did Dr. Louis H. Reed, whom they called in to see him. But on telegraphing to Providence, confirmatory messages came, and presently his nephew, Mr. Andrew Harris, arrived upon the scene, made everything straight, and took him home. He was very weak, having lost apparently over 20 pounds of flesh during his escapade, and had such a horror of the idea of the candy store that he refused to set foot in it again. Multiple personality 378. The first 2 weeks of the period remained unaccounted for, as he had no memory after he had once resumed his normal personality, of any part of the time, and no one who knew him seems to have seen him after he left home. The remarkable part of the change is, of course, the peculiar occupation which the so-called Brown indulged in. Mr. Bourne has never in his life had the slightest contact with Brown, was described by the neighbors as the trade. He taciturn, orderly in his habits, and in no way queer. Went to Philadelphia several times, replenished his stock, cooked for himself in the back shop, where he also slept, went regularly to church, and once at a prayer meeting made what was considered by the hearers a good address, in the course of which he related an incident which he had witnessed in his natural state of Bourne. This was all that was known of the case up to June, 1890, when I induced Mr. Bourne to submit to hypnotism, so as to see whether in the hypnotic trance his Brown memory would not come back. It did so with surprising readiness, so much so, indeed, that it proved quite impossible to make him while in the hypnosis remember any of the facts of his normal life. He had heard of Anselborn, but didn't know as he had ever met the man. When confronted with Mrs. Bourne, he said that he had never seen the woman before, etc. On the other hand, he told of his peregrinations during the lost fortnight, and gave all sorts of details about that. The whole thing was prosaic enough, and the Brown personality seems to be nothing but a rather shrunken, dejected and amnesic extract of Mr. Bourne himself. He gives no motive for the wandering except that there was trouble back there and he wanted rest. During the trance he looks old, the corners of his mouth are drawn down, his voice is slow and weak, and he sits screening his eyes and trying vainly to remember what lay before and after the 2 months of the Brown experience. Norristown episode. The secondary person: I'm all hedged in 379. He says, I can't get out at either end. I don't know what set me down in that Pawtucket horse car, and I don't know how I ever left that store, or what became of it. His eyes are practically normal and all his sensibilities, save for tardier response, about the same in hypnosis as in waking. I had hoped by suggestion, etc., to run the two personalities into one, and make the memories continuous, but no artifices would avail to accomplish this, and Mr. Bourne's skull today still covers two distinct personal selves. An examination of the case discloses a neuropathic family history and a psychopathic and neuropathic disposee. His maternal grandfather seemed to from senile dementia. His father became the patient, when about 30, suffered from shin in the patient. Have suffered dissipated. A severe functional psychopathic attack, involving loss of hearing and speaking. Since childhood he has been blues melancholic, subject to two attacks, and has had fainting fits. 1. It is clear that the equilibrium of the sight systems could be easily overthrown by some associated physical or psychic stimuli, even of medium intensity. Such a stimulus was sure to come some time or other. It came at last in the form of trouble back there. The patient's personality changed. Former life, even his name, he forgot. The events of his called himself Mr. Brown. His natural instincts, later acquirements and even habits did not change. He knew how to eat, drink, dress and take care. He could speak, read and write, and could readily understand written and spoken language. He even retained his habit of church-going and making sermons. His of himself sensibility did not change. The only profound change was in his memory and in his character. All the events of his former life were completely gone. He took up an occupation for which in his born state he had a perfect horror, and he was described by the neighbors as taciturn. The 1C Proceedings of the Society of Psychical Research for 1891. 380 Multiple personality. Change in his personality was profound, but it still retained much of the old content. We must call here the reader's attention to the fact that once at a prayer meeting the patient made what was considered by the hearers a good address, in the course of which he related an incident which he had witnessed in his natural state of born. The patient also presented hypnoidal states, inasmuch as the incident was not recognized by him as belonging to 2 months later. The patient woke up in his born state and the whole intermediate period was totally erased from his memory. He did not know where he was, he could not recognize the people nor the surroundings, everything was strange to him. During hypnosis the patient passed into the born state and all memory of the brown state was gone. The explanation from our standpoint is the same in this case as in the preceding ones. The stimulus trouble had his past, the born state. Disintegrated, temporarily, though, the synthetic moment of self-consciousness, and another less complex moment took possession of the patient, a moment which Professor James aptly characterizes as a rather shrunken, dejected, and amnesic extract of Mr. Bourne himself. With the reorganization of the old systems, the new independent systems sunk into the subconscious. Periodicity in the alternation of consciousness was absent. About 3 years later Professor James conceived the idea of revealing these dissociated systems by putting the patient into the hypnotic trance. Sure enough, they did emerge, but the Bourne personality could not be reached. He had heard of Ansel Bourne, but did not know as he had ever met the man. During the trance or brown personality the patient looks old, the corners of his mouth are drawn down, his voice is slow and weak, and he sits screening his eyes and trying vainly to remember what lay before and after the 2 months of the brown experience. When asked insistently for his experiences, the answer of the secondary person, the 381 brown personality, is highly interesting and remarkably characteristic of its mental state: I'm all hedged in. I don't know what set me down in that poor chucket horse car, and I don't know how I can't get out at either end. I ever left that store, or what became of it. It is certainly a pity that the patient was not observed seemed to have brought forth in a more or less perfect form the origin his secondary state, but the hypnotic trance in all Brown personality. This case becomes still more interesting and instructive, because of the experiments that have been performed on it and also on account of the persistent attempts that have been made to run the two dissociated personalities into one. The experiments showed that the Brown personality, though complete in itself, knew nothing of the born personality, and that when neither of them was present the state of the patient was that of indifferent aggregation of moment consciousness characteristic of hypnosis. It is mixed up now is the answer, or he makes no reply at all and simply sighs. Professor James is right in summing up the case by the sentence, Mr. Bourne's skull covers two distinct personalities. Two independent systems were formed within the mind of the patient. One belonged to his waking and one to his subconscious life. When one was removed, the other emerged. Usually the subconsciousness revealed in the hypnotic trance is, as we have pointed out, an indifferent aggregation of moments, any one of which can temporarily assume a leading part. Not so is it in the case of Mr. Bourne. In him the subconscious is under the lead of a more or less organized parasitic moment entirely dissociated from the waking synthetic moment. That is why hypnosis could not possibly effect a synthesis of the two dissociated moments. The waking state could give nothing else but Mr. Bourne's personality. The hypnotic could only give Mr. Brown's personality. By means of hypnotization, 382 multiple personality two dissociated moments could not possibly. Hypnosis alone is not sufficient a synthesis of two dissociated moments. Had therefore, to be unified in one synthesis. To effect Professor James, however, induced a frequent alternation of the two personalities, and had he prolonged the first period of the intermediary state, the passing of the primary Mr. Bourne catch a glimpse of Mr. Brown, he would probably have got better into the secondary state, so as to let results. He would no doubt have got satisfactory results had he given to the patient while in the Brown state some strong toxic stimulus, and then induced alternation, prolonging the first period of the intermediary state. Chapter XXI Alternating Double Personality. Thus far we have dealt with eases presenting only one. We turn now to cases where attack of double consciousness. Such attacks are periodical. We begin with a brief account of the well-known case of Felida X, reported by M. Asm. The patient is of psychopathic disposition. She suffers from various nervous troubles, from uncertain pain and hemorrhage from the lungs. Under the influence of some strong stimulus, such as a violent emotion, the patient has a tendency to pass into a secondary state. This is preceded by some sort of aura, a feeling of throbbing pain in the temples. The patient then falls into a short but deep sleep, from which no stimuli, however strong or painful, can possibly rouse her. This is the hypnoleptic state, the intermediate condition that separates the primary from the sec. The hypnoleptic state lasted at first about it was reduced to but a few seconds. The primary and secondary states differ widely. In the primary state the patient suffers from various illnesses of functional nature. She is depressed, morose, not communicative, has a decided eagerness for work and has no memory whatever of what has occurred in the secondary state. In Andre state, 10 minutes, but afterward became shorter, until the secondary state. On the contrary, she is gay, lively, haughty, confident, free from functional troubles, and has memory for both secondary and primary states. Her natural instincts, her requirements and many of her habits remained unchanged in both states. The only changes were in character, in disposition, in memory and in the general organic sensibility. 384 Multiple personality. In this case we meet the phenomena of mental alternate condition not found in the previous cases. This alternation covers a period of many years. At first the secondary state was but rare and of short duration, but in the course of time became more frequent, of longer duration, and at last became the patient's natural state. Thus the second condition, according to the account, at first occupied about a 10th part of her life, then it became equal to her normal life, then it filled almost her whole existence, the primary state appearing only at very short intervals. When the secondary state came to occupy most of the patient's life, it gradually changed as to mood and disposition, not presenting such a marked contrast to the primary state. It is interesting to observe the fact that the patient also she fell asleep in the usual way and woke up, not in any of the two states, but in some peculiar state, the leading trait of which was great fright. In this state she knew no one but her husband. Condition must have been some sort of hypnoidic state. That the patient did have hypnoidic states we can judge from the fact that her slumber is often troubled by dreams and nightmares. It is a pity that Mazam did not make a thorough investigation of the patient's dreams in her primary state, when all memory of the secondary state was absent. An investigation of such a nature would no doubt presented a third state. Have revealed the presence of hypnoidic states, reproduction in the primary state of moments belonging to the secondary state. Had Mazam not permitted the hypnoleptic state to become shorter, had he, on the contrary, directed his endeavors to the prolongation of the hypnoleptic state, and had he tried by means of psychological as well as physiological stimuli to bring about a more frequent alternation of the primary and secondary states, the poor woman would have been saved from the affliction of mental alternation. This was precisely the method followed in the Hannah case. Alternating double personality. 385 From the therapeutic standpoint alone, the Hannah case will remain one of the most important cases in psychopathology. It was the first case in which the importance of the hypnoleptic state for therapeutic purposes was pointed out, and the possibility of scientific treatment and control in cases which until now were considered as outside the domain of therapeutics was clearly demonstrated. To return, however, to our case in hand, we must draw the reader's attention to the highly significant fact that the primary state, though appearing sometimes after a strong, still invariably appeared during sleep. Not so is it with the change from the primary violent emotion or trouble, to the secondary state. In this latter change, the patient passed through the intermediary hypnoleptic state. The interesting point here is the relation of the two. While the secondary state could remember the experiences of the primary state, the latter had no memory of the secondary state. The case is somewhat complicated. For while there is dissociation in one state, there is no such dissociation in the other state. The secondary seems to states synthetize the primary, but not the reverse. If, however, we look at the case somewhat more closely, states are really dissociated. We find that although the patient in the secondary state knew of the events of the primary state, she regarded that primary state as the other, as the attack, as the crisis. She had always maintained that the state, whichever one she happened to be in when one spoke to her, was the normal one, which she called the rational state, in opposition to the other one, which she called the crisis. In whichever state she was, she considered the remaining one the abnormal, the opposite, the other one. The difference only is that while in the secondary state she subjectively could recall the other, in the primary state the subjective knowledge, the recollection of that other was totally lacking. The secondary state represents here a complex moment. Still 386 multiple personality of consciousness with a rich content, so that while the memory experiences of the primary state representing another moment consciousness with a narrower circle of psychic life are partly synthesized by the secondary moment, the content of the latter is not synthesized by the primary moment. The secondary moment, while synthesizing the content of the primary one, regards at the same time the primary moment as another, as distinct and separate from itself. The functioning constellations of neurons, having the secondary state as their concomitant, are able also to awaken in the constellations of neurons, having as concomitant the primary state, those neural conditions the correlatives of which are memory experiences, and are transmitted as such by the secondary moment then remembers that the experiences happened not within its own past, but within the past of the one other, of the primary moment. Association paths to the secondary constellation. One Dr. Prince maintains that a patient put into trance really manifests her full healthy normal self in which all the experiences are synthesized. This is true in some cases, while in others, such as Anselborn and many similar cases, hypnosis brings out different persons with partial content. But even with fully synthesized content, there is still double personality, since the trance personality regards the life experience of the waking person as not belonging to its own life. Chapter XXII Manifold Personality. To illustrate the varying nature of these alternations of may briefly summarize two English cases which have recently been reported. The first is of a girl of 12, who was shown to the Clinical Society of London by Dr. Albert Wilson in January, 1896. In this case there were no less than 5 different existences, including the normal, and the condition is related to hysterical insomnolence, or, more accurately, to hysteroepilepsy. 1895 The child had had severe influenza, followed by great headache, with intolerance of light and noise, probably meningitis, together with mania. After 6 weeks the headache disappeared and muscular symptoms of twitchings and opisthotonose developed with lividity and coma. She had many fits a day. In June the old symptoms disappeared and a fresh train of phenomena appeared. When in an apparently normal state, she would shake, turn a somersault, and enter a new and different mental state. Her memory for all events during health was quite gone, but she would remember in one such fit what had happened in a previous one. Thus was established a complete dual consciousness, I-existence. By education she learned the names of most things, but always employed baby pronunciation. She would write backward, and that quickly. Developed, till she lost all about August, 1895. One Brit. When these attacks power of walking or standing in the early stage she had fits of med. Journal, 1 February 1896. 387, Multiple Personality. 388 Catalepsy, chiefly rigidity of the phlegers. At times she had 5 or 6 fits a day, lasting a few minutes, and at her worst she recovered from them, was never surprised at her surroundings, but very composed, and said she remembered nothing of what had occurred during the attack. The most striking feature was once when she had severe toothache during an attack. Dr. Wilson gave her chloroform and removed 2 periods. They lasted 4 days. Quite suddenly, on regaining consciousness, she recognized that the teeth. Her father hypnotized her and teeth and pain were gone. Brought her to the normal state, when she made the discovery of the blood and the loss of the teeth, but she never remembered the previous pain or taking chloroform. There had been many variations, and she had 4 different existences besides the normal. 1. Nick for old Nick when she had violent passions, and would bite or slide down whenever the banisters. 2. Dreadful wicked thing was reversed, black being white, asleep being awake, the head being the foot, and so on. 3. Ali when she was amiable and good. 4. Her ordinary fits, as already described. Other phenomena occasionally occurred. Thus, she was at times completely deaf and dumb, or at times she manifested loss of memory, so that she did not know those whom she ordinarily knew during the fits. Health and nutrition were good. Her general treatment had been rest and quiet and fresh air. 2 years later, however, her condition remained the same. The following case of apparently multiple personality in the insane, brought for study to my laboratory by Dr. Frost, may be of interest. 1 Mary E. Vaughan, aged 22, Ohio, 1 cousin epileptic. In 1891, single, born in, was admitted to Buffalo State Hospital the 27th of July, 1891, in good bodily condition, weight 180 pounds. She had been an inmate of the state hospital at Warren, PA, for 3 years. 1 The hospital notes were sent to me by Dr. Frost. Manifold personality 389. She was discharged from the Warren Hospital as cured and remained apparently well for 5 months, after which she suffered again from epileptic seizures, which were said to recur with marked regularity at intervals of 2 weeks, every alternate attack coinciding with a menstrual period. During the attacks she would pound her head and otherwise injure herself if not restrained. Afterward had no recollection of anything that had taken place during the attacks. The following note was furnished by her brother of epilepsy with mental disturbance, Sentley, were there being no knowledge of insanity or convulsions of any kind in the family. Her mother, however, had an uncontrollable temper, and during some of her attacks of temper would beat Mary and shut her out of doors, no matter what the weather was. Until about the age of 13 she was perfectly healthy, but at that time caught a heavy cold. The first appearance of her convulsions was at night, and for several days previous she had been rather melancholy. She began by moaning in her sleep, and it was impossible to waken her, and she slept for several hours in that way. She was attended by a local physician at the time and was afterward taken to Warren, PA, to a hospital, where she remained for a year or 2. After her return home she took patent medicines and then went to the Buffalo State Ancestors Hospital. All healthy people, her brother does not believe that she expressed the idea that her personality was changed while at home, as he had never heard of it. On the evening of her arrival at this hospital, she had a series of convulsions characterized by a pist-ho-to nose and without frothing at the mouth or biting of the tongue. These attacks recurred oftener than every 2 weeks, sometimes daily for several weeks, always attended by suicidal attempts and succeeded by a period of calm, during which she was childish and played with dolls and trinkets. Multiple personality 390 and was pleasant and easily managed. It was noticed that she had no recollection of the attack, but no mention of any symptom unusual in cases of epilepsy was made in her case until July 1893, 2 years after her arrival at the hospital. At that time the following note was written: her series of convulsions and has been suicidal for had a long time. Has been careless, abusive, very cross and as she came to heritable, entirely unlike her former self. Self on awakening this morning. Has no recollection whatever of what has passed since about 11 o'clock, the 12th of July, 14 days ago, the date of the first convulsion of this series. She asks questions about the arrival and departure of patients during this time, greets affectionately, as if just returned, a nurse who really returned 3 days ago, and whom she welcomed just as affectionately then as now. She is quiet and pleasant, joking, not suicidal, completely changed. At August 10, 1893. May, 1894. Again having convulsions. Goes from a state of lucidity into a series by a period of mental obscure or hic lasts several weeks. During these periods is cross and of convulsions, followed with suicidal tendencies, with great regularity, and denies her identity. August, 1894. Lucid periods of shorter duration. Had no recollection in one period of what had taken place, what she did or where she was, or in fact of who she was in the other period or condition. She is a typical illustratable of double consciousness. November, 1894. Suicidal after convulsions. Has no recollection of herself in a previous state. This condition, acknowledge her name. And will not, she continues to have occasional periods of frequent epileptic convulsions, when she loses her identity and imagines that an old woman is after her hears her in the wall. Good-natured, helpful, quite coherent. At other times manifold personality. 391. There is nothing additional in the history until Jana, when it is noted that she suffers from incontinence of urine, being then in one of the convulsivari, 1897. From that time until the present time this symptom has always recurred with the return of convulsions, periods. Not immediately, but after the convulsions have lasted some days. The duration of the respective periods is not exactly stated prior to 1896. On September 3d of that year convulsions commenced and her abnormal state continued with convulsions until the 9th of May, 1897, with, however, 2 lucid intervals lasting 2 and 3 hours each. After coming to herself on this occasion, she still had occasional convulsions and was depressed and suicidal for several weeks, the first observation of this tendency in her normal personality. From the 1st of July to October, 1897, she was quite well, and during the summer went home for a month, as she had done several times before for shorter visits. On the 5th of October she began to have convulsions, at first only a few. They became frequent, and after a few days she was again in her second or abnormal state, which lasted with all the old symptoms until the middle of February, 1898. She was then well until the 4th of June, though she had 2 isolated convulsions during April. She had many seizures during June, sometimes 10 or 12 during the day, gradually decreasing to 1 daily, and then ceasing entirely at the end of the month. During this time she was occasionally depressed, and was not nearly so suicidal as formerly, though her abnormal personality was as usual. On the 17th of July, 1898, it is noted that she has been herself at short intervals for several days, no convulsions since the 1st of the month. From this date to the 26th she had 1 or 2 convulsions daily and was alternately in the 2 personalities. Then she was well all the time until the 5th of September, when she had 2 convulsions and passed into her abnormal state, continuing in it, multiple personality 392 until the 15th of May, 1899, with convulsions almost daily, sometimes 1 only, sometimes 2 or 3, and occasionally during this period it is noted that her condition this time is different from any previous attack. She is not suicidal, but remains perfectly cheerful and works actively in the ward. She shows the change of personality so often noted previously, calls the nurse and doctors by the nicknames which she always gives them when she is not herself, but her normal personality does not seem to become 10 or 12. Completely banished as heretofore. Note of the 6th of May, 1899, reads patient has lost in weight from 240 to 165 pounds, remains in a clouded mental state, with very frequent but light epileptiform seizures, which are without aura, and in that, as well as in their character, they differ from the attacks which she has usually had. Has the same delusions about the old woman, which always characterized her abnormal state, and always speaks of herself as we instead of I, but she appreciates in a measure her connection with the other personality, for she feels the death of her father and brother, which occurred during this period and which in previous attacks she would probably, not have noticed. The 15th of May, 1899. Herself, quiet, natural, composed, remembers going to Collins, but not returning. Says she was well a day or two while there and remembers that. Remembers her father's death, but not her brother's, which was more recent. Feels well, no headache, no giddiness, but is frightened at the changes of personality. Changes have occurred several times daily for several days, lasting from 10 to 20 minutes. The 18th of July, 1899. Returned today from a month's visit at home. Has been quite well mentally since the middle of May. Gained 9 pounds while at home, was well all the time except for indigestion, which has troubled her a good deal from time to time. At times she can take no food at, manifold personality all, 393, and has to live for a prolonged period on a little malted milk. During August, 1898, in the interval between the attack just referred to and the one preceding it, she suffered from indigestion, requiring to be confined to a diet of malted. This has persisted more or less ever since. She has always menstruated irregularly and suffered from new milk. Ralgic dysmenorrhea. She remained well from the 15th of May to the 26th of July, 1899, when she had 8 convulsions. After the first few seizures she became depressed, restless and suicidal, and before the end of the day had passed into her abnormal state, giving the old nicknames to those about her, saying that the old woman was behind her, giving her hypodermics, etc. The next day she had 20 seizures, then 18, 24, 16, 10, 8, etc., until by the 1st of September she was having only 1 or 2 daily. The 17th of September was well in the morning for 10 minutes, and in the evening for 5 minutes, and later for 20 minutes, then, for 2 or 3 weeks, was alternately in one and the other personality, the normal gradually superseding the abnormal, until the 7th of October. From that date until the 7th of November she was quite well, though she had 2 convulsions during the interval. Had 1 convulsion the 7th of November and 12 on the 8th. Was her other self for an hour in the afternoon of the 8th, and again from 3 a.m. of the 9th, having 21 convulsions on the 9th. Was normal about 20 minutes daily from the 10th to the 15th. Since then has been continuously in her abnormal mental state and has had usually 2 convulsions daily, sometimes 4 or 5. The 16th of November, 1899. Says that we are not like what we were once, we don't know what is the matter, but we are not like anyone else. Wants to go home while in her abnormal condition, as at present, instead of when she 394 multiple personality is lost, in order that she may enjoy the visit and have some recollection of it, and not be dependent upon what others tell her altogether. Has some convulsions now, 1 to 3 or 4 daily. Improved physically. The 14th of December, 1899. This morning she is rather excited, says that something is going to happen to her, that the world is coming to an end, that she is going to die, etc. The reason for this is that last evening, just after a convulsion more severe than usual, she remembered being at home last summer. She was so startled and puzzled by this sudden glimpse of her other life that she could not sleep at this morning, the recollection period during the night. Clear as to details. Sists and is quite recollect going from here, but she remembers she does not still haunted by the old woman was coming back. She is and persists in the other peculiarities characterizing the abnormal state. She will, however, give her acquaintances their correct names, saying that is what they call themselves. Says she will not call anyone a liar again, as she has heretofore, when told of her trips home and other instances of her other life. Says this perception which she has today has confounded her so that she does not know the true from the false. The 1st of February, 1900. This patient was sent to me in charge of a nurse, and was in daily attendance there under my observation and that of Dr. Frost for 3 weeks, during which time her condition was carefully studied and numerous graphic records made, and experiments performed. She improved quite noticeably in mental condition during her stay there, as a result of changed surroundings and the interest which she took in seeing new sights. She no longer suffered from indigestion, had fewer convulsions and very light ones, none in the daytime, and she gained in flesh and took on a better color, was more cheerful and lost the anxious, worried look which she had, at first. Manifold personality 395. The following are some of the notes taken while she was under our care, the 8th of January. Patient well nourished, presenting no physical anomalies. Temperature normal, pulse 90. Pupillary reactions normal, tendon reflexes normal, King's in fact. Patient gave normal response which included those of sensation, heat and cold, and pain. Time localization poor. She does not know the date or anything else relating to passage of time. Sheathetic sense normal. To every test, is very suspicious, is afraid of instruments. In a long conversation she states in reply to numerous questions that she has 6 brothers living and 2 dead, says that she herself feels 53 or 54 years old, but does not know her true age, that her name has changed so often that she does not know what it is, but they call her Mary. Cannot write. Went to school, but not very long. Read a little. Some crochets and sews usually. Would know how to read better than she does, is able to times reads the papers like to read letters from home, but can read only writing which is familiar. Do you dream of your real name and of childhood's happenings? Sometimes, not very often. When did you leave home? I don't know. Why did you leave? A home was broken up. Have you any special pains or physical disorders? She replied yes but did not give description. Are you afraid? Yes, afraid of the old woman, and we get scared when we get lost so much. How long have you been more than one person? Since a little while after we came to Buffalo Hospital. How often do you feel that you are more than one person? We feel so all the time. Do you like the feeling? No, we would like to be as we were once. She says that the other persons are in herself, that she hears the old woman talking to her all the time. Cannot multiple personality 396 tell what the old woman says? The old woman used to be her mother, guesses she is yet, hears her all the time when waking and sometimes dreams of her. The old woman tells her only unpleasant things. Asked if she always felt like 2 or more persons, she says that she did not always feel, is afraid to tell what the old so formerly felt different. Woman says for fear she will harm her, the old woman forbids her telling. Asked how the old woman could talk to her when she, her mother, throws her voice here. Is absent, says that she patient recognizes that it is impossible that the old woman should really be here. The old woman's voice is distinct, but not loud. Says that she for many voices but now only one. The old merely heard woman's age is about 53. We are not like what we used, nothing looks the same. Nothing looks nice anymore. Explains that she says we instead of I because she thinks she must be more than one person, else she could not change as she does. She says that she used to walk the floor all the time to keep her feet from getting cramped and that she now has no numbness or queer sensations of any sort. Has been dead 5 times and was a different person each time upon coming to life. Has been everything that is wicked. Was Jesse James for a long time, and robbed and stole. Jesse James died and she was then Mary Vaughan. She is not Mary Vaughan now. Afterwards she was Jenny Longnecker, did nothing wicked as Jenny Longnecker. Jenny Longnecker died and she was then Mike Muckey, an Irishman, who drank and was wicked and finally died in prison from drinking. Was not dead long at a time. Thinks that she is not really related to her brothers and sisters, because of these previous existences, though at times she believes them to be her brothers and sisters. Either the patient or the examiner became confused about the succession of the personalities mentioned above. She explained afterward that their order was as follows, to be Manifold Personality 397, the Irishman, Mike Muckey, 100 years ago. Jenny Longnecker. 3rd, Jesse James. 4th, Mary Vaughan. 5th, the present in which she does not admit 1st, 2nd. State, that she is Mary Vaughan. The 11th of January. Had one slight convulsion yesterday, had nightmare so afternoon and 3 during the night. Badly that the nurse had to walk her about the room to awaken her. In the nightmare she thought that the old woman was after her with a stick and she was running to catch up with her brother, whom she saw ahead. He would not wait for her. In her sleep she was moving her limbs vigorously, as if in the act of running. Mographs while new tracings are taken. Patient constantly makes whispering movements with lips and tongue, of which she is apparently unconscious. Always denies it when spoken, says that the old woman constantly talks to her. It may be that the hallucination of hearing is controlled to connected with this unconscious phonation. Mentally, she makes lip movements for each number, and when told to think merely of the numbers as called off by the experimenter, her lips move in the same way. Attempt was made to hypnotize her. She resists the suggestion of sleep, has told her nurse that she will fight against the desire of sleep and repeats that statement now. Says she would be afraid to go to sleep in this room. When asked her thoughts, she says she thinks always of the old woman, wishing she, the old woman, was like other people. This has been her main thought most of her life. The old woman is her mother. Mother never liked her or any of the other children. Mary does not love her mother, but was devoted to her father. Mother treated her other children badly, but Mary the worst. Supposes mother must have hated her. Mother has promised 100 times to be good to her, but Mary does not believe her. Here's the old two about it. 398 Multiple personality, woman's voice in her ears, just the same with both ears closed. Has had earache and does now at times have earache in both ears very badly. The voice is worse during the voice is always more annoying attack of earache. When she feels badly from any cause. Dreams often of the old woman. Dreams of things which are reproductions of actual past events, of being at home with mother and of her mother treating her badly, as was actually the case. Also sees things in dreams which are not identified as actual occurrences in the past. Women give you pain. No, only has roaring in the ears sometimes. The 12th of January. Was put to sleep by suggestion after she had gone to bed in her own room. Went to sleep very cute. Does the old talks all the time. Quietly in about 3 or 4 minutes and slept soundly, though with sudden jerks and starts. Was awakened after 15 minutes and said she had been dreaming of the old woman. She slept for 15 minutes in the afternoon and dreamed that she was falling down between 2 houses and called to her brother George to help her. The nurse, George, heard her call out George in her sleep. She went to sleep again after I left deceased brother, the room and slept without any starts or twitchings, but had 5 light convulsions without awaking. The convulsions were general, but only momentary, and scarcely she bites the tongue, attracted her nurse's attention. Science though, even in these slight attacks. She went to sleep readily today under suggestion and slept quite soundly, but we could not elicit any replies from, and questioning awakened her with a start. Said she had been asleep for a minute and that she heard me talking to her, but was not conscious of what I was saying. Tried again, but could not induce sleep. The 13th of January. Visited her at her room at 7:30 last evening and put her to sleep without difficulty, and succeeded in eliciting a few replies from her while in the manifold personality 399 sleeping state, but the experiment was not very satisfactory, as she soon awoke when questioned sharply. She went to and slept until about 12. During that time she cried in her sleep while dreaming, did not awake at that time, but later when she did wake she told the nurse that she had dreamed the old woman was tearing up a picture which she, Mary, treasured. She saw and heard her voice is about the same in dream as it is when heard during the day. She did not sleep after midnight, was restless and nervous, had 2 convulsions, at 1 and 1.10, could not go to sleep, though she tried counting, etc. The nurse put her to sleep by sleep again naturally about 9.30, rubbing her forehead, but she slept only about 15 minutes. The 16th of January. Was examined by aurist yesterday, and her ears found perfectly normal, hearing acute, bone and air conduction normal, drum membranes normal. Rheonaries and throat quite normal. Paused, no source of irritation found which might give rise to the auditory hallucinations. Her perception of the lapse of time is not perfectly good. A certain period seems to her longer than it really is. She was lost for a while this morning. She says that being lost is different now from what it formerly was. She does not forget what has preceded nor feels as if just awakened from sleep. Merely feels bad and wants to cry. The hallucinations always disappear during the time she is lost. Attempts were made to have her quickly formulate a sentence containing a given word. It is difficult for her to think of anything to say, though she understands what meant. A word was then given and she was asked to give a string of words at random. This was also very slow. Afraid. Head. No answer. Says no words come into her. Finally said afraid of old women. Bad. Fighting is bad. Drinking is bad. Multiple personality 400, beating bad. Kicking. No answer. Says no thoughts arise that she cannot think of anything. Painful. No answer. Hurts. Kicking, burning, biting, striking. Hitting. Kicking, pounding. People. Who doing the kicking? What kind of people? Ugly people. Mad or drunk? Do you know of any drunken people? The old woman used to drink and others around her drank. Who? She, our mother. Beating. Is, etc. F is F. Is. Association of ideas when ultimately stimulated refers to the central idea of the old woman. Ideation is very slow, being inhibited by the said idea. You are talking. Old woman talking. We are talking. Hearing. We hear you. We hear the old woman. Running away. We runned away from the old of times. Women of times. Striking. She striked us. Frighten. She scared us of times. Love. We loved our father and our brothers. Don't love the old woman, don't her well talking. Is lots likes love. Enough, Don't love her like we ought to as she allows us to, though. Love her as much. Counting after it has been kept up for a while will stop. She counts to herself to go to sleep. Also when doing crocheting, etc., involving counting, the hallucination. Voice is not so loud and persistent. Listening to reading distracts attention from the voice, too, but not entirely. So marked as listening. Talking has the same effect, but not watching her nurse and trying to new stitch distracts her attention from the voice, but not entirely. Any kind of work gives some relief. Learner, any ordinary conversation will distract her to some extent. Hears the voice most when doing nothing and just think. Manifold personality 401ing about the old woman. Mere distraction of attention, such as watching something or doing something involving thinking, is not so effective as employment requiring talking or counting in addition to watching and thinking. Hears the voice just the same with the tongue protruded or with tongue caught between the teeth. During such experiments, however, the tongue constantly moves spasmodically, twitches. Dreams of the old woman almost every night. Rarely has a dream without the old woman, never a dream without some member of the family being in it. The 17th of January. Put her to sleep last evening at her room. She was tired and sleepy at the time, went to sleep readily and slept soundly, but did not go into real hypnosis. No catalepsy induced. She muttered at times in reply to questions, occasionally answered questions directly without awakening. She said Jim was talking to her, that she had also a brother named Will, that there are 6 in their family, sisters named Ivy and Alice. Would like to go home and work. These remarks all in reply to questions frequently and insistently repeated. A tendency to wake up when questioned sharply enough to elicit an answer, but if questions were stopped for a moment she would go more soundly to sleep again. Called out, "Jim, did she lock you in there?" Awakened after half an hour. She said she had been asleep and dreamed of the old woman and her brothers and sisters. Had a conversation with them at home. Did not know of my having talked to her. Attempted hypnosis at 11 a.m. Not successful. Whispering movements very marked while quiet and trying to sleep. Repeats the story of her several reincarnations into and Mike Mucky, all of which were previous to her birth as Mary Vaughan. Then Mary Vaughan died before she went to Buffalo. She knows Jesse James, Jenny Longnecker. She must have died because she could not otherwise be so changed as she is. She is called Mary Vaughan now, but 27402 multiple personality does not feel like Mary Vaughan. Does not even believe that during the times when she is well and goes home she is really Mary Vaughan, the same Mary Vaughan as before, although at those times she does think so. The old woman at all when she is well. Does not hear when well and at home she is not really cheerful and like other people, but prefers to stay quiet. Jesse James lived about 35 years. Jenny Longnecker, about 45 years. Mike Mucky, about 60 years. Mary Vaughan, about 17 or 18 years. It seems about 50 years, although she has been there about 7 or 8 years. It means about 1,000 years. Altogether it seems to her that when asked how this can be since the figures do not make 1,000 years, she answered she was mixed up in the figures in believing otherwise. Mike Mucky died from drinking himself to death, lived in Ireland, was married wife, Annie McCarthy, had 10 children. Does not remember about the death of Jesse James, also could not remember about the death of Mary Vaughan. Describes aura as before, and says besides that she sees little silver stars, and everything goes around and sometimes it gets dark. This only with eyes open, has to close eyes for relief. Never dreams about Mike, Jesse or Jenny, and never thinks about them now. says that these memories of Mike and Jesse and Jenny came to her first after she came to Buffalo. She knew nothing about them before that. Nurse says she told the same story in all its details 6 years ago to her knowledge. Mike had red hair and whiskers, does not remember anyone who looks like him. Knew a girl named Jenny Longnecker, and liked her very well. Later said she did know a man named Mike Muckey, who lived at Portville, does not know whether he was married or not. Knew a woman in Olean, a great friend of the old woman, named Annie McCarthy. She and the old woman and a man named Holmes used to drink manifold personality together, and Mary rushed the growler. 408. Holmes looked much like Mike. On the 18th of January, 1900, patient was more sure of being Mary Vaughan than being any of the other personalities. Has had dreams in which the old woman figures largely. Patient is now fully aware of the primary states. In the primary state, however, patient does not know the other patient thinks that she is now more right personalities about things than the other state with the many personalities. Patient continues to have the auditory hallucinations of the old woman, her mother. When asked how fast the old woman talks, patient answered that the old woman kept on talking as fast as she herself did. The patient keeps on whispering to herself. The movements of her lips and larynx could be distinctly perceived. They ceased when was fully absorbed in some difficult woman. The movements were started again when patient was slightly distracted, and when left to herself for a few minutes low patient's attention task, then she heard no voice of the old sounds of whispering could be clearly heard. Occasionally she even spoke out aloud. When her attention was called to the fact of her talking, she was surprised, and she was told what she said. It was the old woman she did not talk, who kept on talking to her. This case presents phenomena of multiple personality having their origin rather in delusional states. Multiple personality, however, can be observed best in cases uncomplicated with insanity. Psiousness has its in such cases each moment can own separate memory not commingling the stream of its recollected experiences with those belonging to the other moments. Artificially these different moments can be evoked in hypnosis by indirect suggestion, such as by the action of the different metals applied to different places of the patient's body, or they may be called out to function by direct hypnotic or post-hypnotic suggestion. Multiple personality 404. When the patient, however, is naturally passing from one state to another, there is present a transitory state, that the moments differ greatly and inclination, still much of attack, the hypnoleptic state. In character, in disposition, psychic content is common to all of them. The case recently described by Dr. Gilbert may be regarded as falling under the category of multiple personality, although it is quite probable that they are forms of hypnotic states. The patient is of a psychopathic dispo. The breaking up of personality was occasioned by scission, an injury to the cerebrospinal system. The transition from the upper personal consciousness to the subconsciousness, in which the hypnoidic personalities are buried, is through an intermediary sleeping or hypnoleptic state, while the transition of one hypnoidic personality to another is by slow gradations, one imperceptibly passing into the other, since they are all subconscious. The cases reported by Dr. Prince, Flournoy, Professor Hislop and others belong to the same type. I quote from Dr. Gilbert's account, Family History. Father living and well. Not much known of him or other relatives. Mother died when 3 years old. Cause unknown. One brother living. None dead. Age, 22 years. Never no liquor or drug, fell from a barge onto a history of present personal history. Ill habit. Until the present accident. Illness. Struck head-on, stunned for a short time. Rallied and crawled up on the logs. Head burned like fire all over. Walked like a drunken man. He was taken ashore and started to town. Walked part of the way, on log in the water 8 to 10 feet below. Left occipital protuberance. Streetcar the balance of the way. After boarding the car and riding a short distance, nothing more was remembered when taken by till in the hospital about 3 weeks later. The ambulance. He was apparently rational, but exhausted. Manifold personality 405. On waking in the morning he would chase rats in the bed. On second day after entrance to the hospital he rose from bed, said he felt all right, and asked to be discharged. He was apparently well, and the discharge was granted. His friends noticed he was not normal and brought him back the same day. He left the hospital thus 3 times, apparently normal, but he remembers going out only. The all events previous to that are a blank since last time. Boarding a streetcar after the barge accident. During his stay in the hospital in the early part of his sickness he would have spells of semi-delirium. Peevish and troublesome at times, generally quiet and orderly. There were gathered a few facts in regard to things he did and where he went during his first 2 trips out of the hospital, but he could not recall them after they were related to him. Throwing the head backward caused things to turn black before his eyes. Unusual movements affected his eyes. At first almost continuous pain over the eyes and in the head. Extremely nervous at times, so much so that pricking his ear for blood set him on nettles. The patient's life being largely a blank since the accident, and inasmuch as he had unwittingly collected and signed a receipt for his wages, and not knowing what else of importance he may have done, with the patient's consent I hypnotized him to ascertain his actions during the period which was a blank to him. Hypnosis was induced slowly, but successfully in about 1/2 hour. While in the hypnotic state, in muffled voice, in response to questions, he gave in detail his life during the time subsequent to the accident. Subsequent investigation verified his statements in every detail so far as memory could serve, for no notes were taken, inasmuch as multiple, or even double personality was not suspected at this time. To close the hypnosis I suggested that he would awake when I counted 5, having previously suggested that at the end of the counting he would wake and feel perfectly well in every regard. 406 Multiple personality. To our surprise he awoke with a start, the very picture of neither Dr. Cobb nor myself, and, all in all, was a picture of mental distress. The patient was quieted, and on questioning him it developed that we had before us a case of fright, trembled like a leaf, demanded where he was, double personality. He gave his age as 18 years, never had been in Portland. Spoke of events which he said was found took place yesterday, and on questioning it that he thought all time and day visit September, 1898. Events since then were an utter blank. Subsequent developments proved that this date was 1899 instead of 1898. Previous to 1899 he had a lapse into another personality, hence the dropping of a year. Mere mistake in dates, however, may account for the miss, which lasted about a year. Take without reference to the lapse previous. Yesterday, i.e., Friday, September, he said that 1898, he had a YO, and on being told that he was in Portland he asked whether it was Portland, the patient being somewhat or Portland, me. Turbed in mind he was put in the ward to quiet down and get acquainted with his new surroundings. He knew none of his companions in the ward and had to be shown his bed. In short, he was a stranger, hat, and belongings in general. The case throughout presented many in a strange land. Queer and interesting data, which must, of necessity, be fight with his father in Glen Rock, omitted in this presentation of it. At 4 p.m. on the same day, April 2d, The following was taken from him, told in a perfectly clear-headed and intelligent way. Born the 15th of December, 1878 or 79, not sure which. Born at Nemha City, Neb. Mother died when he was 3 history years old. 1 brother, 1 half-sister, 1 stepsister, 2 grandfathers, 2 grandmothers, and a stepmother, giving their names and addresses. Moved to Nebraska City shortly after birth and then to St. Paul, Neb. Ran away from home when 14 years old and went farther. Manifold personality to relatives on mother's side. 407 omitting details in this Omaha, Ashland, and writing. He went to Bloomington, finally to Lincoln, Neb, and enlisted for the war with went as far as Chickamauga and took sick with a fever of some kind. Cannot remember how he got back Spain to Nebraska, but the first he could remember he was working in Oxford, Neb. During this lapse, I learned subsequently, he had been hunted for desertion, the desertion, however, not being true desertion, for he changed personalities in camp and left, not knowing that he belonged to the army. Omitting details again, he went to Oxford, Mascot, Holdrege, and Glen Rock. While here his father and stepmother quarreled, and in his attempt to interfere he and his father quarreled. During the quarrel, it seemed to him, his father hit him on the head with something. That was the last he could remember until he woke up here in Portland. There was no headache in this personality. Perfectly well in every way. Refused to take medicine because he said it was nonsense for a well man to take medicine. He never saw but 1 steamboat in his life, and that was on the Missouri River. It must be remembered that the patient has lived in Portland since last August. Knew nothing of Portland, nothing of his house which he and a chum had built, and nothing of the chum or anything related to him. Although he had never questioning he seen a steamboat except one on the Missouri River, in another self he had fired on the steamer Columbia between San Francisco and Portland and had become very seasick. Furthermore, numbers of river steamers and ocean liners are to be seen daily in the Portland harbor on the very beach of which he has lived since August. Absolutely no clue could be hit upon by which to connect him with the life he lived in Portland. Letters on his person were strange to him, and their contents worried him. The next day, April 3d, with his consent, he was hypnotized, so as to be thrown into his former self again, multiple personality 408, in order to ascertain the events of his life since September, 1899. Hypnosis was again slowly induced. When completely under the hypnotic influence no answers could be elicited from him at all. By shaking him after suggesting his Portland life to him he roused, but in a delirious state, raving with headache, complained of 2 red men who twisted his head and begged to be taken back to the hospital, supposing he was downtown. This was evidently the stage in which he was at times after the accident on the barge. No persuasion could quiet him, and to satisfy him we told him we would take him back to the hospital. On opening the door into the corridor leading to the ward, his surprise and alarm at finding himself in a strange building threw him into a frenzy of terror, and all we could do was to take him back to the dressing room where we had been. Here he quieted down and went to sleep on the dressing. After about 10 minutes I cleared my throat. He table. Started up in a fright and began chasing rats on the bed. Again I quieted him. After sleeping a few minutes, without perceptible stimulus he started up again, but on seeing me, said in a perfectly calm way, "Where is Dr. Cobb? Did I tell you what I did since the accident on the barge?" 1. Dr. Cobb had been unavoidably called away after he fell. With the exception of these 10 or asleep on the table 15 minutes there were always from 1 to 6 witnesses besides myself. He was back again in the self in which he was before the accident on the barge and knew absolutely nothing of the 24 hours which he had just passed. No clue could be hit upon by which to connect him with it. He thought it was April 2D, and on being told it was April 3D, was somewhat surprised and supposed we had kept him hypnotized for 24 hours. The following history was then taken, the man apparently normal except that the old headache was back again. His life was traced backward and found to lead from Portland to San Francisco, Denver, Cheyenne, Ohio. In a different personality. Manifold Personality 409 Edgemont, SD Chadron, NEB, and finally to Glen Rock. Here lie said his father and he had some sort of trouble. Could not tell how the trouble arose. His father threatened to shoot him and he ran away. Omitting again the many details which are confirmatory and interesting, but not absolutely necessary to the narration of the case, he went to Chadron, Edgemont, Cheyenne, Denver, San Francisco, and finally to Portland. It, Ohio. Subsequently developed that he also spent a period of time belonging to this life when about 16 years old, i.e., previous to the Glen Rock quarrel with his father. In this personality he knew nothing of coal mines, though he had been working in a coal mine in his other personality for 2 weeks previous to the quarrel with his father. Again repeated attempts were made to connect the two lives by going over, in detail, the experiences as related by him in the two respectively, but no connection could be made between them. By putting together the two histories there still remained large gaps which were unfilled by the experiences related while in the two respective personalities. The gap from Chickamauga to Oxford and numerous others of less importance remaining unfilled and having received confirmatory evidence from answers to letters of inquiry sent out, I felt sure of a third personality and hypnotized him, the 24th of April, to throw him into said suspected personality. He was successfully thrown into it, and when he was aroused from hypnosis into the third state he was again a stranger to us and his surroundings. Acting on the difficulty experienced in gaining his confidence when he awakened the first time in a strange personality, I had written letters at that time explaining his condition and also a note which he signed to act as corroborative evidence of our friendliness, should he in the future wake and be a stranger to us. These letters were carried continually in his pocket, and were valuable aids in keeping the man's confidence in the different personalities. Some time was, multiple personality 410 thus spent in reassuring him, after which the following history was taken, unessential details being omitted in this report. When questioned in regard to Chickamauga and his experience there, he said he did not belong to the army there, but there were a great many soldiers all over the fields. He said, I was awfully sick and I haven't got over it yet. In this personality he suffered continuously with pain in head and abdomen. He was a typical tramp throughout, beating his way on trains, and working only enough to support life when it could not be done otherwise. He described in minute detail his wanderings through Chattanooga, Nashville, Greenbrier, and Springfield, term. Henderson, K.Y. Evansville, Ind. Carmi, 111. St. Louis, Jefferson City, Kansas City, Liberty, Ed Cloud, and Oxford, having isolated and disconnected experiences in Cheyenne, here again repeated San Francisco, and Portland. Attempts failed to connect him with either of the other two lives. Frequently, in relating his experiences in the three different lives, he would come to a certain point in the narration, stop and say, I can't remember what took place then. The next I remember I woke up at such and such. In narrating the experiences of a different life he would pick up the interval which he forgot in the other life and carry you to the point where he said he woke place. And then say, I can't remember what took place, remember I woke up at such and such a place. Thus the story of each life contained numerous unfilled gaps which would be accurately filled in by Exup then, the next appearance is in another life. By taking the 3 lives and writing the stories as they dropped and picked each other up, thus the gaps of each, I was able to his entire life fill from 1879 to 1902. Filling up out almost completely, there still remained a number of gaps, indicated by the stars in the schedule below, which I have been unable to fill out. Thinking manifold personality 411 that perhaps these gaps might be filled in by getting a more complete history of the 3 lives. On April, hypnotism into each of the 3 lives successively and questioned closely in regard to the lapses without avail. The histories given were not related by him while hypnotized. Hypnotism was used merely to accomplish the transfer from one personality to another, and the history was then taken during full consciousness. Still 26th, he was thrown by in the ensuing personality. Once of his own accord and twice by hypnosis he passed into a state which could not be connected with the other 3 and in which he was in a state of semi-delirium. The subject became impatient and resented the frequent hypnotizing, and so it was decided to attempt by suggestion during the hypnotic state, accompanied by repeated consecutive narration of the events of his different lives, to unite them into a unitary consciousness. The attempt was made the 28th of April, and proved gratifyingly successful. A day or 2 he was still unable to recall a short period immediately following his lapse at Chickamauga, but later on the 30th of April, after having been hypnotized and the suggestion made that he would remember even the events comprising the gaps as yet unfilled, he was able to fill in the gap preceding the waking on the bluffs above Kansas City and the one preceding his waking in Liberty. The other gaps starred, still remain a blank to him. With these exceptions he now tells a story of his life so continuous that he himself cannot tell where the breaks in the continuity used to be. On being told that a short time ago he did not know many of the things he was now reciting, he answered, "Yes, I did, I always knew those things." It is only when he recalls the events of the past month that he realizes there has been any change in him. Immediately before uniting the 3 personalities that came to him with full vividness. Following chronological tabulation of his experiences and multiple personality, 412 changes of personality was made out and used as a basis for suggestion by which to unite the 3 selves. Stars indicate that the gaps existing just previous to the time the 3 personalities were united into a unitary conscious, these gaps have been partially and tentatively filled. A manner to be explained below. That the different personalities will be designated by 11, x2, and classified in dates mentioned have been verified by correspondence. x3, 11. Nemha City, born the 15th of December, 1879, Nebraska, Craw changed in the depot to x2. At Crawford, April, 1896, Edgemont, SD. Newcastle, YO. On way to Cambria, changed to City, 6 years old, St. Paul, NEB, 9 years old, Ford, NEB, 15 years old. 11. Cambria, YO. Crawford, NEB. Havensville, Con. August, 1896, Topeka, Topeka, Holton, Havensville, Con. Nemha City, NEB. White Cloud, Bloomington, the 12th of August, 1897. Omaha, Ashland, Lincoln, NEB, May, 1898, Chickamauga. Changed while asleep under a tree to x3. At Chickamauga, June, Nashville, KY. 3, Evansville, Ind. Kami, City, California, Missouri. 111, Chattanooga, 1898. Greenbrier, Springfield, 10. Street. Henderson, Louis, Jefferson on train going toward Kansas City changed to ***A. Probably 11, see below. Woke up on the bluffs above Kansas City in the weeds. Crossed Kansas River. On freight changed X3 to ***B, probably 11, see below. X3. Woke up in Liberty, NEB. To his surprise he had money in his pocket. Bought ticket to Red Cloud. On train changed to ***C, probably X2, see below. X3. Woke up in a shock of oats near Oxford, NEB, fall of 1898. Manifold personality 413 XLL Oxford, Mascot, the 18th of April, 1899, Hold Rage, NEB. XX2, vague experiences recalled at these most accurate and detailed account was given by X3. X3JX2 only knew that he had been there. 11 Hold Rage, NEB. Glen Rock, YO. Changed to X2. At Glen Rock, September, 1899, Chadron, NEB. Edgemont, SD, February the 5th to the 12th of April, 1900. Alliance, Sydney, Cheyenne, YO, June, 1900. Changed to X3. In Cheyenne. Bought ticket to Denver. In Denver changed to J places in all three personalities. ***D. See below. X2. Woke up on Llama Street, Denver. Francisco. Son in barracks asleep and changed to left the barracks and went out into a big X3. City. Changed to in the wholesale part of San Francisco, Cal. X2. Land. Oak on train and changed to ***E. Probably X3, see below. X2. Woke up in Salvation Army Hall in Oakland, Portland, August, 1902. Changed to after the barge accident, the 20th of February, 1902. San Francisco. X3. Changed to hypnotized the 1st of April, and changed to for 24 hours. Hypnotized April in hospital 3 weeks. X2. 11 3D, and changed to X3. Slept and changed to X2. Till the 14th of April. On way from hospital to my office changed to X3. Took ferry to Albina. Changed to X2. At Albina. Hypnotized the 24th of April, and changed to X3. Slept and woke from X3 to X2. Hypnotized the 26th of April, and changed to 11. History taken. Hypnotized, and changed into X3. History taken, hypnotized, and changed to X2. Hypnotized the 28th of April and 11, X2, and X3 414 multiple personality. There were other very brief lapses, judging from many incidents narrated. Several such lapses occurred probably San Francisco and here in Portland. The lapses ***A, ***B, and ***D he was able to fill in after the uniting of his 3 lives. In ***A he went to Kansas City, climbed the bluffs and went to sleep in the weeds. This was likely 11, inasmuch as he started in the direction of his old home, and in X2 he knew nothing of his people at this time. In ***B, as filled in by his united self, he went to Topeka, Holton, and Havensville. Here his people would have nothing to do with him, and he went to Somerville and then worked near Liberty for some time. This must have been done when 11, for it is only as 11 that he knew anything of his people at Havensville. The lapse ***C must have been in X2, because when in this personality previous to uniting the 3 he said he had been in Red Cloud, but could not remember anything about it.
In lapse ***D he went to Denver and loafed around for about a week. The lapses ***E and ***F are still in obscurity, but assuming that there are only 3 personalities in the case, these lapses must have been spent in X3, because he changed to them from X2 and 11, knew absolutely nothing of any time between September 1899 and April 1902. Evidence seems to point to the conclusion that whatever personality or personalities he was in while at Oxford, Mascot, and Holdrege, there was at times more or at knowledge of all 3 selves at those places. In no any specific detailed account of his stay at Oxford and Mascot be given, though in all personalities he knew that he had been there. X3 gave the most details of any at these places. Either there was less single personality could a certain amount of interfusion of the 3 personalities at these places, or else he had frequent changes in Oxford and Mascot. Subsequent correspondence with his substantiates the former view. Furthermore, he says that while he was asleep in the shock acquaintances at Oxford manifold personality 415 of Oates near Oxford he had a very peculiar dream of having been in Red Cloud, etc. It is highly probable that this dream was not a dream, but the real experiences of the preceding lapse, probably filled by X2 or a modified X3. This vague interfusion of the selves or modification of a particular self may account for all the lapses and peculiarities in X3 from Chickamauga. Though there is no absolute proof, the data at hand leave one in the conviction that at Oxford, Mascot, Holdrege, and probably Glenrock there was a partial, if not complete, fusion of the experiences of the 3 lives, which was confusing to him then as well his acquaintances at Oxford looked upon as to us now. Him as insane. Though his experience from Chickamauga to boarding a train near Kansas City was given in the most certain and positive way while in X3, and though he had no relatives that he knew of in this personality, yet it is probable that during that time he had inklings of his former life from some source or other which led him back to Nebraska. He may, however, have learned that he belonged in Nebraska by letters in his pocket or * other means in camp before leaving Chickamauga. It seems probable, taking everything into consideration, that there was slight knowledge of his other lives in this personality. That the uniting of his 3 selves into a conscious unity did not ensure against subsequent lapses is shown by experience later. On the 7th of May he came to my office feeling badly, suffering from headache, and depressed in general. On waking he would after sitting for several minutes he looked about, somewhat surprised, and I hypnotized him and suggested that feel better. He woke and seemed better. Without any visible signs of change, he remarked, "Doctor, the last he could recall he was I have been asleep again." Entering the building and waiting for the elevator, but how he reached my office and all that transpired in the meantime was an utter blank to him. His partner, with whom multiple personality 416 lives, says that such lapses used to be rather frequent with him. In order to verify the history of the case numerous letters had been written to parties mentioned by 11, X2, X3 and one of these letters was sent to the Army post at San Francisco to inquire as to his enlistment and desertion from Army as a result of a change of personality, but no answer was received. On the 14th of May, acting upon information gained from my letter to San Francisco, officers from Vancouver post came and arrested X, and took him on the car Vancouver, charged with desertion from the Army at San Francisco. On the 16th of May, at Vancouver, I presented the history of his case to the officials in order to obtain his after the conference with the officials X was brought to my surprise he was X2 again, knew absolutely least in nothing of 11 or X3 or of his experiences subsequent to uniting his 3 selves. Only X2 was known to him. After hypnotizing him and suggesting that he would remember all his life again, he woke with full memory of 11, X2, and X3 as before he was arrested. So far 28 letters have been received in answer to inquiries sent to relatives, acquaintances, War Department, etc., each and all of which verify most accurately the history described. Changes of personality took place twice while in the army, and he was recorded and hunted as a deserter. He enlisted the first time as 11, the second time as X2, and each personality knew nothing of the other enlistment. At first these two desertions raised a suspicion in us that he might be deceiving in order to cover up his guilt, but second thought, on the contrary, confirms his duality in the two acts, for a deserter would scarcely run the risk of re-enlisting. Furthermore, proof that he had changes of personality previous to any connection with the army in addition to confirmatory evidence from numerous other sources removes any possibility of insincerity on his part. Aside from the corroborative evidence, observation manifold personality 417 of the man during treatment would have been sufficiently convincing to remove all doubt. 11 was perfectly well, jovial, bright, knew the names and addresses of all his relatives and could give an accurate account of his boyhood days. He had rather accurate dates for everything. Was eager to educate himself, though he was only an ordinary laborer as a rule. X2 was quiet in disposition, preferred to be alone, had spells of sleepiness, always had some headache, knew but little of his relatives, and that was learned subsequent to age of 18, a good mechanic, ambitious, and inventive, desirous for an education and distinctly religious in character. All in all, his life bore a sad, melancholic aspect. X3 was a typical tramp, largely due to the fact, no doubt, that he began this life where he did. Though 18 years old at Chickamauga, when asked where he came from, he answered didn't come from any place. Worked only enough to exist, severe pains in head and abdomen, always hungry, all in all, a lower type of man by far. All three personalities had a remarkable memory for details. The same name was retained in all. In addition to the three personalities described, there was still another state which may possibly be a fourth, but each time he was thrown into it he was semi-delirious and no definite information could be obtained from him. The place of this state, in its relation to the personalities described, is difficult to determine. Thirsty. In it he raved with pain and was always this state may account in part for some of the gaps remaining unfilled. In his united self he is radically different from what he was previous to the barge accident. Previously taciturn and fond of solitude, in his united self he became social and settled, moodiness disappeared. He still manifests the old ambition for an education, though at present he chafes under the monotony of his wait in prison until the routine of government formalities shall be accomplished. 28 418 Multiple personality. The circumstances his ultimate release would seem to be a mere matter of time, but the worry and mental excitement incidental to his arrest give him almost continuous headache, and at times plunge him into despondency which makes him wish he were dead. After the fusion of his three lives the first time, a minute and detailed history of his boyhood and early manhood was taken in order to see if any cause of the trouble could be detected. As a boy he received very rough treatment from his father, but no definite etiology of his condition could be discovered. Though changes of personality occurred 2 or 3 times under what seemed to be a definite etiological factor, such as the fight at Glenrock and the fever at Chickamauga, yet these things cannot be considered the sole cause of the trouble. In the great majority of cases his changes of personality took place while on a train or immediately following, a fact not without significance. The changes from one personality to another were at times memory of one times gradual, instead of abrupt. stream of consciousness faded out gradually as the other came into prominence. One of the changes which occurred in my presence was of this type. Several times in one personality short preceding experiences were vaguely recalled and thought to have been dreams, showing that at times either the different selves overlapped, as it were, to some extent, leaving the period of change indistinct in each, or, what is more probable, the events supposed to have been dreamed were experiences of the same self under a else sort of psychoepileptic seizure. Under the latter suppo-gap **** C in the schedule above may be a sort of psychoepileptic mutation of X3 instead of a change into X2. The whole process throughout might not improperly be called a psychoepileptic exchange of personality. The personality, designated throughout this article as manifold personality 419, the united self, cannot be considered as composed of 11, X2, and X3, as constituent parts, but, strictly speaking, the so-called united self is a new unified experience, even as 11, X2, and X3 were originally. This was clearly exemplified by the fact that after his return to X2 at Vancouver subsequent to the uniting of 11, X2, and X3 in memory, he not only knew nothing of 11 and X3, but the experiences of the so-called united self were also a blank to him. Chapter 23 Manifold Personality, continued. Of a somewhat different nature is the case reported by Dr. Osgood Mason in the Journal of Nervous and Mental. The disaggregation is deepened and the dissociated personalities are well defined. Alma Z has been under my observation during the past 10 years. In childhood she was remarkable for her intelligence and unusual endowments. Up to her 18th year she was in robust health, excelling all her companions' diseases. September, 1893. Clear, not only in intellectual attainments, but also in physical culture, being expert in gymnastic exercises, skating, and at that time, owing to over-peculiar physical conditions, made their athletic sports generally. Work at school, appearance. Fide, instead of the educated, thoughtful, digny womanly personality, worn with illness and pain, there appeared a bright, sprightly child personality, with a limited vocabulary, ungrammatical and peculiar dialect, decidedly Indian in character, but, as used by her, most fascinating and amusing. The intellect was bright and shrewd, her manner lively and good-natured, and her intuitions were remarkably correct and quick, of all, comparatively a good degree of strength. Self, but, strangest, she was free from pain, could take food, and had she called her tea, and the normal or usual personality she always referred to as no one. She possessed none of the acquired knowledge of the primary personality, but was bright and greatly interested in matters going on about her, in family affairs, and everything which pertained and well-being of number one. The new personality would remain only a few hours. To the comfort 420 manifold personality 421, but occasionally her stay was prolonged to several days, and then her normal self, the no one of T, returned with all her intelligence, patience, and womanly qualities, but also with the weakness and suffering which characterized her illness. And number two were apparently in every respect, each had her own distinct consciousness and distinct train of thought, and no one separate and distinct personalities. Auries. When number one was absent and T took her place, on resuming her consciousness she commenced at the place where her own personality had been interrupted and resumed her ordinary life exactly at that point. To number one the existence of any second personality was entirely unknown by any conscious experience, and the time which T occupied was to her a blank. If T appeared noon on Tuesday and remained until Thursday night, when she disappeared and number one resumed her own consciousness and life, she would commence at Tuesday noon where that consciousness was interrupted. The intervening time to her was a blank. Number 2, however, while having her own distinct life, knew also the life of No as a distinct personality, entirely separate one, but only from herself. Number 1 also came to know T by the description given by others, and by the change in her own personal belongings and affairs which she saw had been effected during her absence. The two personalities became great friends. Number 2 admired Number 1 for her superior knowledge, her patience in suffering, and the lovely qualities which she recognized, and she willingly took her place in order to give her rest, and, as it seemed, the possibility of living at all. Number 1 also became fond of T on account of the loving care which she bestowed upon her and her affairs, and for the witty sayings and sprightly and pertinent conversations which were reported to her, and which she greatly enjoyed. Multiple personality 422 T seemed to have the power of going and coming at will. She often left communications to Number 1, mostly written, for she became able to write in her peculiar dear, very difficult to decipher, telling her what had been done in her absence, where she would find certain things, or advising her when she deemed it necessary, and her advice was always sound and to the point. Under an entire change in medical treatment, change of scene and air, and the use of animal magnetism and hypnotism, health and normal conditions were restored, and TV visits became only occasional, under circumstances of extreme fatigue or mental excitement, when they were welcome to the patient and enjoyed by her friends. 2 years later the patient married, and became a most admirable wife and intelligent and efficient mistress of the household. Later on, however, the Number 2 condition, or personality, began to return with greater frequency, but at length, one night, T announced that she would soon take her departure, but that another visitor would come to take her place. Presently an alarming attack of syncope, and when consciousness was represented by a third personality, entirely new and entirely distinct, both from the primary self and also from the T with whom we were so well acquainted. The new personality at once announced itself as the boy, and that it had come in the place of T for the special aid of Number 1, and for several weeks, whenever this third personality was present, all its behavior was curt, lasting several hours, at last return, entirely consistent with that announcement. Gradually, however, she became accustomed and reconciled to her new role and new surroundings, and adapted herself with most astonishing grace to the duties of wife, mother and mistress of the house, though always when closely questioned she persisted seriously in her original declaration that she was the boy. The personality was manifold personality of 423, much more broad and serious type than that of the frolicsome T, and while entirely separate in consciousness and personality from Number 1, she was much nearer to her in general outline of character. Knowledge of Number 1, the acquired book, the Latin, mathematics, and philosophy acquired at school, were entirely wanting in the new personality. The extensive knowledge of general literature, the whole poems of Tennyson, Browning, and Scott, which Number 1 could repeat by heart, also her perfect familiarity with the most beautiful and poetic portions of the Bible, all of these were entirely lacking in this person. In a general knowledge of affairs, however, in the ability news of the day from all over the world, and in current literature, she at once became thoroughly interested and intelligent, and the judgment was keen and sound. She took the greatest delight in every kind of amusement, the theatre and literary and musical entertainments, and her criticisms of performances and books were independent, acute, and reliable. At the same time her household affairs and her interest in them and all subjects pertaining to the family were conspicuous. Of the preceding personalities she was fully cognizant, and had great admiration and affection for them both. She would listen to no disparaging remarks concerning T, and her admiration for Number 1 was unbounded. Neither T nor number 3 ever seemed anxious to continue and prolong their visits, but, on the contrary, were always desirous that number 1 should regain her health sufficiently to get on without them, and they referred with much feeling to the causes which prevented it. The peculiar and interesting incidents which diversified these different states of consciousness would fill a vole when in her condition of greatest weakness, would occasionally astonish her listeners by announcing to them some event which they had kept profoundly secret from her. For instance, "You need not be so quiet about Hume. No. 1. 424 multiple personality have seen it all. Mrs. C died the day before yesterday, she is to be buried tomorrow, or, there has been a death over in such and such a street. Who is it that died?" 'Tis sagacity, amounting almost to prevision, was often noticed, and many a time the neglect to be guided by her premonitions was deeply regretted. The boy or it, id. Number 3, frequently exhibited peculiar perceptive powers. At times the sense of hearing would be entirely lost, so that and when the most violent noises close to her ears effectually unexpected failed to startle or disturb her in the slightest degree, although usually she by even a slight, was easily startled under sudden, or unexpected noise. These circumstances she had a peculiar faculty of perceiving what was said by watching the lips of the speaker, though ordinarily neither she nor the primitive self had any such faculty. In this condition she had often carried on conversations with entire strangers, and entertained guests at table without their having once suspected that all the while she could not hear a sound of any sort. I have myself seen her sit and attend to the reading of a new book simply by watching the lips of the reader, taking in every word and sentiment, and laughing heartily at the funny passages, when I am perfectly sure she could not have heard a pistol shot from her head. When the number 3 personality had persisted for weeks, for instance, a time, as has the temporary return of no under the considerable period sometimes done at it, one influence of some soothing condition or pleasing sentiment or emotion has been beautiful to witness. I saw this transformation once while sitting with her in a box at the Metropolitan Opera House. Beethoven's Concerto in C major was on the program. In the midst of the performance I saw the expression of her countenance change, a clear, calm, softened look came into the face as she leaned back in her chair and listened to the music with the most intense manifold personality 425 enjoyment. I spoke a few words to her at the close of the number, and she replied in the soft and musical tones peculiar to her own normal condition, and I recognized without the slightest doubt the presence of number 1. Minutes later her eyes closed. Presently she drew 2 or 3 short, quick respirations, again changed, and number 3 was back again. Her countenance she turned to me and said, "So number 1 came to hear her favorite concerto?" I replied, "Yes, how did you know it?" "Oh, I was here and listened to it, too." "Where were you?" I asked. I saw you speaking to her." "Sat on the front of the box." How greatly she enjoyed the music, and then she went on listening to the music and commenting upon the program in the usual discriminating manner of number 3. The case is certainly very interesting, and in many rather to shed light on aspects similar to that of Philida. Each other. The patient is of a psychopathic disposition, and cerebral overwork brought about a weakening of the principal controlling constellations of neurons with its concomitant leading synthetic moment consciousness. Some strong emotion or some kind of trouble was probably the exciting cause that brought about a total disintegration, or a disaggregation of the constellation into its constituent or subordinate systems and clusters with their correlative moments. The relation of number 1 to T is somewhat like that of the primary to the secondary state in Philida. Number 1 does not know T, but the latter knows the experiences of the former, knows them as those of another as not belonging to herself, to T.
The content of the number 1 personality is in some respects superior and wider than that of the T personality. Much of the content of one personality is also present in the other, such as the natural instincts of life, many of the simple acquirements, such as walking, dressing, using different utensils for eating, talking and understanding speech, knowing articles, and multiple personality 420-60 state the patient seemed to have lost her ability of writing and also on. Still, the change is great. In her higher requirements in literature and in music. There was a change in the patient's language. A grammatism was observed. Her pains and sufferings were gone. The change in character seemed to have been profound. From a cultivated, thoughtful, dignified young lady there was a change to a child personality, shrewd, bright and sprightly, with a limited vocabulary, decidedly Indian in character. All the states belonging to the personality number 1 were synthesized in one synthetic moment, and so were also all the states of T. 2 moments were thus formed within the patient's mind, each having a distinct synthesis for series of mental states. In other words, the 2 organized synthetic moments kept on alternating periodically. This case, like that of Philida, is one of periodical multiple consciousness. The 2 crystallized, independent moments became weakened, could not maintain themselves long, and another moment consciousness, the boy, got formed and temporarily became the leading one in the patient's mental life. This was preceded by an attack of syncope synthetic. The boy personality differed T and from number 1. It possessed far lasting several hours. Both from more of the content belonging to the number 1 personality. The behavior of the new personality was consistent with its name and lacked the book knowledge of the normal. In this state the sense of hearing was sometimes in state entirely lost, and still she could carry on conversations with guests, could attend to the reading of a book and enjoy it heartily, although she could not have heard a pistol shot near her head. The writer ascribes this to a new faculty peculiar to this state only, perception of speech by watching the movements of the speaker's lips. No such new faculty is really required as an explanation for the patient's perception of words, to which she was seemingly manifold personality 427. Her deafness was not of an organic, but of a functional psychopathic nature. It can be fully demonstrated by experiment that in such states the patient, though seemingly not perceiving, really does perceive. The dissociated moments in the subconscious perceive and transmit the experience to the dominating, functioning synthetic moment consciousness. The patient did hear, and not the sounds, but the meaning of the words were transmitted to her functioning moment, the boy personality. In passing from one personality to another the patient seemed to have had a brief intermediary sleeping state termed by me the hypnoleptic state. Especially was this so in passing from number 1 into one of the other states. The author omitted to describe it, but that such a state really existed one can judge from the author's statement that, when he was with the patient in the theater, the number 1 personality appeared. A few minutes later, writes Dr. Osgood Mason, her eyes closed. Presently she drew 2 or 3 short, quick respirations, and number 3 was back, again. In this interesting case we find a weakening by disease. The upper controlling personality, the subconscious, gained mastery, rose to the plane of conscious individuality and became a person, a T. The T personality, however, seemed to have been unstable, and a new personality, that of the boy, emerged. Both T of and the boy were but 2 different expressions, 2 different individualized manifestations of the same the subconsciousness. Lying reality. It was from the depth of the subconscious that those bubble personalities rose to the surface of conscious life. The following case X gives a well-defined picture of manifold personality. The subject, YL, is a young man of 17 years, hysterical epilepsy, who entirely lost the affected with 1 Kibo, diseases of personality. 428 multiple personality memory of 1 year of his existence, and during the period of forgetfulness totally changed his character. Born of an unmarried mother, who was addicted to an open life of debauchery, and of an unknown father, he began to roam and beg on the streets as soon as he could walk. Later he became a thief, was arrested, and sent to the reformatory of St. Urban, where he did some field work. One day, being occupied in a vineyard, he happened to lay his hands upon a serpent, hidden in a faggot of twigs. The boy was terribly frightened, and in the evening, on returning to the reformatory, became unconscious. These crises were repeated from time to time, his legs grew weak, finally a paralysis of the lower limbs set in, his intellect remaining unimpaired. He was thereupon transferred to the asylum of Bourneville. There it was reported an open and sympathetic expression, that his character is amiable and that he shows himself grateful for the care that is bestowed upon him. He tells that the patient has the history of his life in all its minutest details, even his which he deplores, of which he is ashamed, and which he attributes to his forsaken condition and his comrades who led him into evil ways. He regrets very much what has happened, and declares that in the future he will be more honest. It was then decided to teach him a trade compatible with his infirmity. He can read, and is learning to write. He is taken every morning to the tailor's shop, where he is placed upon a table and assumes, naturally, the classical position owing to the condition of his lower limbs, which are atrophied and contracted. In 2 months' time he learned to sew pretty well. He works with enthusiasm, and everybody is satisfied with his progress. At this stage he is seized with an attack of hysterothefts, epilepsy, which, after 50 hours, ends in a tranquil sleep. It is then that his old personality reappears. On awakening, V wants to get up. He asks for his clothes, and is able to dress himself, but performs the manifold personality 429 operation in a very bungling manner. He then takes a few steps through the hall, his paraplegia having disappeared. His legs totter and with difficulty support the body because of the atrophy of the muscles. When once dressed, he asks to go to his comrades into the vineyards to work. We quickly perceive that our subject still believes himself at St. Urban, and wishes to resume. In fact, he has no recollection his habitual occupations. Of his crisis and recognizes nobody. The physicians and attendants no more than his companions of the ward. He does not admit having been paralyzed, and accuses those about him of teasing him. We thought of temporary insanity, which was very likely after so severe an attack of hysteria, but time passes and still his memory does not return. V remembers very distinctly that he had been sent to St. Urban. He knows that the other day he was frightened by a serpent, but from that time all is oblivion. He remembers nothing more, and has not even the feeling of the time elapsed. It was thought that he might be simulating, as hysterical patients often do, and we employed all means to make V contradict himself, but without success. Thus, without letting him know where he is going, we have taken him to the tailor's workshop. We walk by his side, and take care not to influence him as to the direction to be taken. V does not know whither he is going. On arriving at the shop he has every appearance of a person who does not know where he is, and he declares that he has never been there before. He is given a needle and asked to sew. He sets about the task as awkwardly as a man who performs a job of this kind for the first time. They show him some clothes, the seams of which had been sewn by him during the time he was paralyzed. He laughs and seems to doubt, but finally inclines to our observations. After a month of experiment and trials of all kinds, we are convinced that V really remembers nothing. Multiple personality 431. Of the most interesting points of this case is the modification that the character of the patient underwent, which was a return to his early life and to his hereditary antecedents. He is no longer the same subject, he has become quarrelsome and is a glutton, he answers impolitely. Formerly he did not like wine, and usually gave his share to his companions, but now he steals theirs. When they tell him that he once committed thefts, and caution him not to begin again, he becomes arrogant, and will say, if he did steal, he paid for it, as they put him into prison. They employ him in the garden. One day he escapes, taking with him 60 francs and the effects of an attendant of the he is recaptured 5 miles from Bourneville, at infirmary. The moment when, after selling his clothes to purchase others, he is on the point of boarding the railway train for Paris. He resists arrest, and strikes and bites at the wardens sent in search of him. He becomes furious, is cries, brought back to the asylum, on the ground, finally it rolls necessary to confine him in a solitary cell. Dismissed from the asylum, after many peregrinations, he is taken to Bicêtre, escapes, and enlists in the Marine Corps at Rochefort. Convicted of stealing, he is confined, end of a violent attack of hystroepilepsy, to the Bureau and Bureaute, who have studied him with great care and obtained in their subject the 6 full at the care of Messrs. Lowing states, hemiplegia and hemianesthesia of the ordinary state of the subject. V is talkative, violent, and arrogant in look and manner, his language is correct, but rude, he addresses everyone in the second person singular, and gives to each a disrespectful surname. He smokes from morning till night, and besieges everyone with his demand for tobacco, etc. Still, he is intelligent. He keeps himself en courant with all the events of the day, great and small, affects the most anti-religious views in religion and the most ultra-radical opinions in politics. Incapable of discipline, he wishes to first state. Right side. Manifold personality 431. Who would exact his speech is embarrassed, slay all his superiors, or anyone even from him a mark of respect. His defective pronunciation permits only the endings of his he can read, but this vice of pronunciation renders his reading aloud unintelligible. He can words to be heard. Not write, his right hand being paralyzed. His memory, very precise for the slightest details, present or recent, he recites whole columns from the newspapers, is very limited in point of time. It is impossible for him to carry back his memory beyond his present sojourn in Rochefort and the last part of his stay at Bicêtre in the service of M. Voisin. Nevertheless, he has preserved the memory of the second part of his stay at Bourneville. When he worked in between Bourneville and Bicêtre, a great gap yawns in his memory. Beyond this, his birth, his child, the garden, hood, his sojourn in Saint-Urbain, the trade of tailoring, which he learned upon his arrival at Bourneville, are a total blank to him. Second state. Hemiplegia of the left side, face and limbs, with hemianesthesia. On waking, V is at Bicêtre, Ward Cabanes, No. 2, the 2nd of January, 1884, age 21, saw M. Voisin yesterday. He is reserved in his bearing, his expression is gentle, his language is correct and respectful, he now addresses no one in the second person singular, but he smokes, but not passion. He has no opinions in politics or in religion. These questions, he seems to say, do not concern an ignorant man like him. He shows himself respectful and orderly. He calls each of us Monsieur. Etley. Speech is easy and his pronunciation remarkably clear. He reads perfectly well, and writes a tolerable hand. He knows nothing whatever of the events that have taken place since the 2nd of January, 1884, he does not know where he is,
nor any of the persons who surround him. He never came to Rochefort. He never heard of the Marine Corps or of the war with Tonkin. In evoking his prior memories he recounts that multiple personality 432 for entering Bicester he had stayed for a while at St. Anne. Beyond that point in his life no memory subsists. Third state. Hemiplegia of the left side, the limbs alone, with general hemianesthesia. The patient awakes at the asylum of St. George's de Bourg, August, 1882. He is 19 years old. France is at war with Tunis. Emgrevy is President of the Republic, Leo XIII is Pope. His character, his affective faculties, his language, his physiognomy, his tastes are like those of the second state. As to his memory, he is limited to a prior he comes from Chartres to his mother, whence epoch. He has been sent to Macon with a large landed proprietor, where he was put to work in the vineyards. Having been taken sick several times he was cared for in the hospital of Macon, then at the asylum of Bourg, where he is at all that precedes, all that follows this short present period of his life is totally foreign to him. Fourth state. Paraplegia. He has just seen several persons of the asylum of Bourneville. He is decorous, timid, even sad. His pronunciation is but his language is incorrect, impersonal, distinct, childish. He has forgotten how to read and write. Intelligence is very obtuse, his memory knows nothing of the events of the personages of that epoch. He knows only two places, Bourneville, where he believes he now is, and Saint Urbain, whence he has come, where he the whole prior from his birth to the accident with the was, he says, paralyzed, stricken down. Part of his viper, attack life, which brought on his malady, all that followed the spontaneous alteration of his condition at he does not Bourneville, are absolutely unknown to him. Recognize the place he are about him. Tailor's shop. Fifth state. Is in, nor has he ever seen us who his ordinary occupation is work in the he sews like one long in the business. Neither paralysis nor anesthesia. He regains consciousness at St. Urbain in 1877, he, manifold personality 483 Marshall McMahon is president of timid as a child, his expression, language, and attitude accord perfectly. He can read perfectly well and writes tolerably. He knows his whole childhood, the bad treatment he received at Louisant, is 14 years old. The Republic, Pius IX is Pope, etc. He remembers having been arrested and condemned. He is at the he learns to read to imprisonment in a house of correction. Reformatory directed by M. Pasquier. He is employed in Agra. His memory is arrested exactly at the accident of the Viper, the mention of which brings honor at the School of Mile. Bruil. Cultural work. Terrible crisis of hystroepilepsy. Sixth state. Neither paralysis nor anesthesia. He comes to consciousness on the 6th of March, 1885. Is 22 years of age. He knows the events of the times and personages in power, but Victor Hugo, the Great, he is no longer the timid, he is a proper young man, neither poet and senator, is still living. Child of a moment ago. Pusillanimous nor arrogant, he is a soldier of the marine. His language is correct, his pronunciation is his memory embraces his whole life with the exception of one epoch, that during which he was afflicted with paraplegia at St. Urbain and Bourneville. Also he does not remember having been a tailor and does not know how to sew. These, then, are the 6 different states of consciousness, the ensemble of which embraces the whole life of the corps. Tinct. He reads very well and writes passably. Subject.
To act on the psychic state we have no other means except suggestion in somnambulism. The Bysitter, Ward Cabanis. We make, therefore, you are to wake up at V obeys. On awaking from following suggestion, V, evoked somnambulism. He believes it is the 2nd of January, 1884. His intelligence and affective qualities are exactly what we have seen described in the second state. 29 at 434 multiple personality. The same time he is afflicted with hemiplegia and hemianesthesia of the left side. The force exerted upon the dynamometer, the hystrogenic zone, all are transferred as in the second state. In another suggestion we command him to awake at Bourneville when he was a tailor. The psychic state obtained is similar to that described in the fourth state, and simultaneously with it the paraplegia appeared with contracture and insensibility of the lower parts of the body. Chapter XIV Secondary Infant Personalities. The eases we have analyzed thus far present formation of independently functioning constellations with concurring moments that possess more or less common content. Though the change is great in the character of the moment, still the fundamental psychic material remains unchanged. Instincts, acquirements and many of the habits are present and both or to all the independently functioning moments. Not so is it in the cases we have to consider now. The to moment that ceases to function is submerged, and is not present in the newly functioning content of the ment. The patient in coming out from the attack is invariably characterized by the observers as one newly born, one just ushered into life. The newly rising or developing moment must acquire new content, although the dissociated moment with its submerged content greatly aids in the speedy development of the newly functioning moment consciousness. In these phenomena the dissociation reaches its maximum. We must, however, point out that even such pathological manifestations present dissociation of different some shreds of the old experience and acquirements are more or less present in the newly rising degrees of extensity. Moment. The only case which is altogether free from such remnants and presents the phenomena of dissociation in their purest aspect is the case of Hannah, and that is why it is so extremely valuable for the purposes of investigation. Cases of total dissociation, phenomena where the psychic content itself is lost with the disaggregation of the 435-436 multiple personality old moment consciousness, though even some odd remnants of former riches may have been transmitted to the young heir, are extremely rare, so highly valuable. Case described, but for that very reason they are. We may begin with the interesting by Dr. Mortimer Granville, in Brain, for 1879. In 1858, 20 years before, Dr. Mortimer Granville was requested to see daily a governess and teacher of music, who had been attacked with what was called acute mania. Found a spare, somewhat angular, eccentric-looking woman within a few hours after paroxysm of considerable violence, during which she talked and sang mildly, and was with difficulty restrained by those around her. She fell into a state verging on suspended animation, which lasted a week. Skin was cold, presented dark, mottled apon, age 26, in state of great excitement, hysterical chaurake. Breathing seemed to be complete loss of consciousness and scarcely any trace of sensibility. Muscles cataleptic and extremities dropped slowly when raised. Was barely possible to feed patient by mouth, by holding forward the larynx and placing the fluid far back in pharynx with spoon, where it seemed to flow down the esophagus as through a flaccid tube. This condition, which was treated with interrupted current from occiput to hypo, then came the gastrium, etc., subsided very gradually. There had clearly state I am chiefly interested to note. Been an exciting cause for the attack in religious excitement acting on a nervous system exhausted by protracted parents, pulse scarcely perceptible at wrist. Slow and seldom deep, toil as teacher. When consciousness began to return, the latest sane ideas formed previous to the illness mingled curiously with the new impressions received, as in case of a person awakening slowly from a dream. When propped up with pillows near the bed, so that passers in the street could be seen, the patient described the moving objects as trees. Secondary infant personalities, 437 walking, and when asked where she saw these things she immediately replied, in the other gospel. In short, her mental state was one in which the real and the ideal were not separable. Her recollections on recovery and for some time after were indistinct, and, in regard to a large class of common topics, which must have formed the staple material of her thought up to the period of attack, memory was blank. For example, although this young woman supported herself as governess, she had no recollection of so simple a matter as the use of a writing implement. When a pen or pencil was placed in her hand, as it might be thrust between the fingers of a child, the reflex act of grasping it was not excited. This state lasted some weeks, and the recollection of what had been forgotten was slow and painful, needing or seeming to require a process of re-education. In the end, recovery was mentally and physically satisfactory. Another case of still greater interest and far richer in the course of its manifestations is described by William Sharpie, F.R.S., Professor of Anatomy and Physiology, the University of London, in Brain, for 1879. Mrs. H., patient, about 24 years old. This was written in 1824, pale complexion and slender make. Married in July, 1823, and with exception of occasional headache, to which she, in common with some of the rest of her family, was subject, previously enjoyed good health of body and mind. After her marriage she resided in England till the end of April, 1824, when, in consequence of ill health, she was brought here by her husband. From husband's account it appeared that for about 3 months after their marriage she enjoyed perfect health and spirits, but that after that she complained a good deal of pain in stomach and bowels, appetite bad spirits, imagining herself unequal to concerns of house, though only herself and husband, and it was also observed she slept more than usual. Details 438 Multiple personality. On her arrival here, in April, physically appeared well, all her external senses were sound, but memory was impaired, and she was very inattentive to surrounding. The sleepiness had been gradually increasing, and was now at such a height that unless when conversing with another person, or engaged in manual occupation, she fell when in asleep at all times and in whatever position. This state her eyes were nearly closed, she breathed softly, ejects. Much resembled a person in natural when she happened to fall asleep and, in short, very sleep, except that position in which the body naturally requires to be supported, as, for instance, on a chair. She did not lean forward or backward, as is commonly the case, but sat with her body quite erect and her head gently inclined to one. While in this state she was subject to frequent side, during which she raised herself up, talked as if drew herself back, as if to avoid something disagreeable, and then lay quietly down again as if without having awoke. What she said on these occasions, though quite incoherent, was yet always nearly of the same nature and for most part consisted even of same expressions, which were those of great aversion or horror. Of this she had no recollection when awake, nor of anything connected with it, and she herself remarked as something extraordinary that now she did not dream, although she used formerly from this sleep she never to be subject to dreaming. Awoke of her own accord, except to obey the calls of nature, and there was no other way of rousing her up upon other occasions but by placing her on her feet and endeavoring to make her walk. When thus forcibly awakened, she was fretful and cried for some time after. She took food in sufficient amount and often with evident relish, but it took entreaty to make her take the first mouthfuls. The pulse varied a little, but on the whole natural. during sleep was 56 to 70, and somewhat more when awake. Startings: frightened. Secondary infant personalities 439 urine charge normal catamania hitherto regular, but small amount. She complained of no pain or other uneasiness except a peculiar feeling on top of head which she called funny. For 5 weeks after arrival the torpid state and indifference to surrounding objects gradually became worse, and difficulty of awakening her increased daily, till about the 8th or 10th of June it was found impossible to rouse her up at all by any means, and thenceforth, except a few short intervals, she remained in a state of constant sleep till singular. To stall, her condition was now made an attempt to get out of bed beginning of August. She still when food was presented to her lips with a spoon she readily took it into her mouth and swallowed, thus she was fed it, and when she had taken what appeared to be enough she closed her teeth as a sign she was satisfied. She gave evident preference to some sorts of food, and ostensibly refused others. She sometimes even judged of nature of food or medicine offered by sense of smell. By this time the startings in her sleep had left her. Although expressions uttered in that state were nearly same as formerly, yet her manner of speaking was now of satisfaction and not fright. She often even sang to a simple but cheerful air nearly the same words which she appeared able to distinguish different tastes. Used formerly to cry out in terror. The torpor continued in same degree till end of July, with occasional intervals of awakening which happened at uncertain periods, but usually at distance of a few days from each other and occasioned by pain experienced in some part of her body. First of these took place after she had been 10 days in continued torpor, caused by griping medicine. She awakened in great pain, crying out, "Pain, pain, die, die," placing her hands on abdomen. She was relieved by fomentations, but nevertheless kept awake for some hours, during which she answered no questions, and multiple personality 440 recognized nobody except one old acquaintance whom she had not seen for more than 12 months. She looked steadfastly into this person's face for a few moments, apparently occupied in trying to remember his name, which she at length found out and repeated again and again, and at the same time taking him by the hand as if overjoyed to see him. But when questioned regarding him she answered only by calling out his name, which she continued to repeat for some time after she had fallen asleep, in addition to what she usually said. In the course of the next 8 days she was twice roused from her sleep by similar cause, but not so completely. Same individual was the only person she knew. Among others she did not recognize even her own husband. The next interval of waking took place 3 or 4 days after. It appeared occasioned by pain in the head. She cried for some time, then awoke complaining of pain with her hand on her forehead. She placed hand of person nearby also on her forehead. The same thing happened on next 3 or 4 succeeding evenings, nearly at the same other circumstances. This time showed she was very impatient in erect posture, and when placed on ground drew up her time, furring from uneasiness in the head. Legs as if to force lying down again. This was not the case when she needed to be taken up for evacuation. She generally also preferred to lie on her face and with head low, both hands clasped firmly over it, exactly on part to which she had referred as peculiar feeling. After this torpor continued for some time without being interrupted. Toward end of July torpid state which had suffered no intermissions had become on the whole not quite so deep. At least, patient gave signs of more consciousness of anything done to her. She smiled and seemed pleased on receiving particular sorts of food, and when I opened and face touched, whole countenance was suffused with flush. Some time after it was possible to awake her by opening secondary infant personalities 441 her eyes and holding anything before them likely to catch her attention, such as a glass of water. When thus awakened she laughed a good deal, and seemed delighted, and always bestowed her whole attention on vessel containing her food and the person holding it. She did not speak, however, or pay any attention. She began to take great liking to the attendant, and would hardly allow her out of sight. Now, also, she would creep cautiously onto the floor from her bed and creep to fireside and would lie down on the 2 questions put to her hearthrug as if warming herself. At length, after was by 3rd week in August almost free from torpor and slept little more than healthy persons. Temperature was normal. Pupil normal. Had lost ally improving, she flesh. On her recovery from torpor she appeared to have forgotten all her previous knowledge, everything seemed new to her, and she did not recognize a single person, not even her nearest relatives. In behavior she was restless and uncheerful. She was disordered and, altogether, resembled a child more than a grown person. In short, she became rather more sedate and her attention could be longer fixed on one object. Her memory, inattentive, but very lively, lighted with everything she too, so entirely lost as far as regards previous knowledge, was soon found to be most acute and retentive with respect to everything she saw or heard subsequent to her disorder, and she has by this time recovered many of her former acquirements, some with greater, some with less facility. With regard to these it is remarkable that though the process followed in regaining many of them consisted in recalling them to mind with assistance of neighbors rather than in studying them anew, yet even now she does not appear to be in the smallest degree conscious of having possessed them before. At first it was scarcely possible to engage her in multiple personality 442 versation. In place of answering questions, she repeated them aloud in same words put, and even long after she came to answer questions she constantly repeated them over once before replying. At first she had very few words, but soon acquired many and often strangely misapplied them. She did this, however, mostly in particular ways, often, made one word answer for all others which were in any way allied to it. Thus, in place of tea, she asked for juice, and this word she long used for liquids. For instance, long time, in expressing qualities of objects, she invariably used very opposite words, thus, white in place of black, hot for cold, etc. She now uses words with propriety. Has as yet recognized no person, that is, has no recollection of seeing them previous to her illness, knows them only as new acquaintances, but with no idea of what relation they bear to her. Has acquired reading, but had to begin with alphabet. Afterward learned to form syllables and small words. Reacquisition of her reading facilitated by singing words of familiar songs. In learning to write began with elements. In singing she at first generally required to be helped for first 2 or 3 words, and made out the rest apparently from memory. Friends think she now plays as well, if not better, than before illness. When asked how she learned to play notes from book, replied she couldn't tell, and wondered why questioner could not do the same. Once or twice had dreams which she often related to and seemed quite aware of difference between dreams and reality. Indeed, from casual remarks, it appears she has many complex ideas which she had no opportunity of acquiring. Friends, since recovery. Secondary infant personalities 443 postscript, 1879. After a time patient returned home and passed rest of happily and gave birth to a daughter, who survives her life. The patient was of psychopathic disposition. She proved unequal to the cares of housewife duties, cares that would in no way affect any average healthy individual. Her mental system was in unstable equilibrium, and it broke down under the strain of ordinary stimuli. She had a prolonged coma-like attack from which she woke up with all her previous knowledge entirely gone. She had to learn to speak, read and write. At first she hardly ever realized the meaning of speech, and like a child simply repeated by instinct the questions put to her. A similar state was also observed in the Hannah case. Whether her natural instincts were lost, such, for instance, as eating, drinking, or the way to take and handle utensils in connection with food, or whether she could dress herself, walk, etc., we do not know from the report of the case. It seems, however, as far as one can judge from the account, that much of it was lost, and whatever was retained was in a rather imperfect form. The instincts of the submerged moment were largely lost. Memory in the newly formed or secondary moment proved extraordinarily retentive, a fact we also found in the Hannah case. Whatever was learned or mentioned once was fully retained. It appears from Professor Sharpey's account that hypnoidal states were present. Many experiences suddenly appeared in the consciousness of the newly formed moment, experiences that belonged to the patient's past life, to the content of the old disaggregated moment, but which the patient did not recognize, did not welcome as her own. We must draw the attention of the reader to the prolonged attack or the intermediary state, the attack that separated the two moments. In this case the state is extremely interesting on account of its being of so long dura multiple personality 444. While in this intermediary, seemingly unconscious condition the patient presented many hypnoidic states. Moments were making attempts to rise from the depth of the subconscious and establish themselves they as the principal ones in the patient's mental life. Were not, however, strong enough. They were not organized enough to maintain themselves and take the lead. The outcome was that none of them on account of their interdifferentability were fit to take the organizing part in the patient's mental life or become the centralizing synthetic moment of self-consciousness. Hence the patient on awaking came out with extremely limited content, with mere unorganized, broken bits of former life experience. Had any of the hypnoidic states been strong enough to get organized and gather material around itself, the patient would have come out with a partly rearranged, differently crystallized, but still with much of the old content, and would have presented the phenomena of many of those cases which we have analyzed on previous pages. It would have been interesting to know whether the two totally dissociated moments went on alternating. Professor Sharpey does not mention it. It seems they did not. It is unlikely that Professor Sharpey would not have noticed such an important trait of the case under his observation and treatment. The alternation might have set in after Professor Sharpey lost sight of the case, since it may phenomenon appears. It might as well be that such an alternation never occurred. Whether take time before this the patient has ever regained her former memories so as to recognize her past life, and in what way, if it occurred at all, is not known. The case, therefore, is incomplete, and we may put it down as one of monocyclical bimorphosis with total loss of content. The very frequently quoted case of Mary Reynolds, republished by Drs. Weir Mitchell in a more complete form, was until now the only case on record that presented secondary infant personalities a complete loss of the content of 445 memory insofar as the acquirements and habits were concerned, along with marked phenomena of periodical alternation of the two states. The patient, Mary Reynolds, was of a strongly marked. She had many functional disturbances, suffered from convulsions, loss of consciousness, functional loss of sight and hearing. After having been greatly weakened by such a severe attack, she fell into a profound sleep from which she could not be aroused, and on awaking was found to be deprived of all her former psychopathic disposition. Recognition of former environment, of no matter how near and dear. The natural instincts seem to have remained. She knew how to eat and how to drink. She neither had to learn to adapt herself to space, nor had she to learn to walk. Whether she knew knowledge, of all her friends, how to dress herself or to observe personal cleanliness the report does not state. All her requirements, such as speech, or the understanding of it, knowledge of events or persons, were completely gone. Some shreds of phases of her former life remained and persisted in her second state. All when she woke up from her profound slumber she, like an infant, was wailing some disconnected words and sentences, the meaning of which she did not know. In character and disposition she was completely changed. From being shy, morose and melancholic, in the primary state, she became in the secondary state gay, lively and playful. From being sedate and a matter-of-fact, she became imaginative and with a knack for rhyming. It is of importance to note the fact that the secondary state came through an attack of profound slumber, and that in passing from the primary to the secondary there was always present such an attack of various duration. In short, the hypnoleptic state is always present as the transition state. Furthermore, while the transition between the primary and secondary state took place as a rule in the 446 multiple personality night, or, as the patient said, in the condition of ordinary sleep, usually at night time, the contrary was in the oppo between the primary and sec. Always through Andri was an attack of the profound sleep of which the patient had some presentiment beside direction, the transition, some sort of aura. In the graduated series of cases presented to the reader we are confronted with greater and greater loss of content as we advance in the degree of dissociation. As we advance from case to case we meet with more and more dissociation of systems and their concomitant moments, until we reach cases where the dissociation is so complete that the old content is absent, where all the acquirements and habits have disappeared. Finally we reach the climax where not only all the acquirements, but where even the natural instincts have been lost. This we find in the case of Hannah. All these cases present one graduated series, and, although they may be classified into more or less definite types, still they shade imperceptibly into one another. For the dissociation effected may be of any degree of extent and intensity. One psychophysiological process, however, underlies all of them, and that is the process of system disaggregation and new system formation due to a redistribution in the rise and fall of the moment thresholds. Sivnis Chapter XXV Multiple Personality and the Hypnoleptic State. Our analysis of the cases of double or multiple consciousness, together with the experimental study of the Hannah case, reveals to us the law that governs the different forms of psychophysiological segmentation. A close examination of the cases reveals the fact that in some of them, though not in all, we find a psychopathic or neuropathic disposition. The patient's mental life is in the higher constellations a state of unstable equilibrium. And clusters of neurons with their concomitant mental systems are not firmly organized in the principal constellation correlative with the synthetic moment of self-consciousness. Thus the very cerebral organization has an inherent tendency to segmentation, or even disintegration, under conditions that would in no way affect more stable organizations. A strong stimulus, or even one of medium intensity, may set up a process of disorganization. A fall, a blow, a concussion, a strong emotion, any of them may produce commotion cerebri disintegration of the unstable neuron systems. Such cases we have already brought to the notice of the reader in our former chapters, and there is, therefore, no need to have them repeated here. The hurtful stimulus, however, may not be of a violent character, acting suddenly, but of a mild nature, acting for a long time on the neural constellations and inducing the phenomena of dissociation and disintegration. In cases of confirmed alcoholism or in epilepsy finally we frequently find such disorders. The accumulation of toxic matter may bring about a rise of thresholds with a consequent disintegration of the constellation of neuron 447 multiple personality 448 systems, and the elimination of this poisonous material may effect a restitution. It must, however, be pointed out that though cases of double consciousness may occur in epilepsy, epilepsy is not the only cause of such cases. Double or mule induced by many different causes, and epilepsy is but one of them. Epilepsy and the triple consciousness all may be phenomena of multiple consciousness must by no means be when we find a case of amnesia and double identified consciousness without any typical epileptic attacks. We are not justified to ascribe it to epilepsy, simply because such phenomena are also manifested in this disease. The moon is one of the causes of light, but it does not follow that wherever there is light the moon must necessarily be present. Moreover, the secondary states, or the moment's consciousness found in the epileptic damatustandi are of a very low type, because the disintegration is deeper and more extensive. Epilepsy and multiple consciousness should not be confounded. One can exist without the other. There is epilepsy with no organized double or multiple consciousness, and there is organized double consciousness with no epilepsy. In our sleep, which no one will deny as being a perfectly healthy and normal state, nearly every one of us, some time or other, presents phenomena of mental segmentation. Some isolated area of the brain, or rather a constellation of clusters of neurons, continues or begins to function, and we get some type of hypnoidic states in the form of very vivid dreams. Occur in children. We find this especially to who often cry, play and act out their dreams, living over in these states the more striking events of their life. A child, for instance, is frightened by a dog that ran over it. In its dream the child lives over again the occurrence of the day, and it cries out with fear. Children are known to sing in their dreams, remarking then, "That is enough, I cannot sing any more." Every father and mother, who have paid attention to their children, will, the hypnoleptic state, tell you of such vivid dreams. 449 If now the phenomena of multiple consciousness were nothing but a form of epilepsy, masked epilepsy, or, as some term it, apsychic, then we are all of us confirmed epileptics. One thing, however, is perfectly clear from the study and analysis of the cases of multiple consciousness, and that is the preliminary condition of such states. The prerequisite of a epilepsy is either a highly complex organism or frequent, an unstable neural multiple consciousnessization, or, what is equilibrium. To effect an overthrow of this neural equilibrium some agents are required. This, as we have just pointed out, may be of any kind, only they must either be of an intensity stronger than the usual stimuli, or of a low intensity, but durable in their hurtful activity. In short, the intensity of a normal stimulus or the duration of hurtful irritation may produce the same effect. Effect is once such an induced and the principal constellation is broken up, or disintegrated, an attack of unconsciousness sets in, an attack which may be of any duration, sometimes occupying a few minutes only, and sometimes covering a period. The disintegration is of many hours, and even days. Form of cerebral shock akin to one induced by direct excision of the frontal lobes or of other areas of the brain in the psychophysiological experiments on localization. The principal organization of the leading constellations of systems is disintegrated, and on account of the shock no other moment is yet organized to take the lead and become the focus of the disturbed stream of mental life. Systems may arise and with accompanying moments attempt to form a focus, but not being well organized, and not being able to concentrate enough psychic content so as to maintain their own existence, they fall back into the consciousness same obscurity from which they come, and other moments take their place, until at last a moment comes to the surface, a moment fit to survive and able to maintain itself. 30 Multiple personality 450 The whole proc among the many systems, above the threshold of self-consciousness. S is a struggle for existence among the many moments constituting man's mental life.
Only the fittest survive. Meanwhile, during the whole course of this process the patient remains in a synesthetically deep sleep, in a state of deep sleep, or a state which we may term unconsciousness, since the higher moments or systems are disaggregated and inhibited and only the lower ones remain and continue their function, is a necessary preparatory stage of the phenomena of double or multiple consciousness. All the cases analyzed and studied by us present this stage. Without falling patient, where it is absent, where into an unconscious condition, directly before our eyes begins to manifest a different per memory, we should have our eyes wide open and be strongly suspicious of the genuineness of the case. A state of unconsciousness or of low momentality with loss of consciousness precedes the first manifestations of double or multiple personality. It does not require a close scrutiny to discover that in all cases of mental alternation one state does not directly merge into the other. Between the two there is a state of unconsciousness or of deep sleep, however short it may be. One synthetic moment does not directly touch the other. The point of the end of one moment does not form the starting point of another. The two alternately functioning systems are separated by an interval of uncon. At first the interval is long, synesthesis, however short in time, extending over a period of many minutes, or even hours, but gradually, with the repetition of the alternation, this interval becomes shorter and shorter, and is finally reduced few seconds. In the first cycles of multiple consciousness none of but the moments are well organized. Each of the leading functioning moments can maintain itself above the threshold, the hypnoleptic state of personality, only for a short time. 451 With the disintegration of the latter another constellation with its corolla moment begins to rise, reaches the threshold of self-div consciousness, steps it over and begins to function. The moment not being well organized, the process takes a considerable time. As the cycles of alternation are more and more repeated, the alternating moments become well organized and the time of the submergence of one and the emergence of the other becomes considerably reduced, but still the process must occupy some fraction of time, however short, hence the intermediary stage of deep sleep, the state of unconsciousness. In passing from one state to the other the deep sleep must invariably be present. This is the hypnoleptic state. The hypnoleptic state is a true attack. It sets in with a state of irresistible drowsiness, the patient still having consciousness of his environment and stimuli, which must become more and more intense as the state of drowsiness deepens, reach the subsiding synthetic moment consciousness and bring it into momentary activity again. The patient can be aroused, but only for a brief space of time, for a second or a fraction of it, the drowsy condition, and soon falls back into as the drowsiness deepens the power becomes less and less, and finally a point is reached beyond which no stimuli, however intense, can possibly arouse the patient. He is in an unconscious state. The hypnoleptic state can therefore be divided into two stages. One may be characterized as the first stage or the stage of drowsiness. The state that ties reaction to external stimuli follows may be characterized as the second or the stage of unconsciousness. The stage of drowsiness or the first stage of the hypnoleptic state is of the utmost importance for theoretical, experimental, as well as for practical therapeutic purposes. It is in this stage that the true crisis of alternation begins. One functioning moment is slowly subsiding, while 452 multiple personality another moment it is being formed and is slowly rising to dominant position in consciousness. Now, basing myself on this theoretical knowledge of the hypnoleptic state, I was enabled to bring about a synthesis in the Hannah case of the two dissociated systems the hypnoidic and the hypnoidal states clearly meant. Revealed the formation of independent centers, of independent constellations in the subconscious regions of the patient's mind. There were many centers,
many systems of neurons of the disaggregated constellation with its concomitant synthetic moment of self-consciousness. They were in a state of formation. The incessant bringing up of the hypnoidal states by means of experimentation, the methods of psychic and physiological stimulation employed by me, of which an account was given in a previous chapter, stimulated those independent constellations to a more active function, which was bound to result in their synthesis. The treatment was the first experiment of the kind in the effectiveness of synthesis, since, as we have seen, in no case of multiple personality was a synthesis brought about. So much so, that Ribot, in his book, Diseases of Memory, tells us that observation does not show that its chasm is ever bridged over by direct recollection. The cases were of long standing, the alternations of personalities continuing for years, and sometimes the whole lifetime. The only was Professor One who attempted to failed. He employed a wrong James, but he unfortunately as effect a synthesis method, not basing his attempt on the insight into the mechanism of this form of mental malady. The fact that such a synthesis, or, as Ribot terms it, a bridge, was until now not effected in any of the cases, made the great French psychologist stop short in his conclusions and say that two suppositions are possible: either the registration of anterior states is effaced, or the conservation of anterior states persisting their power of revivification by association with the hypnoleptic state present is destroyed. 453 It is impossible to decide arbitrarily between these two hypotheses. In the case of Hannah, the chasm was bridged over by direct recollection, thus demonstrating the correctness of the second hypothesis. The methods for bringing about a synthesis were worked on my theory of the moment consciousness. Each step was controlled by this theory, and each phenomena as it came along was foreseen beforehand. I think, therefore, that this was an experimentum crucis of the truth of my position. Once the disaggregated moments became synthetized, they formed one synthetic moment embracing the whole content of experience up to the time of the accident. Their stimulation and the memory of the functioning constellation of mental systems brought the old, now reintegrated moment, to the surface of the waking consciousness. This always took place at night, in sleep, when the constellation of the secondary state was in abeyance and the primary could come forth and assume supremacy. The primary state, however, could not long maintain itself. The common synthetic bond of associative activity was weak, and the whole moment gradually began to subside into the subconscious in the disaggregated form, in which it had been before. Rest. The patient began it was a matter of fatigue and drowsy, and gradually passed into the second stage of the hypnoleptic state where no external stimuli could bring him to self-conscious life until the moment to feel consciousness of the secondary state. The per woke up in the secondary state. Our efforts were then directed toward a more frequent alternation of the two formed centers, of the two foci, of the two synthetic moments consciousness. This, as we stepped over the threshold of self-consciousness. T&No, according to the law of alternating moments, tends to shorten the hypnoleptic state. Leptic state. Unfortunately, the hypno case was a very short one, lasting only multiple personality 454 a few minutes at the start, and 2 or 3 alternations sufficed to reduce it to seconds. Another method to reduce the total time of the hypno was stimulation during the hypnoleptic state. Powerful stimuli, acting simultaneously on all that this stimulation was senses, were applied to the patient. Of importance to reduce the time of the last stages of the hypnoleptic state. For, in the last stages of the hypnoleptic state, the constellation of systems with its moment consciousness representing the secondary state was almost fully formed and near the lower threshold of self-leptic state itself. Consciousness, the stimulation helped the moment to rise than it would have done otherwise. The duration of the hypnoleptic state was thus greatly shortened. The interval between the two, now more or less firmly organized earlier moments, became reduced, and the moments were then nearer to each other in time. When the hypnoleptic state set in, the constellation with the second moment became quickly organized and rapidly rose to the threshold of consciousness. Once this was effected, our efforts were directed toward retarding as long as possible the subsiding constellation with its concomitant primary state, so that the moments, the subsiding one and the rising one, should meet and catch a glimpse of each. In short, the whole course of our treatment was bent on one purpose, namely, to make the two moments simultaneous, even though for the briefest space of time. This other could not act otherwise but result in a synthesis of both. The two alternating moments, separated by the hypnoleptic simultaneously, came in close state, by having them appear touch, perceived each other for the first time. At first the two met like enemies, but soon they had to acknowledge their intimate relationship, and the synthesis was effected, though in a very laborious fashion. Thus the synthesis of the two alternating dissociative moments or mental systems was brought about by the shortening of the hypnoleptic state 455 total period of the hypnoleptic state, then by the shortening of the secondary stage, and lastly by the lengthening of the primary stage of the hypnoleptic state. In other words, to effect a synthesis we have to shorten the secondary stage and lengthen the primary stage of the hypnoleptic state. The hypnoleptic state is not only of the highest importance for theoretical and therapeutical purposes, but is also of the utmost consequence from a purely diagnostic purpose. Thus I know of a case of double consciousness where the patient feigned this pathological contradiction and duped his physician for some time. Client wanted to be kept in the hospital so as to escape the burden of the duties of life. Now, had the physicians known of the intermediary sleeping state, they would not have been so badly duped. Besides, the fact that there were many other flagrant contradictions in the case, the fraud could even at first sight have been detected, because the patient, after having been in the hospital for a few days, passed, in the presence of the physicians, into the primary state, directly while in the full possession of his consciousness. No sleeping state intervened between the secondary and primary state. Such a case is a fraud. It must be borne in mind that the law of monocyclical or polycyclical bimorphosis is no mental alternation without some form of an intermediary sleeping state in general and, of a hypnoleptic state in particular, especially in the transition from the primary to the secondary moment. The intermediary states, the sleeping and especially the hypnoleptic state, now require our attention. What are and why is it that how do they originate? Find that while the transition from the secondary to the primary is through the condition of ordinary sleep, taking place usually at night, the contrary is the case in the transition from the primary to the secondary. In other words, why should the transition between the primary and secondary state take place through an attack through a multiple personality 456? The answer is because the sleeping any dominant functioning moment, and that is what takes place in the interval of the alternation of the moments. But what is that hypnoleptic state? The hypnoleptic state is the reproduction of the original attack which brought about the state of double or hypnoleptic state. State represents the absence of multiple consciousness. This is clearly revealed in the case of Hannah. What happened there was that the patient met with an accident, lost his consciousness, and the synthetic moment became disaggregated and could not get reinstated. A new moment with new content entered into being, a secondary state became gradually formed and trained. The original order then was, 1. The primary state, representing the patient's whole previous life, 2. The state of unconsciousness, 3. The succession of the states formed a cycle that went on repeating itself in the formed secondary state. Order, Hence we can see why the hypnoleptic state is of the nature of an attack and why the order is always of the following course: primary state, hypnoleptic state, secondary state, and so on, never the reverse. The phenomena of double or multiple personality have a definite course of their own. Newly formed personalities pass through well-defined cycles of life, and like new worlds formed by some external or internal catastrophe, they keep on revolving within the same orbits. The end.